How do you build a better world? How do you encourage values and ethics and behaviors that make a meaningful difference? How do you inspire character and confidence, courage and collaboration? How do you create leaders who lead with heart and knowledge and innovation and empathy?
Hello, hello, hello. This is Taylor. We are here for Founders Day. We're all very excited. This is great.
I Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2.
Recording in progress.
We believe in Lambda Chi Alpha.
If I could personify Lambda Chi Alpha, I would say, thank you for the memories of these days together. For I am Lambda Chi Alpha here and now. I am wide and bold and proud. And your dreams have been my dreams, and your life my life. For not long have you stayed in my care, but we will be linked together always.
I love Lambda Chi Alpha. My relationship with our fraternity is deeply personal because my chapter experience changed me permanently and for the better. The love, the support, and the self-belief I gained as an undergraduate member helped me build a life I didn't even dream was possible the day I walked on campus. Everything I have, everything I am, I owe to my brothers, who are the men that taught me how to live a good life.
What we have is special. Our traditions, our principles and ideals, they're noble, they're timeless. we have an opportunity to attract the next generation of members by building the brotherhood that they need and the brotherhood that they want.
Always you have known that there is a purpose within you, a purpose essential to who you are. Give it to life again and again, for you'll never tire of seeing it shine.
Give them humility, so that they may always remember the simplicity of true greatness, the open mind of true strength. And let me, in my daily life, be such a brother as to deserve such brothers.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the live stream from the Chop Talk studio.
Hello. It's exciting to be here.
It is. It's definitely exciting. And today we're joined here with Taylor Weitzer and the Foundation CEO, Dan Hartman. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. The faces behind the names for our viewers of the Chop Talk and listeners of the Chop Talk podcast. This is awesome.
Exactly. Yeah, I guess we really haven't been on camera ever, Mike. So
Nope.
that's exciting.
Yeah, it's definitely new for us here in the Chop Talk studio. So, Dan, why are we here today?
Yeah.
Well, we are celebrating Founders Day. November 2nd, 1909, Warren Cole started Lambda Chi Alpha at Boston University. Today, we celebrate Founders Day with a Founders Day Challenge. It's our opportunity to celebrate Lambda Chi and what it's meant over the years to reconnect with our brothers of our chapters and those that we know from other chapters, and then to contribute back to the educational foundation and pay it forward for future generations.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Dan, in your personal opinion, what does Founders Day mean to you?
Wow. Lambda Chi Alpha is different. And we knew that. We knew that when we joined it with the associate member program. And Founders Day is really at the heart of us as a fraternity and the progressive nature and stance in which we've taken over the years. And there's many more new and exciting innovations that are taking place thanks to the leadership of the fraternity, both volunteer and on the staff front.
Yeah.
And the foundation. We're excited to support that mission and that innovative future. And that's what's made Lambda Chi Alpha special. And that's why I think Founders Day is so special for us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so you said that today is our second annual Founders Day Challenge.
That's right.
So what is the expectation today? What are our goals? What are we trying to do? Give us some background there.
So we've dedicated 1909 minutes to giving back, to contributing to the Lambda Chi Alpha Educational Foundation. We have some challenges out there. We're going to recognize chapters so they can compete with each other. And the goal is to have 1,909 donors by the end of this time period. It'll go through Wednesday. We want to make sure that our brothers and our donors out in New Zealand, because we do have brothers in New Zealand.
We do.
and Portugal. And we want to make sure they have the opportunity to contribute and see where things land. But we'll be looking for 1,909 donors, $600,000 in total gifts raised to be reinvested in the lives of our brothers and future generations to come. There will be varying recognition pieces, both for those who participate, so total donors to your chapter, and then also total impact, so total dollars raised. And we'll be recognizing those 1 to 3, but certainly have some honorable mentions out there. And then chapters, undergraduate chapters, who come in at 100% participation in what we call the Mason Circle, $19.09. They will get some real special swag and special recognition as well, along with their Mason Circle lapel pin.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, and Taylor and I get the privilege to kind of sit here today and do a live broadcast. We'll be here until at least 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Absolutely.
We'll do some promo videos throughout the day.
Yep.
We'll be interviewing some special guests. I'm not going to announce them right now, but as we start getting closer to them, I'm going to announce who they are, maybe give a little background, and we get to talk to them a little bit about what Lambda Chi meant to them and still means to them today, what giving back entails, whether that's time, talent, and treasure, anything like that. I think is going to be some fun conversations. we got a little time yesterday to talk to some of our guests, and
We did.
there were some good conversations. So I'm excited to see where those go today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a great day of just sharing stories about Lambda Chi, what it means to all of us. So it's going to be a really, really good day. So Dan, if you could have maybe one call to action for this day, what would that be?
Well, I'll share the call to action, and I also want to touch base here real quick on one part that I didn't touch on, which is the matching challenge. So before I walked into the Chop Talk studio here, we were $30,000 away. We got a great head start, $30,000 away from $150,000.
That's awesome.
Dollar for dollar match. So let's get after it.
Right.
Let's go. This day is about fun. We just recently shared on social media that Alpha Zeta, so our very first chapter, Boston University, all of those undergraduate brothers have come through. They've joined the Mason Circle.
That's awesome.
It's a wonderful story. I've been on the line this morning. A bunch of young brothers from Vanderbilt, from South Dakota, have been joining the Mason Circle. These are undergraduates, folks. That if we're alumni, we should be energized by that, because obviously they love Lambda Chi so much that they're giving above and beyond what they need to do. But, Taylor, today is about fun.
Yeah.
So at a minimum, I just want to encourage everybody, every brother in Lambda Chi, friends of Lambda Chi's, to just share the Lambda Chi story. There's so many stories out there. We want to hear your story. Please share those stories. Tag us, tag Lambda Chi Alpha Fraternity on that, so we can see those stories. But just share stories, reconnect with brothers, use this opportunity, and if you're able to, contribute to the foundation, pay it forward for future generations. So.
Yeah.
We'll look forward to giving more updates. If you'll have me back.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We'll give some updates
We can
throughout the
make that
day.
happen,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
there'll be some drop-in updates.
Yes.
We'll have some fun statistics throughout the day to talk about.
Yeah.
Definitely, this is exciting for me. Like I said, first live stream that we've got to do in general, especially from our beautiful Chop Talk studio. So
Absolutely.
I'm definitely excited to be here today, and it's going to be a fun day. I'm super happy.
It will. So yes, stay tuned, and we'll see you throughout the day.
Yeah, and so up next, what we're going to do is we're going to show you the state of the fraternity address that our Grand High Alpha Jeff Stearman gave at the General Assembly this year. It gives a lot of context to where Lambda Chi Alpha is today. He makes a lot of great points that I think are super important for donors and non-donors to hear, to see where Lambda Chi is and where we're headed for the future.
Yes, absolutely.
So without further ado, let me introduce Brother Jeff Stearman.
Brothers, again, I'd like to welcome you to Lambda Chi Alpha's 58th General Assembly. We're so glad that you're here. I would like to extend a special welcome, however, to our collegiate delegates who have been selected by their Zeta to represent their local brothers. Congratulations on your selection. Your brothers have provided you with a great opportunity to help move Lambda Chi Alpha forward. My name is Jeff Stearman, and it is a distinct privilege and an honor to serve as Lambda Chi Alpha's 25th Grand High Alpha. I was initiated into Lambda Chi Alpha through Kappa Mu Zeta at Culver Stockton College in Canton, Missouri, way back in 1979. I was a business and accounting major, and my experience from serving as High Tau provided that then awkward 18-year-old with friendships and experience that continue to shape my life. One of the important duties of the Grand High Alpha under our Constitution is to submit a report of the state of the fraternity at each General Assembly. And it is my honor and my privilege to deliver that report at this time. As you know, one of our brotherhood's cardinal teachings is that of growth. Growth. Our crescent is always growing. Whether we are referring to our individual crescent, our chapter's crescent, or our global Zeta's crescent, Lambda Chi Alpha is committed to personal and collective growth and development. The good news is that we get to create our own definition of growth. Brothers, this is both a great compliment and an even greater responsibility, however. It's a compliment because we have collective confidence that we will each choose wisely, but it's a great responsibility because we are charged with becoming the best possible versions of ourselves. The General Assembly is the supreme executive, legislative, and judicial body of Lambda Chi Alpha. We have important work to do. I can think of no finer group of men to complete that work than those men gathered here, namely you. Typically, the General Assembly is convened every 2 years, and typically we are gathered in person. But this is a year of firsts for all of us. This is the first General Assembly that has been delayed because of a global pandemic. And this is the first General Assembly to be held virtually. It's been 3 years since we've last met, and we will meet yet again 12 months from now. I'm pleased to report that the 59th General Assembly and Brotherhood Reunion will be held in person next summer in Arizona. But there's important work for us to do here today before then. I'd like to take a moment and help you join me in applauding the work of our legislative committees, the work from our Committee on Constitution, and the tremendous effort extended by the Office of Administration. Your dedication to our values, to our traditions, and to our ideals will ensure that we will have a productive and engaging 58th General Assembly. I thank you very, very much. Over these next 2 days, our delegates will consider the action items brought before the General Assembly from each of these legislative committees. We will also entertain a report from the Student Advisory Committee about their important work. We will hear from one of our research partners, Dyad Strategies, who will provide us with a snapshot of their research on our chapters and our membership. And we will also hear the outcomes of our focus group conversations that you conducted during the legislative committee meetings. When the General Assembly is not in session, your Grand High Zeta serves as the supreme executive, legislative, and judicial body of your fraternity. Today, I would like to share with you some of the exciting work that we have been engaged in over these past 3 years to build a foundation that will serve our brotherhood for decades to come. We don't take this for granted. You know, each of us has benefited from the brothers who have come before us, and we have a similar responsibility to those brothers who will come after us. Each generation approaches fraternity differently. Each generation has unique challenges, and each generation is equipped with unique talents and graces. Again, our crescent is always growing. And let's be candid, growth is not always free from pain. In fact, growth is hard. We translate our open motto, Kalepa Ta Kala, as not without labor. You know that well. But its literal translation is, that which is worthwhile is difficult to achieve. As we approach that ideal of perfect brotherly love, we are reminded that we are not alone in our labor, because above all else, we are brothers first. We are brothers first. There are over 200,000 of us, but we are brothers first. We come from different walks of life, but we are brothers first. We may have different ideas about how the world should work, but we are brothers first. We may have different religious beliefs, we may have different political views, but we are brothers first. Brothers are patient and kind. Brothers are not envious of each other. They do not dishonor each other. Brothers always protect. Brothers always hope. And brothers always persevere together. Even when we may disagree, we are brothers first. Fortunately, Lambda Chi Alpha is replete with examples of living with this brother's first frame of mind. I'd like to take a moment to recognize each of the High Alphas and members of the High Zeta who have served their chapters during some of the most challenging times in recent history. Your dedication to your chapter brothers and your creative leadership and perseverance is greatly appreciated, it's applauded, and it's truly inspirational. Thank you, brothers. Despite the deep talent, dedication, and ambition in our chapters, our collegiate brothers can't do it alone, just like we didn't do it alone. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize our High Pies and our chapter advisors and the members of our advisory and control boards, and of course our Housing Corporation members. You are modeling our oaths and demonstrating what a lifetime of true brotherhood looks like and feels like. You have families, you have careers, you have other obligations, and during these challenging times, you have selflessly given yourself to our collegiate members and our chapters. Again, thank you, brothers. Academic years, study abroad programs, and internships have been adversely impacted over the past 18 months. Yet bands of our alumni brothers have provided employment and virtual internships and other financial assistance to our brothers. To each of you offering creative solutions to help our men achieve their dreams and aspirations and make it possible for them to obtain real-world experience that complements their education, we applaud you. Thank you, brothers. There are also 3 groups of brothers and individuals who have worked tirelessly since our last General Assembly. Brothers who would also join me in thanking the members of the Student Advisory Committee, the directors of the Lambda Chi Educational Foundation, and the members of your Grand High Zeta, your fraternity's board of directors. It's a pleasure to work with these individuals. Their dedication to Lambda Chi Alpha is inspiring, and we are thankful for their sacrificial service to our bond. I'd like you to take a moment and think about why you decided to become a Lambda Chi. Why did you join? What have you learned about yourself since joining? What is your greatest hope and expectation for Lambda Chi Alpha? What are you most proud about? We have just completed another fiscal year, and I'm excited to report that Lambda Chi Alpha is one of only 4 Greek organizations that actually grew in membership over this past year. Each of you have worked so hard to make that possible, not without labor. 59 of our chapters have experienced over 30% increase in membership growth. This spring, we experienced one of the highest initiation percentage rates than any other semester over the past 5 years. While many of our competitor organizations are experiencing severe and sometimes devastating financial losses, we closed the fiscal year with a balanced budget, thanks in no small part to the generosity of our donors and our alumni brothers. This is not to say that we don't have chapters that are still struggling in the face of COVID. We do. And we still have some chapters that are unable to meet face to face. However, by providing each of our chapters with Zoom licenses and providing each chapter with a dedicated support coach to work with them alongside their alumni advisory teams, we are committed to helping each of our chapters thrive. Our colleagues in the Greek world are not experiencing the same results as we are. Lambda Chi Alpha is truly unique. We offer something special. We offer something to cherish. We offer something to work for. Our results tell us that college men seek to belong. that college men seek to be part of something that is bigger than themselves. That college men are interested in becoming the best possible versions of themselves, and that Lambda Chi Alpha is uniquely positioned to serve more men and to make a difference in our communities and families. 3 years ago, your Grand High Zeta undertook an ambitious strategic planning process. To paraphrase Lewis Carroll, the author of Alice in Wonderland, I don't often quote Alice in Wonderland, but if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. If you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. So, to help Lambda Chi Alpha determine the road we should travel, your Grand High Zeta undertook an effort to evaluate our strategy, our structure, and our talent. In the end, we developed a 10-year comprehensive strategy to grow our membership to 20,000 brothers. Let me repeat that. We've developed a comprehensive strategy to grow our membership to 20,000 brothers. This is an ambitious goal, and I'd like to spend a few moments to discuss how collectively we intend to get there. Remember, growth is one of Lambda Chi Alpha's cardinal principles. However, we must be cognizant of the real market forces and the pressures that are impacting our campuses and college-age men specifically. The reality is that the number of graduating high school seniors is declining. Further, the percentage of those graduating seniors choosing to attend a 4-year residential college is also declining. Frankly, there are more education choices available to graduating high school students than a decade ago. We must also recognize that the men joining our campus communities, what are called Generational Z, are markedly different from the generation before them. They have specific needs and ambitions. They also attend college for very specific reasons, and they align their extracurricular and co-curricular activities around those very specific reasons. To them, college is not a mere rite of passage. College is a means to an end. In addition, we must not ignore the fact that the cost of an education precludes many men from even attending college in the first place. I share this because if our aim is to serve more men and to help more men experience the bond of our brotherhood and to help more men become the best possible versions of themselves, we must understand who is coming to our college campuses and what pressures they face. So from a strategy standpoint, your Grand High Zeta began looking at our mission statement and our vision statement. Quite candidly, why does Lambda Chi Alpha exist? And specifically, if Lambda Chi Alpha didn't exist, would we create it in the same form as it exists today? Your Grand High Zeta deemed that Lambda Chi Alpha exists to inspire and equip men to lead an ethical life of growth, service, and leadership. In addition, we envision a world where the ideal man pursues a life of respect and inclusion for all, where the ideal man supports one another to make a positive impact on society, and an ideal man that models loyalty, duty, service, and stewardship, honor, integrity, and personal courage. Frankly, our vision seeks a world where men are living our core values and putting those core values to work in their families, in their places of employment, and in their communities. To achieve our mission and our vision, we must have hope for the future of Lambda Chi Alpha and a real passion for its transformation to become the premier service learning and leadership development brotherhood in North America. We are brothers first. We must help our brothers first, and we must inspire and equip them so they can help others do the same. Now, if we are wildly successful, and we expect to be, we would expect to observe the following by 2028. We expect Lambda Chi Alpha's membership to consist of 20,000 inspired and engaged collegiate men leading lives of growth, service, and leadership. We expect Lambda Chi Alpha to have received national acclaim and recognition for its reputation in developing men of character. We would expect 100% of our Lambda Chi Alpha members to be actively involved in community and volunteer and service activities. We expect 100% of our members to have had an opportunity for direct leadership experience prior to their graduation. We expect 25% of our Lambda Chi Alpha alumni will be engaged. And we expect each member who will graduate, they'll graduate with the knowledge and the tools necessary to live a healthy life, including a lifelong network of friends and brothers. And in order to achieve this success, your Office of Administration has been asked to engage in 7 key activities. Don't worry about writing them all down. We'll certainly get you a copy and we'll show some of them on the screen. But the first one is to fundamentally transform Lambda Chi Alpha into the premier men's service, learning, and leadership development brotherhood. Our actions as a brotherhood must be informed by research. It must be based on fact and outcome driven. We must become the brand that college-age men, their parents, and our host institution most value and trust. Secondly, we've asked the Office of Administration to develop men through creative and dynamic programming that's informed by actionable expertise on Gen Z and focused on personal growth, service learning, and leadership development. Specifically, we must become the experts on developing each aspect of being a man. And we have to have the programs that men want. Programs and networks that will help them achieve both their academic and their life goals. Some of you have participated in new pilot programs. We are extensively testing everything before we roll out new programs. The early responses have been positive and encouraging. In concept, we envision the ability for a member to enter a chapter, to assess their talents, their gifts, their graces, to use those talents to help the chapter, and in the process develop some credentialed skill sets that will allow them to obtain internships and careers in their chosen field of study. The third thing we've asked the Office of Administration to engage in is really leverage the power of mobile technology to place Lambda Chi Alpha's programming in the hands of every member. You need to access Lambda Chi Alpha's programming and network from anywhere, and we want you to be able to do that from the palm of your hand. Number 4, we need to expand aggressively to campus communities seeking values-based partnerships. Number 5, we seek to partner with other values-based organizations to provide robust leadership, volunteer, and philanthropic opportunities. Feeding America, Movember, and Demolay are examples. We want our chapters to have at least 6 philanthropic opportunities to choose from in the event they do not wish to develop a specific effort on their own. Think of a plug-and-play approach. You choose the approach that you want. 6, we seek to provide and support a premier volunteer experience for advisors and mentors seeking to serve our members. We recognize that our alumni have countless opportunities to volunteer across North America. Since they are a brother first, we want their work with Lambda Chi Alpha to be the most rewarding and meaningful. Further, we want them to feel supported and we want them to feel valued. And 7, we want to keep it fun. We are our brothers first. We're a fraternity. We're an organization. Keeping it fun is critical for our sense of belonging, and it's critical for our overall mental and physical health. These are each major initiatives, and I'd like to recognize our Office of Administration and our dedicated brothers who have provided important philanthropic investments to obtain research and to fund projects. We couldn't do any of this without you. From a financial standpoint, Lambda Chi Alpha seeks to fund this programming through membership growth, through increased philanthropic support, and through new revenue sources, not from increasing member dues. Let me repeat that, not from increasing member dues. There are no plans or recommendations to increase Lambda Chi Alpha's membership dues. We believe that would be counter to our desire to reach and serve more men. We are excited by where we are going, and so are our brothers who have been involved in these pilot programs. So, how can you help us achieve success? Well, first of all, as a delegate to the 58th General Assembly, you have the opportunity to help ensure that our chapters are healthy, learning laboratories where men can discover their talents and develop lifelong friendships. One of our legislative committees is proposing the adoption of a new alcohol policy, recognizing our collective desire to create constructive space for both physical and mental health. Another committee is proposing legislation to encourage the academic success of our members, to help our members achieve an attractive return on their tuition investment. Academic success matters to help our brothers achieve their internships, graduate school, and career goals. These, along with others, are meaningful pieces of legislation, and I encourage you to participate in the legislative sessions and support the work of these committees. Further, the chapter support coaches are there to help your chapter achieve its current and multi-year goals. Like the Grand High Zeta, I'd like you to think in terms of multi-year goals, not just the current academic year. Make sure your chapter is leveraging your time with your chapter support coach, and occasionally involve your High Pi with those calls so that your Zeta's entire alumni team is aligned to help you. Make sure your chapter is taking advantage of the new programming and participating to the fullest. Your participation and your feedback are critical to us offering the programs that your brothers and prospective members want. For our alumni brothers, please recognize that we have chapters that need members on their advisory committees. So, as you are so inclined, or if you know brothers who would be excellent in that capacity, please reach out to the Office of Administration and indicate your interest. We also seek to develop internships and career resources for our brothers. So, if you are in a position to hire graduates or to offer internships, please let us know that as well. And finally, your financial contribution to the Educational Foundation helps Lambda Chi Alpha underwrite the educational costs of our programming. Working with the Educational Foundation, we seek to secure 100% funding for our educational programming. In doing so, we ensure that our programming will be effective, desired, and world-class. Further, doing so will help reduce the proportional financial burden that is met by our collegiate brothers. We seek to reduce the financial barriers to becoming a brother of our bond. Your financial support makes that possible. In closing, I would like to announce two major initiatives that will be forming. And if you have interest or know brothers who may have interest, I'd kindly ask that you let me know. The first project is called the Ideal Man Initiative. It ties back to our vision statement. The Ideal Man Initiative seeks to identify aspects of a man's development where Lambda Chi Alpha could become a leading expert. The bottom line is that for Lambda Chi Alpha to achieve its mission and its vision, we must become experts in developing men, whether physically, spiritually, mentally, ethically, financially, civically, or what have you. This effort will ultimately help us identify gaps in our program. It'll also help us identify global experts and potential strategic partners that can help serve our brothers. Men have unique developmental needs, and it's paramount that Lambda Chi Alpha's programming addresses those needs. The second effort is entitled the Century Project. And for you history buffs, since Warren Cole left the fraternity nearly 100 years ago, Lambda Chi Alpha has been operating basically the same. Has been operating basically the same for 100 years. Sure, there have been elements of our laws and our approaches that have been tweaked, but fundamentally our structure has remained the same. I'm asking that we review all of our organizational and constitutional frameworks to ensure that Lambda Chi Alpha has the structure that will serve our brothers for the next 100 years, hence its name, the Century Project. We seek to create an environment on our Zetas that will empower our members and provide them with the autonomy they need to grow, to serve, and to lead in order to address the specific needs and challenges in their community. As we seek to grow to 20,000 members, we need to make sure that we have the operating structure and the supports that those brothers and our alumni volunteers need. We have the strategy. We seek to ensure we have the structure that will support it and the talent needed to implement it. I believe Brother Cole would be supportive of our efforts as we aim to serve more men. What we have is special. Our traditions, our principles and ideals, they're noble, they're timeless. We have an opportunity to attract the next generation of members by building the brotherhood that they need and the brotherhood that they want. The men entering their first year on campus most likely had their high school senior year experience diminished or cut short. They are hungry to belong to something of value. They're hungry to hit their college experience running and to make up for lost time. Likewise, you, our returning brothers, had to reinvent fraternity last year, and you too are hungry to reconnect on campus. This is a good time to be a Lambda Chi. The state of your fraternity is strong, and we're about to get stronger. We've been able to grow during a global pandemic by being a brother first. Our brothers need us, our chapters need us, our communities need us, and Lambda Chi Alpha needs us. Be a brother first and invite someone else to be one with us. Thank you, brothers, and may God bless Lambda Chi Alpha.
And we are back. Taylor, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Mike?
I am doing swell, actually. So Jeff said a lot in the State of the Fraternity address. I think there's a lot of cool points that he's talking about.
Absolutely.
He ends it with saying the fraternity is strong. And I totally agree with that. Working here day to day, in and out, we are strong. We're building a lot of good programming. We're doing a lot of great things. And a lot of that can't be done without having the support of our alumni brothers to the Educational Foundation.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you know, I think of all of these great things that we're doing, you know, like Ideal Man, leadership skills that are coming up that are really going to be revolutionary, you know, for our members. And we couldn't do that without the support of, you know, our alumni, our generous donors,
Right.
The Educational Foundation. So, yeah, I think that we just work so well together, and this day, this Founders Day, is as a celebration of that and that camaraderie between us.
Definitely, yeah. And so just a quick rundown for those who weren't on the stream earlier is that we're going to be interviewing some special guests today.
We are.
We have a lot of Lambda Chi's that we're going to talk to. Our first one, let's see who's on this schedule right now.
Yeah. So we are going to have many different guests, but our first one is coming up at 11 Eastern Standard Time.
It's Captain Dick Richards.
Yeah.
He's from our chapter at Mizzou.
Yes.
He is a former NASA astronaut, which is pretty freaking cool.
That is really cool.
We have a plaque up in the office of his.
We do.
It's hanging in Troy's office. So it's cool. It's going to be a cool conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to be talking about a lot of interesting things. What does Lambda Chi mean to him?
Right.
What are maybe some of his awesome Lambda Chi experiences? How did he get to working for NASA as an astronaut, and maybe
Right.
how did Lambda Chi contribute to that?
Absolutely. So, yeah, we're going to have a great conversation with him. We have not had the privilege of talking to him and interviewing him ever. So that's going to be really exciting just to hear his stories. And, you know, like I said, for those of you who weren't on the stream at the beginning when we were talking to Dan, this day is all about, you know, sharing those stories of brotherhood. So I think that with Dick kicking us off, that's just going to be, I think, a great start to hearing these stories and, you know, hearing what Lambda Chi means to him. So that's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, I love a good story.
Oh, we know, Mike. We know. So, yeah. But I wanted to ask, Mike, since, you know, you are a brother, you work for the Office of Administration. You have worked for the Office of Administration for how long is it now?
About 7 years.
Has it been that long?
It has been that long.
Wow, that's crazy. But I want to know, what does Lambda Chi mean to you, and what does Founders Day mean to you?
Right. Lambda Chi means a lot to me. I don't think I would be the person I am today or in the position I am today without Lambda Chi Alpha. It gave me a place that I could go to where there were people who cared about me.
Yeah.
They cared about me for me. A lot of people have this weird stereotype who don't know fraternity or not in fraternity that you pay for your friends, and that's not it at all.
Right.
I've been the best man in multiple Lambda Chi weddings now. I've been in groom's parties. I've seen my friends have children now, and it's really cool to see that some of these people that I've met, I've made this lifelong bond with, and honestly, a closer bond than maybe some of my family members. And so what I really do believe is that friends are the family you get to choose. And so I got to choose these Lambda Chi's to be a part of my life and really make me who I am today. So that's what Lambda Chi means to me. As far as Founders Day is concerned, I think it's super special that we get to celebrate this day. Because we were founded different. Lambda Chi was founded because there wasn't an organization that was supporting the needs of men like us. And so Warren Cole set out to really create this new mold, break what fraternity meant, and really create an organization that is supportive of everybody. And really all walks of life get to be part of this great organization. I think that's super special. 111 years later, we're still continuing that mission and really encouraging to inspire and equip men to live that ethical life of growth and leadership. And so I think that's super important for us to recognize. And so I'm so happy and so privileged to be a part of this organization.
Absolutely. That's fantastic. And yeah, I think that, you know, you're exactly right that in a lot of ways our friends are the family we get to choose. And I feel like we do call each other brothers for a reason, you know? So I think that that's great. And really, really, truly special that you've had that experience and get to continue it, you know, pretty much every single day at the Office of Administration.
And so I guess from your perspective as a non-member, what does Lambda Chi mean to you, and what does Founders Day mean to you? Since
Absolutely.
You've been working here 4 years now? 5 years?
With like a pause in between, you know, so I did take a brief hiatus from Lambda Chi to go, you know, pursue other things, but have since returned. So this is my, I think, third or fourth Founders Day at this point. But yeah, I think that I kind of fell under that category of not really knowing what Greek life meant because, you know, I wasn't Greek in school at Indiana University. I chose kind of the sports route and did that, which is great. I wouldn't change that for the world. But, you know, coming to Lambda Chi Alpha and working for this organization, it has really just changed my life for the better. You know, I think some of the best people I've met have been through Lambda Chi Alpha. Some of my closest friends now are in this organization. And I get to see, you know, every single day how we are changing the lives of young men across North America. And truly, like, I don't just say that lightly. I truly believe that, you know, and I think that that comes in the form of all of these programs and initiatives that we are championing to make the lives of our brothers better and help them succeed, just past the 4 years of college. So Lambda Chi means a lot to me. And I feel so privileged to be able to work here every day, help tell those stories. Like some of the coolest stories I've heard have been through Lambda Chi. With the Cross and Crescent, which is my main function here, the magazine. I've got to interview such cool people. Like, for instance, the cover story of the issue that just went out was Lieutenant General Chance Saltzman, and he works for Space Wars.
That's really cool.
So, I never would have met him, never would have, interacted with him and heard his just amazing story of how he kind of got to where he is without Lambda Chi. So, I feel very thankful every single day. And then, Founders Day, I think it's just so cool to see how, brothers and members are able to come together each year, no matter what chapter you're from, no matter where you are, and just celebrate this day together and just share those stories too.
Right. Yeah. And it is really just a special time. And it is a time where we can unite as a group. And, and so I think the great thing is that the foundation is doing their Giving Day, their Founders Day Challenge on this day as a special day to give back to the organization. I think some people don't understand the relationship between the fraternity and the foundation, but the foundation really does support a lot of the educational initiatives of the fraternity. And I think that's really one of their main missions is to fund things like High Alpha Summit at Neville Advisors College, which is coming up here in January.
It is. And, shameless little plug, registration's open.
Registration's live. It's lcaconference.org. So go ahead if you're a High Alpha and you need to register.
Or an advisor.
Go ahead and go to that site and get registered, get your place.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's one of the great examples of how the foundation is supporting, our members is through pretty much premier conferences like this, because it is a great experience. And we're so excited for this High Alpha Summit and Neville Advisors College that we're back in person.
Yeah. Jeff mentioned it in the State of the Fraternity address. This is kind of the year or the year or two of firsts for us, holding virtual conferences as a whole thing and really doing a lot of these things not in person, but it's such a cool opportunity now that we get to have High Alpha Summit and Neville Advisors College back in person for the first time in about 2 years. And so
I know, it's crazy.
I'm super happy to start seeing everybody again. The camaraderie and the fellowship that you get with being around these people, you can't ask for more than that.
Oh, I know. So that's going to be just so great to have everyone back in one place and have those conversations with other chapters and other brothers that you may not have gotten to meet otherwise. So I think that's a great point, that the foundation is really behind a lot of these great conferences and opportunities for our members that really help set them up for success.
Definitely. No, totally agree.
Yeah. So, I think that this would be a great time also to hit on another exciting initiative that we are doing through November, through the month of November, and that is Movember. Yeah. So this is really our first year partnering with the Movember Foundation, and it is such a cool foundation. I've gotten the privilege to work with their team and kind of learn a little bit more about the organization. But basically, it is the leading charity kind of changing the way we talk about men's health.
Definitely.
So that's, physical health, mental health, all of the good stuff. And you do that through growing a mustache.
Yeah, I have to shave my beard and start the
I know
mustache
you do.
growth. It's going to happen starting next week.
Exactly.
And so on my Movember challenge, just so you know, I don't know if I've shared this with you yet, but I will be doing 30 workouts in 30 days.
Oh wow, that's so cool.
To support the physical and mental health of myself. And so
absolutely,
I've set a goal. It's not as large as some others, but a $200 goal to raise to support Movember. And one of the things I like about Movember too is they're an organization organization where they're supporting men's health as a whole. So that's mental, physical, prostate cancer research, all of those different things. They're supporting all of those initiatives across the board. And I think that's super, super important.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad that you brought that up too, of how you're supporting Movember, because it is really cool that you can support them how you wish, you know, and how you want to. So for me, I set up my page and I'm taking on the challenge of running 60 miles in the month of November.
That's awesome.
To support Movember.
That's cool.
So raising money with running, because, you know, running's something I love to do. And I do anyways. So, you know, why not fundraise?
So quick random side note. So,
yes. Okay, perfect.
I know you like running. I saw this thing on TikTok.
Of course.
It's called the Conqueror's Challenge.
Ooh, okay.
And so like
I don't know that.
You sign up for these different challenges. So it's like running the Pacific Coast, which is like 2,000 something miles, or doing all of these different things, and then they mail you a medal once you complete the challenge.
Oh, that's
and so
cool.
you get this like cool little medal that it's so something interesting for you.
Yes,
I don't know how legitimate it is.
I will keep that in mind.
I saw it on TikTok, so I was just doing some research on it the other day, and it looked really interesting. So it's something I might look at as well.
Well, you know, I do love the medals. They are
I do too.
a majority of the reason why I run. But yeah, now I have another reason to run. So we are encouraging all of our chapters to join the challenge, start fundraising, start growing those stashes, because that is the conversation starter, you know. And then you can talk about, well, I'm doing it for Movember, I'm doing it for men's health.
Yeah.
So it's just a great organization that we are so excited to partner with. And I have the leaderboard pulled up right now of our official Lambda Chi Alpha fraternity network. So I wanted to call out some of our chapters who've just been crushing it. So right now, in first place, we have our Toronto chapter.
Epsilon Zeta.
Thank you. And they are sitting at the top of the leaderboard with $1,055.
Wow. And it's only November 2nd.
It's November 2nd, right?
That's fantastic.
So yeah, kudos to you guys. That is great. And then in second place, we have our Oregon chapter. And they are sitting at just under $800. So, you know, they are
awesome. Congrats.
right up
Congrats, guys.
there.
That's fantastic.
So yeah, and we have, you know, some other chapters on here. We've got Drexel. The Office of Administration has a team too, so we're working on fundraising. So yeah, so it's really exciting to see you know, everyone kind of jumping on this and really trying to make a difference for men's health.
Definitely. No,
So-
I'm super excited for that.
Yeah. Well, I think that we're going to take a quick break.
We're going to share some of our members'
Yes.
favorite memories
Yes.
of Lambda Chi
absolutely.
Alpha.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Yeah. And if you're following along on the live stream and want to drop us a chat of maybe your favorite Lambda Chi memory, that would be great. And we can kind of read through those, maybe share some on air.
We would love to.
Yeah. And just, you know, keep that exciting energy going. So we're going to take a quick break, enjoy the videos, and we will be back.
We'll be right back.
My favorite memory in Lambda Chi Alpha was my first visit to the Office of Administration when I found out that this was the right place for me and that I would be becoming a Lambda Chi.
My favorite memory of Lambda Chi Alpha is living in the fraternity house at William Jewell College. You know, we had a blast. Late night talks, the pranks, everybody studying for finals, eating together, all of the things that we did. But even more, we succeeded and failed at self-government, aimed at keeping ourselves consistent with the principles, ideals, and standards of Lambda Chi Alpha.
So I'd say my favorite memories of Lambda Chi is definitely my sophomore year bid day. So we used to operate on a fall recruitment cycle primarily when I first joined, and the next year we moved to a spring recruitment cycle. And so for a year and a half, we really get a big new class of brothers. And so when it kind of finally came to spring 2020, we finally got a big class of new guys, and it was super rewarding to kind of see the fruits of our labor that we've been working on for a year and a half.
When I got to see my little get initiated, because while I was getting initiated, it's obviously a whole range of crazy different emotions, but getting to see my little initiated and be a part of ritual as well, that was really cool to see. I just really enjoyed being able to be there for someone and see their reaction, on top of being able to see all the new guys come in and hear their lenses get called out. That was a really exciting time, and I was able to process those emotions better, so I remember it better, and I'd have to say that's my best memory.
Am I more purple, green, and gold? I would think I actually like to associate myself as gold. I believe I want to take a more active role of leadership within my chapter, and I believe gold really represents me in that way.
Out of the colors purple, green, and gold, I say I'm more gold, because like my love for the brotherhood, gold never tarnishes.
I'd have to say I'm more green because I'm always looking for new opportunities to grow and learn, become a better man, better person. And to me, that's kind of what green symbolizes, is growth.
Purple.
My favorite color is green. I think it's because green means go, and sometimes you just have to send it.
The purpose of the Lambda Chi Alpha Educational Foundation is to invest in the ever-growing educational pursuits of Lambda Chi Alpha fraternity. And it's the vision of the foundation to create philanthropists and leaders for the world. This isn't too far off from the vision that John Jack Mason had when he actually started the foundation back in the 40s. Over that time, the foundation has invested millions of dollars from tens of thousands of donors, both alumni and friends of Lambda Chi Alpha. We look forward to the future investments the foundation will be making, including STED Leadership Seminar, High Alpha Summit and Neville Advisors College, as well as the brand new Leadership Skills Certification Academy. How can you be involved? Well, this Founders Day will mark the second annual Giving Day Challenge, November 2nd. We look forward to you participating. We wish the best to your chapters, and there will be prizes. Also, don't forget, in January, the Lambda Chi Alpha Educational Foundation Scholarship Application page opens. You can find more at our website. I hope you enjoy the weekend and have many great takeaways from this experience. Zeta Alpha Chi.
We believe in Lambda Chi Alpha
and its traditions, principles, and ideals.
The crescent is our symbol, pure, high, and ever-growing.
And the cross is our guide, denoting service, sacrifice, and even suffering and humiliation before the world.
Bravely endured, if need be, in following that ideal.
But we have faith in Lambda Chi Alpha
And passion for its welfare.
We have hope for the future of Lambda Chi Alpha and the strength to fight for its teachings.
We have pure hearts and we approach the ideal, perfect brotherly love.
perfect brotherly love.
A perfect brotherly love.
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 Hey, Taylor, guess what?
What?
We are live again.
Oh, that's so exciting. And we're joined by a very special guest.
We are.
Matt Horniak.
I'm very special. Thank
Hello,
you.
Matt.
Yeah.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
What do you do, man?
Yeah, I don't really know your title anymore.
What might I not do is the better question. I definitely help out with a lot of Lambda Chi's marketing initiatives and a lot of new podcast things that have been added to my plate every now and again as a very nice guest to the two of you. Additionally, I help out with a lot of our for-profit activities and basically just trying to give back as much to our membership as possible.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so really what we want to talk about now, before our first guest at 11, is really want to talk about maybe favorite Lambda Chi memories.
Or stories or
Yeah.
anything that pops to your head.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good thing. Matt is a newly initiated brother of Lambda Chi Alpha, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
When were you initiated?
2021, a couple months ago during our August initiations, I believe.
Yeah, so the virtual initiation, so congratulations on that.
Thanks.
It's fantastic. Welcome to the Brotherhood.
Thank you. Yeah, they when I was an undergrad at Ball State from 2005 to 10, they didn't have a Lambda Chi chapter active there. So there's one now, obviously. But
There is.
During that time, I tried a couple of fraternities, and it didn't work. So I always felt that I was well aligned with it. Joining fraternity, had good values, but the two I tried just, weren't a good fit. So I stayed independent throughout my undergraduate career. And when the opportunity presented itself here, I thought it was a good time to do it, even though I'm in my 30s. It was great.
Yeah, I think that's important. I'm so glad you said that, is that there is a good fit for everybody, and don't just join a fraternity to join one. Find one that makes you happy, makes you whole, and really exemplifies the values that you believe in, and it really makes you feel like you have a place there. I think is super important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not only that, but the mission too, more than anything else, especially here at the Office of Administration. We support over 175 individual chapters, and just doing that day in, day out is it's nice. Coming from a different side of the business and marketing was all advertising and PR and branding and agency life for me for 10 plus years. So when I made the decision to come here, it was just the goal was to give back for me personally. And I feel we do a very good job of that and molding men to be the greatest versions of themselves and tee them up for their future pretty much. So that was why it was good for me. So not to jump the gun, but my first and greatest memory was pretty much being interviewed by you and other team members here to basically start this process to align well. Our Chief Innovation Officer, Ted Lichtenauer, was a fantastic guide for me along the way and was integral to basically getting me on and into Lambda Chi itself.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's great.
Taylor, what about a memory for you?
Ooh. That's a good question. I knew we were going to be talking about this, but you're kind of putting me on the spot. I would say honestly my first GA in person.
Okay, why?
I think that it really showed me kind of the scale of Lambda Chi Alpha, more so than like a High Alpha Summit or a Stud Leadership Seminar. Yeah, it was in Jacksonville, so that was 2018, I think it was.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I know
so.
it was a while ago at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was my first General Assembly, and I just remember, talking to a bunch of different people, meeting brothers from all different chapters, and really getting that sense of, this is a global Zeta.
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
it's so much more than just any one individual chapter,
right?
Or us at the Office of Administration. We are a collective whole that is striving to improve men for the social good, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
As if I had to describe it in a few words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A bold way to a better world.
Ooh.
Juicy. Thank you. Very on brand.
Yeah, so I think that would be mine. That was just a really great experience, and one that I'll always remember. So
definitely.
Mike, I'm going to turn it back on you.
Yeah.
What's your favorite memory?
So I'm going to age myself here a little bit. I've been in Lambda Chi Alpha just over a decade now.
Okay.
So I don't know how I feel about that yet, but it's been an amazing experience overall. I've had so many wonderful memories, and a lot of those are just being around the people that I was in the chapter with and people here at the Office of Administration. But if I had to pick one out, it's a little sad. but it's
Okay.
good at the same time.
All right.
So when I was an undergraduate brother, we had a chapter brother named Scott Wood. Scott Wood had cancer, and so it was just so cool because he was always so positive about everything, and no matter what he was going through, he was always trying to pump people up, and he had the nickname Jock, and so we started a campaign called Jock Strong to help raise funds for him and things like that. And so we got to visit him in St. Louis. We got a phone call that said he wasn't doing the best, and so we as a group went up there, got to visit him, spend some time with him. There was an article written in the Cross and Crescent about it, but what happened afterwards is he eventually passed away. And so we as a group collectively got together and really sat down in a room and passed a lit lamp around the room, and whoever was holding the lamp got to share some funny, sad, happy, whatever memories about Scott. And it was just such a cool experience to see everyone unite together. The Greek community rallied around us at SEMO, and it was just so cool to see, no matter what chapter you were in, whether fraternity or sorority, everyone was there to support us in our time of need. And I think that's really what fraternity sorority life is, what a Greek community is we are all doing the same thing together. We may have a different way of going about it, but we are all here collectively to improve everyone's life for the social good. And I think that was just one of my favorite memories if I had to choose one.
Yeah. Well, that's a great one, you know? And I think how cool for you guys to be able to come together, under not great circumstances by any means, but
it was a celebration of life. And I think that was what was so important about it is sure, we mourned, but we mourned in a way that we got to talk about all of the happy memories and funny moments and everything like that. And I still think about that today, and it's just super exciting to be able to talk about that.
Yeah, no doubt. I always think that through those like greatest times of adversity is when you have those memories that like really shape you and change you into be like who you are in and of yourself, and in this case to become like the best version of yourself to go there.
Yeah, I don't think like I said, I don't think I would have matured or became the individual I am today without Lambda Chi Alpha and the brothers I've made and some of the best memories that I've had have been in this organization, and it's been a part of my life for, like I said, over a decade now, and it's been something that I wouldn't work here if I didn't believe in what we are doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I believe in the mission and the goal, and I believe that Lambda Chi Alpha can improve and assist our members to becoming our best. And people may not see that sometimes, and they may only see what happens at the chapter level, but I would encourage them to really look at the larger picture of what we're trying to do, because we are here for the social good.
Yeah, that's well said.
Very well said.
I try.
You do good. Well, that's great. So I think we have about 20 minutes here before our first guest at 11. So, we are going to prepare for that, make sure we're ready.
But before that,
yes.
We have a quick plug.
Ooh, a plug.
If people didn't notice, I'm wearing this nice vest here. Let me move the microphone out of the way.
Ooh.
It has Lambda Chi Alpha embroidered on the vest right here.
Yep.
It's a sleeveless vest. It's a North Face sleeveless vest.
Very fancy.
Taylor's also wearing a Chops sweater.
Yes.
All of these can be found at shop.lambdachi.org if you are interested. So make sure you check out that swag.
Yeah, and if your chapter is a specific order you want to place for, a homecoming event or any kind of other, just general chapter event, they can do custom things like that as well. They're a great partner of ours, and they are currently running a Movember partnership right now too. So if there is any chapter that's working, having a good Movember philanthropic event, they can easily, set you up with shirts that already are on the rack that you can buy, and they will be donating back directly to your chapter. So great partner. They give back a lot, and they have good stuff too.
Definitely.
Check it out.
Definitely.
Really do.
Yep. So obviously this whole live stream is for our Founders Day Giving Challenge.
Yes.
So to donate, go to lambdachifoundation.org/FDC. That's Frank Delta Charlie. Make sure you go there. You can read a little bit about the Founders Day Challenge. It also gives you the link to give. So we don't expect people to give thousands and thousands of dollars. Give whatever you can.
Every little bit counts.
Every little bit counts. All of the money goes to support our undergraduate programming and educational initiatives. So
Absolutely.
Please make sure, if you have the opportunity and have the ability to, please make sure you give to us.
Yeah, we have a goal of $600,000, I believe, this year.
I think so, yeah.
And I think we're a sixth of the way there as
We're
of
well
like
on our way.
10 o'clock. So,
Yeah.
again, thank you for what you can give. And if you can, please do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
All right.
So I have some more. Sorry.
Oh my gosh, Mike. But it's all good. It's all great.
Well, and I think it's important, too, just so everyone knows a little bit more about the foundation. $1 million of leadership development has already gone into educational programming within the last, 18 months?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's to support programs like the Leadership Skills Certification Academy, which is going to be rolling out here at the start of the new year.
Correct.
Partnerships with Kaplan, the Ideal Man programming that we're creating, all of that, which is rolling out around the first of the year. So they've given $126,000 to educational conferences. It just
That's fantastic.
The mission of the organization is so important, and it drives what we are trying to do for Lambda Chi Alpha. As we've talked about all these great memories and everything like that, we can't do that without building better men.
Mm-hmm.
And to do that, we need the educational foundation and the tools and assets and the support of the alumni. We can't thank you all enough for the support you give us, whether that's time, talent, or treasure.
Yeah.
It's amazing that you're there to support this organization, even though you're past your time in college, but you still see the value in this organization and what we're doing to develop our members.
Yeah, we always, as I've been here in my limited time, what we've been trying to say is like, yes, you're an undergraduate for 4 years, right?
Yeah.
But Lambda Chi is really for a lifetime. Like if you can give back, like you said, time, talent, treasure, whatever have you. That's what's important. How we can better serve the undergraduates that come in every year to help them become the best versions of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And the foundation does that in so many different ways, thanks to our alumni.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's just, making it better for the next generation of brothers.
Yeah,
you
definitely.
know? So all good stuff. And we will be sharing more fun facts from the foundation throughout the day. But yeah, I think, Mike, you're exactly right. We can't thank our donors, alumni, everyone who makes Lambda Chi possible enough.
Yeah. So, Matt, how's it going?
Quite well, Mike.
Good. Is your day going well?
So far, yes. It's been nice. I've sent out a number of emails to some of our corporate partners to ask them to encourage to give as well.
I think that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I think it's cool, too, to see non-members donate, which we have a number of them donate each year.
Yes.
Whether that's a parent or a friend. I know my mother also gives, so if she's watching, she needs to do that.
Yes, Lori.
So come on, Lori, you need to give.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's a fun opportunity today. We get to sit here and just kind of have some conversations.
I know, it's great.
And chat. I don't know if anyone just saw, but we just dropped the Spooky Season Chop Talk podcast.
We did.
We did. That was so much fun.
That was a good one. So it's out there on the website. We share it on social. So if you haven't taken a listen,
yeah, no spoilers too much, but we did review like a list of some Prime movies that
Yes.
were good spooky movies, not Amazon
Spooky
Prime.
movies.
I mean, some of them, I guess,
They
could
could
be.
be on-
I know.
They could be on Prime.
I'm not promoting it at all.
No.
Just saying, like, no relation there to that language. But I did roll off some of those and watch some, and I think I actually creeped myself out at one point in time because I started Candyman at like 1 in the morning, on, like a Saturday
Why'd
morning.
you do
Poor
that?
choices.
No, it was actually a great poor choice because I was like, I need to go to bed right now, and I was just like, I need to remove myself from this situation and go to my bed and hide under the covers because it's fine. It's all
Yes.
safe under there.
That's fair.
I love how the covers are just like the protective barrier from
Right,
trouble.
like nothing is going to get you if you're under the covers.
If there's one theme I've seen in these movies, we also watch like the Amityville Horror Stories,
yeah.
horror movie with Ryan Reynolds and all that, and the theme was, if I run away from whatever this scary thing is and hide under this thin layer of cotton, I'm fine.
Yeah,
Don't worry about me.
Nothing can touch me.
Nothing.
Yes.
I think a weighted blanket might feel a little more secure, but I don't have one.
Probably.
Well, if you need to like pull it over your head, that might be troubling if you're like an 8-year-old, right?
That's true.
Right. Like this
You
15,
get trapped under it.
Yeah, the 8 pound weighted blanket.
20.
I
I
don't
got
know.
20 pound in my house.
20
pounds?
Yeah, it's awesome.
I didn't even know it came.
I feel like it would crush me.
I know.
maybe-
I feel like 8 pounds would be my max.
Let me pull it back. Maybe it's a 10-pound blanket, but we double it up on itself, so we call it 20 pounds.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's it.
That
Yeah,
makes
sorry.
sense.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, if you haven't checked out the spooky season Chop Talk podcast, you can hear more of this.
Yeah, and the goal with Chop Talk, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm just now the assistant
to the executive producer.
Title pending.
Yes.
The goal is to have a mix of important things that we talk about that push the envelope of like what undergraduate life is, what Greek life is, what fraternities and sororities are all about.
No holds bar.
Yeah, and just to kind of keep it fun. So
yeah,
like we are here to give some opinions, but we also want to see how we can better talk and communicate with our members, alumni and undergraduates.
Right. Well, and one of the series on Chop Talk that we're really excited that's coming out is a 3-part series called Stories from the Gavel.
Stories from the Gavel.
And, we talked about the High Alpha Summit earlier and how the foundation is a critical part of that conference. So in this series, we're going to be talking with past High Alphas, current High Alphas, and everyone in between about their experiences and just hearing stories from them from their High Alpha experience.
Definitely.
So the first episode of that will be dropping next week. So give that a listen. It's going to be great. We talked to Justin Fisher
and Dan Hartman,
who we've had on today, and we'll have on more today.
Definitely.
So
yeah. It's a cool series. I think it's interesting just to be able to talk to High Alphas about their experiences. The second part of the series, we interview 2 current High Alphas,
right?
And some of the things they went through, especially with this pandemic, and how they still kept chapters operating, and what recruitment looked like, and how they kept themselves sane during such a changing time in our country, in our world. It was very interesting for them to see that.
Well, yeah, it's I think it's a true testament to them and being creative. And we talked a lot about, I'm not going to spoil too much, but about recruitment and how they had to get really creative with how they were recruiting through the pandemic. So
yeah, we'll also be live from the High Alpha Summit Neville Advisors College in Austin, Texas.
January.
Just
coming up.
If you need to register, Lambda Chi Alpha Conferences or LCAconferences.org. My apologies, LCAconferences.org. That's where you can go to register.
Yeah. And just to pull it back, like the conferences, the podcast and everything that we do, like there's a lot of communications always coming from the Office of Administration in very much to try and educate and inform as much as possible to give people, just keep them in the know of what's going on, or if you're an undergraduate, to tell you what the important things are.
Yeah.
We know that everyone is bombarding you with communications, no matter what. So why we try and do these podcasts too is to just give you another way to consume this and to help you understand what Lambda Chi is doing.
Absolutely.
To meet you where you're at, basically. That's how I say it, because when I put on a podcast, I'll do any, if I'm at my house, like I'm just going to go ahead and like clean, or if I'm doing laundry, or whatever, cooking breakfast.
Yeah.
I usually have a podcast on. So
yeah.
It helps me to understand better, even through this sometimes, because I'm not always involved in it, understand other initiatives and things that are going on here at the office.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, and I think, too, the podcast just gives everyone a perspective that is not from the Office of Administration. It's just what Taylor and I and our guest really, and Matt, what we think. Like, it's just kind of a personal perspective, just a different viewpoint. From some individuals who work at the office, and we've had ER docs on before, Dr. Lou Perfetta, who's getting initiated this weekend, actually.
Oh, that's so exciting.
Yeah, so he's going to be initiated. So that's really cool to see, and I'm excited for him to go through that and become a brother of Lambda Chi Alpha.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, he spoke this past summer, right?
Yeah. He did a live Q&A, which was exciting.
Yeah, right here from the office.
Never done a live Q&A before.
That was an interesting experience.
Well, it was a live Q&A over... It was virtual, right?
Right. So yeah, I mean, it went really well, and everyone loved that experience and that session. So hoping that we can have him back and do something similar.
He's a former TED Talk speaker, right?
So he's done TED Talks. He writes a lot of articles on LinkedIn. Yep. So if you haven't checked any of those out, I would definitely recommend Lou Perfetta on LinkedIn.
Yep.
He is a fantastic individual, very unfiltered.
Yeah, I was saying he definitely tells us like straight and unfiltered.
Which we appreciate about him.
Yeah, that's one I mention it every time. It's one of the things I love about having him on the podcast is Lou Perfetta really is a straight shooter and just calls it how it is, and I don't think he really cares what you think.
Yep,
that's
he's
his opinion.
Just gonna say it.
Yeah, that's his opinion.
So yeah, well, I know we said like 10 minutes ago that we were going to break, but then we had all these great things to talk about, which is, fantastic.
We don't even have to go to break at this point.
Okay, great. I love it.
Yeah, we're live and we're waiting for our guest. Do we want to do a quick little intro on our guest before he joins?
Yeah, I think we should. I'm going to grab my computer really quick.
Please do. Matt, what do you do to give back to Lambda Chi Alpha?
Well, other than the money I just gave back today.
Well, thank you so much for your donation.
You're welcome. I'm a donor, by the way. So if you do get on that mobile cause site through the link that Mike just shared,
LambdaChiFoundation.org/FDC, and that stands for Founders Day Challenge.
You can always search for my name, Matt Hornyak, HORNYAK, and feel free to give under my page as I'm an ambassador. So this year, Justin Reed, one of our stewardship officers, challenged me to be an ambassador. So
what are you doing for that?
For me, right now, I'm emailing friends of myself, of my own, partners of ours, corporate partners mostly, and then other vendors that help Lambda Chi achieve all of our big goals and things like that. And ask them to give back.
All right. So our guest is here. So we're going to go ahead and bring him in. I think. Oh, I love the shirt.
Oh, that's great.
That sweatshirt is fantastic.
Hello.
Welcome, Dick. How's it going? You're muted, by the way. Dick, I think you're muted.
Okay, how about now?
Can't hear anything.
Hello?
There you go.
Can we hear you now?
Hello?
No, that's interesting. We will be right back.
Well, I guess you guys are hearing me. Wave if you are hearing me. I see that you're muted, or the Kenny Chesney studio is muted.
Okay, so we are experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties. We have Dick with us, but we cannot hear him. So, this is one of the fun things about doing a live stream for the first time. So we are working on that in the meantime. But yeah, we will be with Dick in just a few minutes. Dick is a former NASA astronaut, so that's amazingly cool. And as you can see, he's wearing a very cool Missouri Lambda Chi throwback sweater. I love it. That kind of goes with my Chaps sweater too, Dick. So that's great. So yeah, we're excited to talk to you. Like I said, we're just experiencing a bit of technical difficulties. So we will be right back, and just hold tight, everyone.
Okay.
Hey, Dick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. I can hear you as well.
Yay.
So we're gonna have to kind of pivot like this. So we'll have one earphone in for the Zoom, and then we'll just be talking into the microphones. So.
Can you turn your microphone down on your? Because they can hear you right now.
All right, everyone. So thank you so much for hanging on. And we have figured out the technical difficulties. So we're back with Dick. So Dick, thank you so much for being with us and celebrating Founder Days with us. And we're just so thankful to have you here with us.
Well, thanks. Thanks for thinking of me for this event.
Absolutely. So, Dick, I was thinking that we could first start out with you just giving us a quick background on yourself, just for our listeners and our viewers.
Sure. Well, let's see. Only child, grew up in a military service family, moved around the country, born in Key West, but I was only there long enough for my mother to get out of the hospital and off to the next duty station that my father had already been posted to. So we bounced around at a lot of different places while I was growing up, but we ended up as last duty station back at my mother and father's home area, which was actually south of St. Louis. But we moved to St. Louis, Missouri, and that's where I finally got 4 years in a row of going to school. And after graduating from high school, went to the University of Missouri on a Naval ROTC scholarship at the time. And about a year into my life at the University of Missouri at Columbia, I met a couple of people that would end up really altering how I was going to complete my college career. That was a guy by the name of Paul Keller, who was part of a reorganization that was going on with the Gamma Kappa chapter there at the University of Missouri Lambda Chi. They were going through a reorganization is the most easiest way to describe it. I'm sure the people listening, you've ever been part of this process where the national chapter comes in and has to remove a number of people and then start over basically with just a smaller number of people. And they were looking to rebuild the chapter there. And I jumped in. I was still somewhat awkward at the time and was looking for more of a social group that I could stick to there. And they seemed like a great bunch of guys. And one of the best decisions I ever made was to become a Lambda Chi there at the University of Missouri. So that all went well to my graduation in 1969, and I had an ROTC commitment, so I had 5 years in the Navy, and literally I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do in the Navy. I actually went to got a nuclear engineering degree, if you look at my bio, and so it was kind of pointed toward Navy nuclear submarines, but then just kept... I just heard this idea of going to fly for the Navy, and one thing I had was 20/20 vision, which now you can correct, but back then you couldn't. Right. And so that made me somewhat unique. And so applied, and sure enough, the Navy took a flyer on me, and I went down to Pensacola and flew airplanes, got my wings, and I was good at it. And then later on, so I gave up any career I had thought of being a chemical engineer and decided to stay in the Navy. And about that time, I went off to the Naval Test Pilot School, and NASA came calling, and they wanted to start a new cadre of NASA astronauts to fly and launch the space shuttle, and was selected in 1980 and spent the next 25 years there. And 4 flights, and moved around in management, the space shuttle program, managed a Hubble Space Telescope servicing mission, and very fulfilling career there. Then later on went to Boeing, and now I'm back in Houston, Texas, right where I started in 1980. So that's the nutshell.
That's awesome. So, Dick, I have a question for you, actually. Before you joined, we were talking a lot about what Lambda Chi Alpha meant to us.
Right.
And so I know you had an interesting story about kind of a reorganization and things like that. But what are maybe some of your favorite memories of Lambda Chi Alpha? What really does this organization mean to you?
Well, it grounded me there at a time when I needed grounding, and gave me a social network to join. And it turned out that those people there at that chapter, even though we hardly even filled up the building that we were in at that particular moment, they became great friends, and I still communicate with them once a week here. Well, gosh, what is it? 50 years later. And so I think the friendship and the brotherhood that we had at the Gamma Kappa, we all knew we were under the gun, but we decided we were all going to band together and try to build the chapter back up, and we were successful. And I was very glad that was my first thing I ever joined in. That turned out to be, we had to work hard and we were successful at it. So maybe that started a trend, and so I'm really happy about that. I wish that for everyone.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's a common theme of what Taylor and I have been talking about, and some of the people we've been having conversations with, is really that camaraderie and that connection that you make with some of these people. And I imagine you've been in some of their weddings, you've seen the birth of their children, which I think is so cool.
Yes.
That these people become lifelong friends.
Yes, that's the best way to describe it. I would agree 100%. And I just hope everybody, and I suppose fraternities aren't for everybody, but for those of you that are considering it, now I guess the people I'm talking to are former Lambda guys. You can't, of course, you can't force your kids to do anything, but encouraging them with that sort of thing, I think that helps you get through a difficult time period.
Definitely. So I kind of want to jump into, really, how did Lambda Chi Alpha, do you think, got you to where you are today with NASA and becoming an astronaut?
Well, they really encouraged me to buckle down and make sure I had the grades, and applied myself at the University of Missouri. We had we had a lot of encouragement. Ward Chambers, who was the president of the organization, great guy. He may be on today, I don't know. Great guy, was, even though he was another college student just like me, but he had maturity ahead of his time. And he provided a lot of guidance to us hey, you can go out and do the party thing. And we had 2 girls' schools within walking distance of us. So there's all kinds of opportunities. They're not steady. And while you wanted to participate in the University of Missouri social scene, the other thing is that you had to apply yourself to your studies. And so they provided a nice stability for me for that, and ended up, I was a good student, and I remained a good student, fortunately, because I had that guidance. And sure enough, when NASA applied, or when NASA asked about this, I applied. And that was the 1978 selection. I was not selected in 1978, but got enough encouragement down in the Johnson Space Center in Houston to reapply in 2 years. So I sent off a Freedom of Information request to NASA saying, okay, send me everything you've collected on me. And this package showed up. And I was stunned that they actually went back and had a transcript of all my grades from the University of Missouri. So at that point, I was sure glad I paid attention to that. I guess they wanted to make sure I was a serious student, and that probably didn't have a whole lot to do with my selection. But if it had been on the other side of the ledger, those grades, it might have been a different story.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's so great that you had that support system, and your brothers to encourage you to really pursue what you wanted to do. So that's so exciting that you had that and you were able to fulfill your dream, And so talking about you working for NASA, being an astronaut, I think that is something that all of us kind of not put on a pedestal, but it's fascinating to a lot of us.
I definitely want to be an astronaut when I was a kid.
Right. And I think a lot of us do. That's one of those where it's like, oh my gosh, I can, go to space and explore all of these uncharted worlds. So Dick, I would love to hear, maybe what was your favorite memory from your days as an astronaut?
I don't know that it was you have to understand that Johnson Space Center is a very close-knit community. It's south of Houston, if you've ever been there, and it's sort of halfway between Houston and Galveston. And people think of it as a very large area. Of course, Houston's the fourth largest city in the country, but where we are, we're sort of in the they call it the colonies of Houston. And as such, it's a very tight-knit community. There's about 20,000 people there that are either NASA employees or contractors, but somehow it seems smaller than that. And you know each other, particularly within the management there. So I was there from STS-1 to STS-134, so saw it all, including some great successes with the Hubble Space Telescope repair mission, the bringing the Russians, then the Soviet Union, into a joint program and operating in the Mir space station, and then later forming this huge international coalition to build an international space station. I think the transition between standalone shuttle flying, that was what we were doing for the first maybe third of our flights, where we were really just involving occasionally a few internationals, to all of a sudden going to a truly international program and building a space station with 17 different partners, including a country that we tend to have difficulties with politically, but behind the scenes, NASA and Russia have been operating together now for over 21 years on the International Space Station, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. Right. And so whatever happens that you read about in the paper, there's a group of about 1,000 people that are awake in Moscow and Houston and all over the world, Japan, Europe. They're all working together in this great platform we have. So going from a sort of a U.S.-only program to a truly international program, which you've got something like space, we ought to go together or not at all. And so we finally got that together now, and that's probably I'm most proud of that, to help. I didn't do it, but I helped along with a lot of other people, and I'm proud of that participation.
That's awesome. And so I'm kind of curious too. Obviously, you've seen the news recently of some of these companies who are trying to create commercial space flight,
right?
And people kind of going up there. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's just a natural evolution of what we've been saying. And I gave speeches to communities in all 50 states for my 20-year NASA career, and traveled to lots of different places. And we talked up the idea that one day this isn't going to be just, you have to go to Houston, you have to become a NASA astronaut, you have to fly in NASA vehicles. If you want to go to space, it's going to be something else eventually. And now this something else is here. And admittedly, it's now the private aspect of it requires a lot of money to do it, but that's the foot in the door for private. And I'm hopeful that as that continues, there'll be more and more opportunities for people to participate that otherwise couldn't afford the price tag that we have today. Hopefully, that'll be a different thing in the future. And this new commercial space station that was just announced, that the private companies go to. I believe after watching Elon Musk at SpaceX, Jeff Bezos and Blue Origin, those guys have been doing a fantastic job of developing space vehicles that are safe. Particularly Elon Musk, he just dazzles me. I wish he'd been with us on STS-1. We might have shuttles still flying if Elon had been there, but they're just doing a great job, and more power to them. And if I was a young person, I'd be very enthusiastic about that. There's some great videos that SpaceX has put out about the celebrations that they had for the launch of the Heavy Falcon 2 or 3 years ago. It's on YouTube. If you want a great video to to see what the younger generation looks like, even not those flying, but those that are building SpaceX. That was the launch of the Heavy Falcon, that which put Elon Musk's Tesla in orbit. It's a great video because you see a lot of young people jumping up and down that were just like me 30 years ago. So that was very heartening to watch.
That's fantastic. So what is your favorite Lambda Chi memory?
Yeah.
If you had to kind of pinpoint one, what do you think that would be?
Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember. I know you sent me these questions ahead of time, but I should have paid more attention to them.
It's a question to answer.
It is.
Yeah, it is, because there's so many of them. I always look forward to homecoming, and because we had a great fraternity house. Fortunately, we no longer have it over on Kentucky Avenue in Columbia. And we had a great fraternity house there. And so fraternities at that time would put on decorations for homecoming. I don't know if they still do that or not in Columbia. But as time evolved, you got into competitions with the other fraternities. Yeah. And so we started, fortunately, they had a guy that's a future NASA astronaut there, because I approached it, hey, money's no object here. Let's go figure out how to make it. How to win. And so along with several other fraternity members of mine, one guy in particular I think of as Don Fusen, he was the engineer and technical architect of how we built this monstrous tiger in our front lawn. It was bigger than the house, and it moved. It had arms and legs.
Oh my gosh, that's cool.
Yeah, with lighting and so forth. And it was a thing to behold. It literally it rained the day before, I'll never forget, and everything almost fell apart. So we had to stay up all night to repair it in order to get it ready for a homecoming night, and we did it. And this is the part where my parents found out about. I didn't study because that's all I could do was to help get this thing ready. It was just a lot of fun doing that. And again, the whole idea was it brought us together in a common project, and we were successful at it. So that was just a lot of fun. I will never forget that display, particularly when Don turned it on in the evening while the alumni were walking around, and it actually worked. We were just beside ourselves.
I'm sure. I can't imagine how great that felt to see it kind of come to life, especially after raining and
right. And it's something on homecoming.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Well, Dick, another thing that we've kind of been touching on and talking about through this day already is, the idea that Lambda Chi Alpha is not 4 years; it's for a lifetime. So I would love to hear from you, maybe how currently you're still connected to the fraternity. And if you get together with some of your brothers on a regular basis, or how you kind of keep up Lambda Chi in your own life.
Well, Facebook helps now, but there's no substitute for personal interaction, face-to-face opportunities. And so so far we've done pretty good. We've actually called up. I've got 3 or 4 former brothers that are in the St. Louis area, and even though I'm not there anymore, I find reason to go up there frequently, and we've been successful at actually say, hey, I'm coming up, let's go out and get our wives and go out and have dinner, and on occasion we'll go to a football game, and I suspect that's a lot how a lot of the University of Missouri graduates get together, but for us it's been successful. Of course, some are further away than others, and it's harder for them to get there, but so far it's been successful. And we really have a great time. We just go over all the old stories, of which most of them I can't tell you. I wouldn't want to.
Right, but that's so fantastic that you are able to, all these years later, still get together, still reminisce on all of those memories. And I think that's a big part of what this is today, of just reliving some of those stories, some of those great times, and how Lambda Chi has touched you,
Yeah.
So
yes.
Yeah. Well, that's great. So I also wanted to know, kind of going back to your time as a NASA astronaut, what would you say was maybe the most challenging part of that?
That's a good question.
Yeah, great question. The most challenging. Well, the most challenging is to get selected, obviously, because you weren't certain what they were what they were looking for. Like I said, I was on both sides of it. I wasn't selected the first time around, but just going through the selection process made me more confident the second time around, just because it wasn't new to me. And plus the fact that you go down to the Johnson Space Center and you see the former Apollo astronauts walking around the campus, you can't help but be just starstruck by that experience. But then you sort of say, well, I'm not any slouch either. And so the second time I went there, I had a lot more confidence. And I think also the fact of it is that I was having a great career in the Navy. I was flying high performance airplanes off aircraft carriers, which is a great experience also. And if I had not been selected and the Navy was going to be my career, that was just fine. Yeah. And so I heard one other fellow astronaut describe it as the best way to approach this thing, or anything that you want will make it plan B, not plan A. You ought to have a plan A that you're going to go and do regardless of whatever happens with plan B. And if plan B becomes plan A, great. But otherwise, just relax because you're already in a good spot. And this would just make it even better if you're selected. But if you're not selected, don't worry about it. So I think that was pretty good advice, and helped calm things down a little bit on the second visit. And maybe that our confidence paid off for me. I don't know. I never did understand why they picked me, why they did not pick some of the other very qualified people that I happen to know that were interviewed as well.
So I have to know, the photo over your shoulder.
Yes.
What is that exactly? I keep looking at it.
Oh, up there in the that's a at the time we have to do a crew photo, and that's a crew from STS-41, my second shuttle mission to my first command. And normally these crew photos that we saw at the time, this was STS-41, so there have been 40 other launches prior to that. And most of the time, the crew photos you're just sitting around the table, smiling, and that's it. And we had one individual on my crew, Bill Shepard, former Navy SEAL, who was advocating that we do something different. So we did the sit around the table photo, but he suggested we go do something else. And so we called up NASA Photography, and they say, hey, how about doing something different this time? And they were all for it. I think they were getting tired of shooting the same shot also. And so we all trooped out to Ellington Field, which is just north of us there, which is where we fly our T-38 jets, and put on our T-38 parachutes, helmets, and so forth, and got NASA Ellington to put as a backdrop one of their shiniest T-38s they could find. And they're there at sunset or sunrise, just before the sun came up, to get the right lighting. So that's what happened. So that's the forefront of it. Now the photos are all over the map. You see all kinds of great photos now, but that was our first effort to do something that was different and maybe more appealing. And so I kept the copy of it and framed it, and so now it's sitting here in my office in Houston.
It's a beautiful photo.
Kind of leading the charge on that.
Yeah,
for sure.
I don't get any credit for that. I was the skeptical one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dick.
I couldn't get any credit for that. I was as the commander, I was the skeptical guy. You don't want people running off with crazy stuff. But Bill Shepard was the advocate of that, along with a couple of other guys, Bruce Melnick on there. They just trust us to it, so we did, and great.
Absolutely. That's fantastic. So I think one of the questions that has popped up for me, and maybe, some of our viewers are also thinking this, but what was that experience like for you to be in space?
Right.
I think that is so cool. And I would love to hear more about that experience from you.
Well, I'll describe my first few minutes then. That's I'll never forget that on STS-28. Of course, the launch was your all business and focused on your training, and but now you're actually feeling all these vibrations, noise, and acceleration from a shuttle launch that takes you to 17,000 miles an hour in 8 minutes. But you don't see anything because you're vertically oriented, and all you see is sky and clouds. And pretty soon you're above whatever clouds there are. And there was, since it was daylight, there wasn't any darkness or anything like that, or any stars or anything like that. And honestly, when I looked out after the main engines cut off and we were in zero gravity, we jettisoned the external fuel tank, and still we couldn't see the Earth. And 3 minutes after that, my commander, Brewster Shaw, had to pitch the shuttle down so that the people in the overhead window behind us could take photographs of the external tank, just to document for any damage or anything like that. Right. And so he pitched it 90 degrees down, and all of a sudden the whole front windows filled up with Europe. And we were just coming over Ireland and passing south, just north of the English Channel, and then started down right through cutting a line straight through the heart of Europe. I could look out in the distance and see Italy and the boot there, and I saw the cities, rivers, and so forth. And my first thought was, boy, I wish they gave me all these things to study, but they didn't give me any geography lessons, so I didn't know what I was looking at. I saw that on my next part, so that I was better prepared for what I was looking at. But you're just when you see the Earth, even if it's only, and I say only, 160 nautical miles above the Earth, the thing of it is, though, it's 160 miles, but you see the speed that you're going a lot easier than you are if you're at geosynchronous orbit, which you wouldn't see speed at all. But you saw the Earth passing underneath you, and I took my breath away for a second. Brewster, my commander, had to tap me on the shoulder and says, "Quite a view, isn't it?" And I said, yeah. Of course, he was busy doing other things. I said, you couldn't believe it. It says, you got 4 days to look at it. Now back to work.
Well, and you brought up a good point too, is that all you can hear is the instrument sounds and all of that. Like, I don't think there's any simulator in the world that can prepare you for what you feel and the G-forces you feel and everything all happening at one time during a launch.
Yeah, and it's the simulators, don't get me wrong, the simulators at the Johnson Space Center were just fabulous. They really prepared us. But they were simulators, and you knew when you got in them you weren't going to die, and so the real thing, of course, is the real thing. And then things would happen, like we're 3 minutes in the launch, and all of a sudden we hear this bang, and even though we had helmets on and so forth, we heard it, and we nobody said a thing, and finally Brewster said, "Boy, I hope that wasn't important." The guy was laughing, and I guess it wasn't, because we were told later that probably it was just the fact that since we were sitting inside of a pressurized cabin, and the cabin was expanding due to the fact that the atmosphere outside of it was going to zero PSI, that just like the expansion noises in your house at night, you hear this noise and you don't know what that was. You're probably saying to yourself, "Boy, I hope that wasn't important," when you hear it. So it turned out when we got back that they figured that that's just the cabin pressure, the crew cabin just relieving itself, so to speak. And so I didn't want to hear that noise again, unfortunately.
I'm sure not.
But if it happened again, you would know what it was.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So I kind of want to ask you, too, is what does giving back mean to you? We talk about giving back with time, talent, and treasure. And giving back to Lambda Chi Alpha, what does that mean for you? And what can you tell some of our members, potential donors? What does that mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I've given financially to Lambda Chi, because it's probably not surprising, because I thought they were a very stabilizing, important aspect of my college career. And so I'd like to have the people that are like me, or like I was then, and I'm sure there are a bunch of them going to school right now, have that same opportunity I have. And I think a fraternity is a great way to experience that. And so providing some financial support to enable that kind of experience for the current generation, I think it's an invaluable thing to do. And so I encourage everybody to support that, so that the type of inspiration I got is available to the kids today.
Yeah, I think that's so important, and we've been hitting on that all of today, and I'm so glad that you mentioned that, Dick, because, it is something that we are trying to make better for the next generation of brothers and continually grow upon that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's a fantastic point. And so we talked about what Lambda Chi Alpha means to you, but more specifically, what would you say that Founders Day, this day that we're in right now, it's 112 years of brotherhood. What does that mean to you?
Well, I wasn't aware of it until you all contacted me. Then I read up on it, and it's pretty awesome. 112 years. Yeah. This kind of experience has been going on, and Lambda Chi has been able to keep that going for that long period of time. It must be a good thing. That's all I can say. And it was for me, and I think it's all incumbent on all of us that are here now to help keep that going in the future. I hope we're successful with that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So I want to wrap up with talking about, if you had one message to give to our membership, our alumni base, what would that be?
I think that, don't forget about Lambda Chi. If you had a good experience there, I think you should remember it. And those of us now that are alumni that are older now, we're possibly in a better financial condition than we were when we were chasing nickels rolling across the floor. And so we ought to remember Lambda Chi and remember the brothers that we had, and help the new kids have the same experience we did. So just be generous and remember us.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic and a great point to kind of end on. So, Mike, what would be your big takeaway from this great conversation that we've had with Dick today?
I want to become an astronaut.
Yes, that is still the goal. There's still time.
I have changed my career path.
Right.
I want to become an astronaut.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, don't. If I can do it, anybody can. So don't rule it out.
Right.
So my biggest takeaway is that you can do anything you set your mind to. Lambda Chi Alpha can be that vehicle to get you there and help with the support system that you have and the people you surround yourself. You can achieve anything you want, and I think that's super important.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more with you, and that's probably my biggest takeaway as well. Absolutely. So, well, Dick, we want to thank you again so much for taking time out of your day to be with us on this special Founders Day. We so appreciate it, and it was so exciting to hear your story and how Lambda Chi has shaped you. So thank you again so much for your time.
Sure. And you described this as a throwback sweatshirt. Is that right?
I think so. I mean, it's kind of like this chop sweater that's a little bit throwback vibe.
I like it. I need a sweatshirt like that.
Yeah.
This is actually the one I flew to space with, and probably this photo's.
Yeah.
I think probably this is what I'm wearing in that photo that you've got there at your headquarters. Yeah. Yeah, it still fits too. Great. I was happy about it.
Hey, there you go. Oh man. Well, thank you so much again, Dick. And it was great talking to you. And we hope that you enjoy this Founders Day and the rest of your day.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good luck to you all. Thank you. Enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So that was fantastic.
I agree.
I'm a little disappointed we had some technical difficulties, but
Well, I think that's kind of the nature of the beast with this, this live stream. But
yes.
I think we had a great conversation with him once we kind of got got going,
We did.
and got past the technical difficulties. But that's okay. And it was just so exciting to hear how Lambda Chi really played a part in his goal to become an astronaut.
Yeah. Like I said, I want to become an astronaut.
I know. Maybe you should change your career path, right now.
I imagine I may be past the age of it training for an astronaut.
I mean, maybe, but that's okay. So yeah, I just think that it's so great that we can hear from some of these alumni, who, we haven't had a chance to talk with Dick, but I'm so glad we did get to talk to him on Founders Day.
I would love to do a podcast with him at some point.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And kind of just dive deeper into his experiences. Like I said, I'm just so fascinated with space and the experience of going to space. Like, I cannot fathom that.
No, I couldn't imagine also being strapped to essentially a missile taking you to outer space.
Right.
Like, there are so many different things that can happen, and the education and the mindset and the challenges that you have to go through to make sure you're prepared for almost any situation that can occur, I think is just a fantastic thing. I cannot fathom.
Right, exactly. And on the Lambda Chi part of things, when we were talking to Dick, it's also so heartwarming to hear that he still gets together with his chapter brothers even now, and they make the time to see each other and get together and kind of reminisce on all of those great memories that they have.
Definitely. Yep. And once again, just kind of plugging the day today is Founders Day, and we're doing a Founders Day challenge at Lambda Chi Alpha Foundation.org/FDC. You can read up on there, and it gives you a link to donate. So please make sure donation, small or large, whatever you have, it goes to a good cause.
It really
goes
does.
to supporting our brothers and our membership. And so we would really appreciate any support that you can give.
Absolutely. So we are going to take just a quick break here, and we'll be back with our next guest, which I believe that's at 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
It is.
That's super exciting.
Yeah. I want to play the next thing I want to play is a Movember advertisement. Obviously, it is November, so starting November. Do you want to give us a quick little plug about Movember?
Absolutely. So Movember is a great charity organization that Lambda Chi Alpha has partnered with, and they are really, changing the way we talk about men's health. So making it less taboo, if you will, to talk about mental health, to talk about physical health, getting a prostate exam, all this stuff that we don't really talk about on a daily basis.
But it is important.
But it's so important, absolutely. So they're making it easier to talk about all those things, promote it through growing a mustache.
Growing a mustache.
And our big slogan, I guess, if you will, with them is grow mo, save a bro.
Save a bro. I love it.
Yeah. So we're encouraging our chapters to join our challenge, help us fundraise for Movember. We have, as a whole organization, we have a goal of $250,000 throughout the month. I think we can hit it.
I think so too.
That would just be amazing. And all of this money goes directly to Movember to help fund research, to help fund, resources for mental health, all this great stuff that we really want to champion as Lambda Chi Alpha.
Right. Yeah. And so the challenge I'm doing is 30 workouts in 30 days.
That's fantastic.
I also shared with some of my chapter brothers that if they donate, I will start growing my mustache out. So
can I help you with that?
Oh, you definitely can.
I donate to you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Because I think I want to see that too.
Yeah, I only have a goal of $200. When I hit that 200, the beard's going away, and we're gonna keep the mustache.
Okay, well, folks, you heard it here first. I'm going to make sure that happens. That is my personal goal. So that's great. And Movember really just makes it so easy for you to fundraise how you want to. So for instance, I'm doing a challenge where I'm running 60 miles throughout the month of November. Same, really. Yeah. It's the same thing. To, bring awareness to men's health and raise that money through something that I love to do.
Yeah, definitely.
So
without further ado,
yes,
Movember.
Here we go.
The purpose of the Lambda Chi Alpha Educational Foundation is to invest in the ever-growing educational pursuits of Lambda Chi Alpha fraternity, and it's the vision of the foundation to create philanthropists and leaders for the world. This isn't too far off from the vision that John Jack Mason had when he actually started the foundation back in the 40s. Over that time, the foundation has invested millions of dollars from tens of thousands of donors, both alumni and friends of Lambda Chi Alpha. We look forward to the future investments the foundation will be making, including STED Leadership Seminar, High Alpha Summit and Neville Advisors College, as well as the brand new Leadership Skills Certification Academy. How can you be involved? Well, this Founders Day will mark the second annual Giving Day Challenge, November 2nd. We look forward to you participating. We wish the best to your chapters, and there will be prizes. Also, don't forget, in January, the Lambda Chi Alpha Educational Foundation Scholarship Application page opens. You can find more at our website. I hope you enjoy the weekend and have many great takeaways from this experience. Zeta Alpha Chi.
We believe in Lambda Chi Alpha
and its traditions, principles, and ideals.
The crescent is our symbol, pure, high, and ever-growing.
And the cross is our guide, denoting service, sacrifice, and even suffering and humiliation before the world.
Bravely endured, if need be, in following that ideal.
May we have faith in Lambda Chi Alpha
and passion for its welfare.
May we have hope for the future of Lambda Chi Alpha and the strength to fight for its teachings.
May we have pure hearts and may approach the ideal, perfect brotherly love.
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 We believe in Lambda Chi Alpha.
If I could personify Lambda Chi Alpha, I would say, thank you for the memories of these days together. For I am Lambda Chi Alpha here and now. I am wide and bold and proud. And your dreams have been my dreams, and your life my life. For not long have you stayed in my care, but we will be linked together always.
I love Lambda Chi Alpha. My relationship with our fraternity is deeply personal because my chapter experience changed me permanently and for the better. The love, the support, and the self-belief I gained as an undergraduate member helped me build a life I didn't even dream was possible the day I walked on campus. Everything I have, everything I am, I owe to my brothers, who are the men that taught me how to live a good life.
What we have is special. Our traditions, our principles and ideals, they're noble, they're timeless. We have an opportunity to attract the next generation of members by building the brotherhood that they need and the brotherhood that they want.
Always you have known that there is a purpose within you, a purpose essential to who you are. Give it to life again and again, for you'll never tire of seeing it shine.
Give them humility, so that they may always remember the simplicity of true greatness, the open mind of true strength. And let me, in my daily life, be such a brother as to deserve such brothers.
My favorite memory in Lambda Chi Alpha was my first visit to the Office of Administration when I found out that this was the right place for me and that I would be becoming a Lambda Chi.
My favorite memory of Lambda Chi Alpha is living in the fraternity house at William Jewell College. You know, we had a blast. Late night talks, the pranks, everybody studying for finals, eating together, all of the things that we did. But even more, we succeeded and failed at self-government, aimed at keeping ourselves consistent with the principles, ideals, and standards of Lambda Chi Alpha.
So I'd say my favorite memories of Lambda Chi is definitely my sophomore year bid day. So we used to operate on a fall recruitment cycle primarily when I first joined, and the next year we moved to a spring recruitment cycle. And so for a year and a half, we didn't really get a big new class of brothers. And so when it kind of finally came to spring 2020, we finally got a big class of new guys, and it was super rewarding to kind of see the fruits of our labor that we've been working on for a year and a half.
When I got to see my little get initiated, because while I was getting initiated, it's obviously a whole range of crazy different emotions, but getting to see my little initiated and be a part of ritual as well, that was really cool to see. I just really enjoyed being able to be there for someone and see their reaction, on top of being able to see all the new guys come in and hear their lenses get called out. That was a really exciting time, and I was able to process those emotions better, so I remember it better, and I'd have to say that's my best memory.
Hello, welcome back.
Hello.
Yes. So we just had a great conversation with Captain Richards, which was fantastic. We're so glad that he was able to join us and just kind of reminisce about, some of his favorite memories, his experience in space.
Which was awesome.
Yeah. I think he really convinced Mike here to want to change career paths.
Yeah. I don't know if Troy knows this yet, but I am putting my 2 weeks in to become an astronaut.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, it was just great to catch up with him. We're gonna have more great conversations.
We are
throughout this day, but right now we wanted to check in with Dan Hartman, our CEO of the Educational Foundation. Dan, you've been getting a lot of gifts so far.
A lot of gifts, a lot of comments.
Yeah, so we were hoping that you could share some of the stats and some of the comments that you've been getting.
Where are we at right now?
Absolutely. And just people continue to be so generous through our online site, lambdachaifoundation.org/FDC for Founders Day Challenge. We're getting very, very close to the $150,000
that's awesome.
matching
that's so
challenge,
great.
which is fantastic.
Yeah.
Over 500 donors. You'll remember last year we had just over 800 donors. I mean, we're going to eclipse that. We're
That's
looking
awesome.
at 1909. So we'd like a donor for every minute of the challenge.
Right.
And that'd be awesome. But just so appreciative. It occurred to me as a reading through the comments from this morning and seeing things that everybody's saying. Let's share that. Let's share that on the live stream, and let's
We
just
would love
start
that.
reading through this. It's going to take me some time.
We have the time.
Sheets worth.
He's got pages.
I've got
Right.
100 donors that have said stuff, and
man.
if you haven't made a gift yet, and you do, please leave a comment.
Yeah.
I'll come back on here and I'll read it during the live stream. Donors from all over the country. Paul Edmondson from South Dakota. My time in Lambda Chi House at USD was transformative for my life. Gaining many lifelong friends in the process. Marty Babicki at Mansfield, an alumni brother, extremely proud to be a brother. Steve Backer.
Mo. I love Steve.
Extremely proud to be a brother with a big exclamation point. Curtis Baxter at Arkansas State. At a time in my life when I needed it most, Lambda Chi gave me a sense of belonging.
That's cool.
Wonderful. Stanley Bellew with Georgia Tech said... Trevor Nicholas, way to go, Trevor, reminded me of the value that I have experienced in my life because of my Lambda Chi experiences. It's been 50 years since my Beta Kappa initiation in 1971.
That's really
cool. He gave a gift of $10, the tenfold challenge, $10 for each year. He has been a brother.
That's fantastic.
Matt Benkins, an alumni brother, just simply says gratitude. And we have other brothers. Dennis Belial from Gettysburg, loyalty, duty, and honor.
Yeah.
Lambda Chi core values.
Absolutely.
Goodness. There's so many on here. I want to keep reading them. Brandon Bonds. You remember Brandon on our staff. He's down there.
Yeah.
Lawyer, going through law school. Probably should be in class, Brandon, if you're watching this. But Brandon, the world needs more good guys, more Lambda Chi's, NZACs. Thank you, Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
David Birch, University of Georgia, former foundation board, served on the foundation board. Feel this money helps our brothers. Very proud to give back. Sean Cable, who's actually a friend of ours at UMKC, says, thank you, Lambda Chi, for believing in a different and a better fraternity experience. The world needs more Lambda Chi's and more people pushing each other toward the best versions of themselves. Cheers to Lambda Chi.
That's awesome.
Love that.
A thank you to our friends that are giving back
Yeah,
on
absolutely.
the day. And
Crucial part.
My phone here it's sitting next
I
to
would
me.
say, I
You
see
can
it
kind of
blowing
see it
up.
lighting up. It lights up every time we get a gift because our whole team sees gifts as they come in. We've been working hard to just say thank you to every donor as they come and make a gift. And so that's why you'll be seeing that light up. Chuck Chambers, Texas A&M. Chuck, thank you. To support the great programs of the Educational Foundation, he gave. Mel Chapman from our Western Michigan chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Lambda Chi is the foundational root cause for so many amazing things that have happened in my life, most especially for causing me to meet my wife, have the amazing family that I have. Choking me up, Mel, because that's my story as well. And thanks for saying that. And then look at this one that's sitting here. Vince Coletti from Truman State University says Dan Hartman is the best.
Seems a little biased.
Well, let me read that one again. Vince Coletti, Truman State alumni brother. Dan Hartman is the best. Adam Cooper from our Boston University chapter, simply stating brothers helping others on this. Ben Davis, former Lambda Chi staff brother. My best lifelong friends other than my wife are guys I met through the fraternity, both as an undergraduate and a staff member.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Louis from St. Mary's.
Oh, yeah.
Louis de la Fuente. I will mess that up. Sorry, Louis. I've been blessed in my experience within Lambda Chi. The brothers from before me have taught me what it means to be an alum of the fraternity. Thank you, Louis, for that. Thomas Dix from Drexel, an alumni brother, to maintain the strength of the national fraternity and local university chapters so future generations of young men can experience the benefits of brotherhood in a great organization. Thanks for giving back. Thomas, Ronnie Fang from Boston University. We have a lot of Boston gifts, if you didn't know.
Yeah.
A lot of brothers from Boston giving. I'm sure they're at the top of the leaderboard when we post that this afternoon. I hope the active brothers can utilize these funds in an optimal manner, which I'm sure a number of our guys, I think a lot of our guys think the same way.
Yeah.
We have one here, so the staff team is really behind this day as well. I just so thankful for our staff team that are watching the live stream now. Justin Fisher serves as our COO from our North Carolina Greensboro chapter. He's an alumni brother. He says, I love Lambda Chi Alpha, what it's done for my life and the people it's connected me with. My hope is that every brother feels the way about their experiences as I do, and he gives back on the day because of that. So it's wonderful to see that. Charlie Frick from DePauw University, who's a great brother, does some special work for us. Among my very most life-changing experiences ever, accounts for my very closest and trusted and loved friends. Thank you, Charlie, for giving on the Founders Day Challenge. William Glover from UMBC chapter in Maryland, alumni brother, also an ambassador. Thank you, William. The resource and connections that I have made as an undergraduate directly attributed to Lambda Chi Alpha changed the trajectory of my life personally and professionally. And how many times have we heard that, or have you heard that in podcasts?
Yeah, a lot.
Even just talking to Dick Richards earlier, like Lambda Chi changed his life. It motivated him. It got him to the place where he was. He got selected to NASA, got to fly two missions to space. Like, what a cool experience. And it all started with joining this organization.
Yep, and having that support of his brothers.
That's right. And if it weren't for Warren Cole, right? I mean, if he didn't have that vision to say, the stuff that's on this campus at BU is not for me, and let's look elsewhere.
Right.
We wouldn't be sitting in this room.
No.
And wearing fezzes at times, which is really fun. You had Matt Horniak on earlier.
We did, yes.
And he said his mom gave.
Yeah.
And Kim Hamilton says, my son needs me. So,
yeah.
So thank you, Kim, for that.
I love that.
Becca Hartman. So my wife, hello, Becca, hello, Harper, who I know has to be at home with Becca today. Gives an honor to the Kirshner family, who they've had the fortune of really getting to know and having friendship over the years, thanks to Lambda Chi.
That's awesome.
So that's her gifts in honor of the Kirshners. Goodness, so many more. Let's keep going. George Hawkins, University of Houston, alumni brother. Grateful for the many years of brotherhood and friendships that Lambda Chi Alpha has given me, and I want many others to be able to have the same lifelong experience. Brother David Huffine, Board of Counselors, meaning he served on the Grand Isaiah, the fraternity's Board of Directors.
North Carolina, Greensboro.
Yep.
There we go. In celebration of the 40th anniversary of the first initiation ritual of Phi Theta Zeta.
Wow.
And in the name of my fellow initiates, Dave gives in their honor today.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Brother Huffine, thank you so much.
Yeah. Love that.
Jay Huffman, Eastern Illinois. We have some Eastern Illinois gifts in the door, by the way. They're going to make a strong showing here today with this challenge. And,
love that.
Compete with Boston.
Yeah.
They're going to be up there. I've seen a lot of gifts there. This is just happens to be the first one I'm reading here. But Jay Huffman, alumni brother from there, Lambda Chi Alpha gave me an opportunity to join a brotherhood. It continues to this day on our alumni advisory board. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for serving.
Thank you, Jay.
As well. Scott Jackson.
Current Grand High Zeta member.
Yes.
Eastern Kentucky University. And I should have read this one before because it doesn't look like real English. Sorry, Scott. Is this how you write in Kentucky, Scott? I gotta read through this one. I owe much of what I owe. It must have been autocorrect. I owe much of what I have and who I am today because of Lambda Chi Alpha. They promised lifetime brotherhood, and that is exactly what they gave me. In Zach's, thank you, Scott. Sorry, it autocorrected. I owe to how. So that really, really got me
through
there.
you, but that's okay.
Yeah, okay, all right. And he also gave a second gift, and then made a shout out to the guys from Phi Beta, 97 to 02, and thanks you for being a part of his life. So, hey, 97 to 02 at Phi Beta, there's still time to give and support Scott Jackson in his effort here today with the Founders Day Challenge. Wally Jenkins, a former staff, has done so much with our UNH chapter as a facilitator, certainly on his staff and in his staff role.
With the Cross and Crescent, too.
Cross and Crescent.
Yeah, absolutely.
In support of the current future generations of Lambda Chi Alpha, Collegiate Brothers, Wally Jenkins is a donor on Founders Day Challenge.
Awesome.
Thank you,
Thanks, Wally.
Wally.
That's fantastic.
Gene Jodoin from Eastern Illinois. He is supporting the Lambda Chi's at EIU. So thank you for that, Gene. Let's keep going here. Peter Krivis.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Parent and a relative of the Taylor Krivis on the
Yes.
the Office
He's joined
of
us on the
Administration
podcast many a time.
Yes, the one and only.
The one and only.
They say celebrating our son and father, LCA brothers from Iota Sigma Zeta. That would be at the Valparaiso University.
Yeah.
That is correct.
In Valparaiso, Indiana.
That's so exciting.
And Taylor says that he also made a gift himself. Reason I'm still here and keep going
Awesome.
with Lambda Chi Alpha.
Love that.
Thank you to the Crivi.
Yes.
That's right. Michael Larson, Ferris State. We've seen a lot of Ferris State gifts. I want to give a shout out to Ferris State. Ferris State is going to come in strong here as well. Michael says Lambda Chi Alpha has been near and dear to my heart, and that's what he gives back here on Founders Day Challenge. Tom Larson is from our UCLA chapter. I've had the fortune of knowing Tom for years.
Yeah.
He has served as ambassador every year we've asked him to do this.
Yeah.
And Tom is a very generous brother, and he says, as an alumni, I've learned so much about what Lambda Chi Alpha has to offer its members and how it sets our fraternity apart from our competition.
Yeah.
My best friends are my brothers. Tom, thank you for all you do for Lambda Chi, not only this year, but in the past. Same goes for Tom Lawson, App State.
App State.
He gives in memory of Daryl Richard, his big brother. Guys, we certainly have a ton of memorial gifts here, and hopefully I get to some more of them here as we're doing this live stream. Harry Lee, who's on our foundation board, who I've been texting with this morning.
Yeah.
So quick little story about Harry. Harry has a very beautiful, bright red 2011 Ferrari 458 Spider.
Ooh.
That is just a fun car to drive. And the reason I say that is because if you are ever in LA, Harry will, if you're a Lambda Chi Alpha brother, if you get in contact with Harry Lee, Harry will insist you drive his Ferrari.
Wow.
Which is so cool.
He is not worried about you damaging it. Clearly, he allowed me to drive this car.
Which, from Truman State, I don't know.
We learn a little different in Missouri, But Harry is so generous, not just his giving and his time, but he realizes, not every brother will have the opportunity to own a Ferrari. He's had that fortune. And he loves to just pay that forward. And he tells a great story of he's in a Starbucks a parking lot, and a young man, probably college age, is standing out there kind of looking down because his family's going into the Starbucks.
Right.
And Harry is admiring Harry's car. Harry says, "Well, do you want to take it for a spin?" And this kid's looking dumbfounded at him.
Right.
What?
Like, you can't be serious.
You're just going to let me take this for a
this
spin?
isn't for real.
Right.
They show up 5 minutes later in that parking lot. His parents are gawking at this young man rolling in Harry's car. Harry's, of course, in the passenger seat.
Yeah.
And they're taking their cameras out, taking pictures. But that's, the thing that I like to make sure everybody understands, there's so many different forms of philanthropy.
Yes.
Yes.
And philanthropy is this greater impact. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean just dollars.
Right.
It is this joy that you can give to other people. And for that 5 minutes, that young man had a great joy.
Time of his life,
and,
you know?
and things he's going to share for years.
That's an opportunity that he will share for years to come.
He will never forget that experience.
Exactly. And Harry certainly he took pictures when I drove it, so you can see on my face, time of your life. Couple more here. I mean, in memory, Scott Lem of Eastern Michigan University, alumni brother in memory of Brett Festa. Scott, thanks for doing that. Ben Lewis, brother Ben Lewis, High Pi at our BU chapter. Thanks for stepping up, Ben. Faith, hope, and brotherly love. Here to that. Michael Mahoney, EIU, Eastern Illinois, coming through again. Go Lambda Chi, that's right. We agree. Alex Mandelberg at University of Delaware, who's an alumni brother. Contribution in honor of brother Robert Burley of the University of Delaware for all his years of outstanding service and commitment to our chapter, as well as others. Certainly, we've seen that. And Bob, with the amount of events that we've seen Bob at, and his support of Lambda Chi Alpha over the years. So that's a wonderful gift in Bob's honor. We have Alexander Martins, University. This is not Xander Martins. This is Alexander Martins of the University of Southern Indiana, alumni brother.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure
we
he
have
just
some
got
names that are
engaged,
very similar here.
Former staff member.
Yeah, former staff member just got engaged recently.
Well, congratulations!
So congratulations to him. That's super exciting.
Right. And he's still giving a gift while he's engaged. He didn't spend all the money on the ring. I love Lambda Chi Alpha. Alexander says, I love Lambda Chi Alpha. Certainly, we appreciate that sentiment, Alexander. Edward McCann, I like this one. Drexel University, alumni brother. That fraternity took me out of my shell and gave me a personality. And he's talking about Lambda Chi Alpha.
Yeah.
That's great.
Which is just wonderful. Max Mickelson. I want to read this one. Max is as a collegiate. He joined the Mason Circle. He's at our South Dakota chapter.
Yeah.
And he just says, listen, I want to show our alumni that our brothers are committed to fundraising and doing it for the new house. They're having a special housing campaign going. And he wanted to make sure he gave back in support of Lambda Chi Alpha and the housing campaign that is to come. So
that's awesome.
David Miller, IU Bloomington, that would be Indiana University, alumni brother, 52 years since the initiation. Well, congratulations, David, for 52 years since.
Best of luck this weekend. The university or the chapter's going through initiation this weekend.
That's right.
Absolutely.
So best of luck to them.
Absolutely.
So another initiation down there in Bloomington, David, which you can be proud of. The ritual remains a high point of life. Words never forgotten. Take this light, good neophyte.
Yeah.
So I think we can all appreciate that. Richard Miller, another Eastern Illinois gift here. Alumni brother. I want to contribute to programs that will help these young men mature as young adults so they become productive and respected members of society. We couldn't agree more. That's why we
fantastic.
Dedicate so much time to this.
Absolutely.
Alan Mills, University of Miami down there in Florida, has been tearing it up. He's an alumni brother. He says, go Canes in Zax. All right, the U is represented.
Yes.
I know Darren Dupriest on our foundation boards from there and has been after it. I've got more to go. I hope we got time. I got a couple more pages here.
That's all right. It's good to talk about some of these things too, because these are their experiences. This is what makes the global Zeta, is just seeing all of these gifts come through and what these guys are talking about are shared memories. These are things that are transferable across the Lambda Chi Alpha global Zeta, and you hear the same thing over and over again, where these relationships, these connections, and these experiences are something that all of our members share, which I think is so important. And so, continue, please.
Absolutely. Well, and while we kind of take just a pause here, I just want to, I feel like a professional athlete on this broadcast now, and I just want to say hi to my wife, Becca. Hi to my daughter, Harper. Hi, Mom and Dad, right? Like, let's get all that out there.
It's like you're accepting an award.
I feel that way on this live stream that we're doing, and this is really fun. I hope you two are feeling energized.
Oh, yeah.
Taylor,
This is so exciting.
Yes.
I know that, usually it's not with a camera on, and it's just in front of these microphones.
Right.
But they get to see there's actually people behind the personalities.
We do exist.
We do.
on the Chop Talk podcast. So Blake Phillips, University of North Carolina, Greensboro alumni brother, I continue to reap the rewards of my fraternity experience to this day through skill sets honed in fraternity activities and through continued associations with the men of Lambda Chi Alpha. And I want to pause on that from Blake, because you touched on this a little bit in your reporting, Mike and Taylor, is the investment the foundation's making in the Leadership Skills Academy.
Absolutely.
And what that means. And what does that mean? That means if you become the High Alpha of your chapter, we already know that you have this amazing experience. You learn a lot of things. You learn about conflict resolution, business management. There's a lot of different pieces that you learn along the way. Now we are going to provide this next generation, Gen Z, with credit for that experience. They will receive a credential for going through it. Now they got to go through steps, and they've got to prove that they learned something.
Right.
As the High Alpha, the High Delta, the High Theta, the High Tau.
Yeah, all different tracks. you
All
know?
different tracks.
Yep.
Financial management, philanthropy, sales and recruitment. But as they do that, that's going to show up. That's going to show up on LinkedIn.
Yep.
There's going to be a digital badge that they get that employers, as they're seeking them out, will see.
Yeah.
And then our young brothers and young men will be that much more prepared to explain their experience. I know it keeps going on.
I know. I love seeing it.
There are a ton of gifts coming in, folks. We're
Also,
beating the one gift every minute. So
That's
keep
great.
It going.
Stephen Surratt also said thank you for the Fair State shout out. He said he loved it. So Stephen, thank you for all the support to Lambda Chi Alpha as well.
Stephen is a stalwart for us up there in Michigan. And thank you, Stephen. Yeah, Fair State coming in strong. We certainly appreciate it. But just to wrap the thoughts there on Leadership Skills Academy, this is innovative.
Yes.
You know, I've been in positions interfraternally for the last decade. This is leading the Greek movement.
It
And we
really
have other
is.
organizations that are paying attention, that are interested in what we're doing, and are coming alongside us with this.
Yeah.
This is going to show true ROI for the Greek membership. And the universities will have to take notice.
Right.
And they will have to say, yes, fraternities add such a value. We could never see ourselves without them.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
this program, I think, is so important because this is what Warren Cole was trying to accomplish 112 years ago. He wanted to make something innovative, something that was changing and ever changing, and something that always sought the next big thing.
That's right.
And so I think this is so important for everyone to understand is with this Leadership Skills Certification Academy, we're trying to change, we're trying to innovate, we're trying to make fraternity something new, something bold, something big. And that's really where I think we're at the moment.
Absolutely. And just, you know, to give meaning to that brotherhood experience, and how can we help our men get to that next level, you know? So it's such an exciting program.
Yep.
And we are so excited for it to, you know, be unveiled. And, you know, thanks to the foundation, we can't say it
thanks
enough.
to the donors.
And
I
the
mean,
donors,
the
that
donors through the
are
Seed
making this
Capital
possible.
campaign have made this happen.
Absolutely.
We're a few 100,000 away from that thing closing out and
Which is
fully
fantastic.
funding this. And then we'll go into what does this look like in the future, and what do we need to do to support Ideal Man?
Yeah.
Which is coming in January for everybody. So, you know, having never met Cole, I
wish
did meet
I
his
did.
hologram at the Centennial, which I'm wearing.
We were talking about that
I'm
earlier.
wearing my
Yeah.
green Centennial pin. But
very cool.
having never met Cole, I would hope that he is pleased and proud with where Lambda Chi Alpha is going.
Yeah.
I know we've had some gifts come in memory of George Spazik.
Yeah.
I just saw one come through from Dave Saris. And Dave, thank you for your gift. You know, having met George, I know what George brought to Lambda Chi Alpha with associate membership and equality as brothers. And I am certain that George smiling down on us is very pleased with the direction that Lambda Chi Alpha is headed as a leader in the Greek movement, which he was a part of when he took over after Duke Flad, you know, in the late 60s and early 70s, ushering in associate memberships. Let's get back at it. Rob Pritchard, University of Miami, another Miami, Florida gift coming in here, alumni brother. Being a brother Lambda Chi was very formative for me. We agree. Jim Proler, a former Lambda Chi Alpha staff. He's talking about Andy. Andy Soltis is my inspiration. It was because of his example that I saw how wonderful a fraternal experience could be. The experience led me as a grad student to be the first associate to be initiated and elected as High Alpha on the same day at NTSU He'll never forget that. Thank you, Jim, for that.
That's fantastic.
Those awesome
Yeah.
words. William Ritchie, West Texas A&M University alumni brother. Joining Lambda Chi Alpha was one of the best things I have done in my life. Hooray. We're proud to call you brother, William. Carlton Roberts, University of Georgia. Excited about reviving the chapter at Nu Zeta at the University of Georgia and helping his brothers out in that campaign. James Santo, an alumni brother, great experience at UNH. That would be New Hampshire. Have maintained relationships with brothers over the past 30 years. And we know what that means and how great those and deep those friendships run. Clayton Schmidt, Kent State University alumni brother. This brotherhood impacted my life in so many positive ways. I want to share my thanks for giving back so that others may prosper as I did. Albert or Buck Sherman, Boston University. He's making his gift for this Founders Day.
Boston really coming in hot.
Yeah.
In support of
So
Alpha
much
Zeta.
Boston.
A lot of Boston.
Yep.
So come on, EIU. Let's go, Ferris State. I got to pick it up. JD Sinicki gives. JD's been such a loyal donor from our Kettering chapter. That was the former General Motors Institute, GMI.
GMI, yep.
JD says, and he's an ambassador this year, and we thank JD for that. Over the years, I've found that my Lambda Chi Alpha experience as both an undergraduate and alum has had a profound positive effect on my life and career.
That's
fantastic. Awesome. Thank you, JD. Chuck Singer. We love Chuck.
Chuck's great.
Evansville, former foundation board member.
Yeah.
Here locally in Carmel, Indiana, alumni brother. Thanks for a great experience and lifelong friends. Thank you, Chuck. You know, we've got these interfraternal relationships here and folks that we've, worked with and engaged, and the fraternity has. David Stolman is one of those.
Dave Stolman,
friend.
yeah.
He gives in honor of the brothers and alumni of Epsilon Omega Zeta at where else? The University of Miami, Florida. A lot of shout outs for Miami, Florida. So they're doing great here. I've got one page left.
One page
and
left.
then
Let's
we can
keep her
start,
going.
We can wrap up. I know it's getting lengthy, but there's so many great comments. And
This is
keep
all
the
great.
comments coming because I would like to read these later. Share your stories. Share more. There's so much good in this. Nicholas Talmo, University of Delaware. This is another Bob Burley. Donation is in recognition of the contributions of Brotherhood by Bob Burley, Lambda Beta 207 from the University of Delaware. Bob has provided years of support to our active chapter and to the chapter at Towson University. We sometimes forget that, but yeah, that's right. William Terrell, Bill Terrell there at Oklahoma State University. Good works are never forgotten. Thank you, Bill, for that. Dirk Wakeham, Cal State University, Fullerton alumni brother. He remains appreciative for the leadership skills and lifelong relationships and friendships he has thanks to the Fullerton experience. I'm glad he doesn't hold his experience of knowing Mark Bauer against us. Which a little bit of a preview. Mark will come on today at 5 Eastern.
Yes.
So I know there's a lot of friends of Mark's. Mark Bauer is the CEO, former CEO of the Educational Foundation. And when I talk about Lambda Chi Alpha, with donors, so many times I'm asked about Mark and how he's doing. When you look at living Lambda Chi's that know the most amount of brothers, it's Mark Bauer, hands down. Nobody's even going to come close.
Oh, I totally agree.
Because, well, he's not going to like me saying this, but he's one of the older brothers, but has had the opportunity to meet so many along the way. So just a couple more, and then we'll wrap this thing up. Ed Wilkinson, University of Arkansas. My family has 3 generations of University of Arkansas Lambda Chi's. I believe in our fraternity's mission and vision for our future to inspire and equip men to lead an ethical life of growth, service, and leadership. Please join me in this effort.
Yeah.
Ed, we couldn't agree more. And Ed, thank you for your leadership with our brothers at Arkansas. Alan Wood, Syracuse University. Lambda Chi Alpha gave me so much. I'm thrilled that I can give back. I was at the recent alumni event in D.C. We were able to hold an alumni event.
Such a fantastic event.
When the Grand Zeta was there in D.C.
Yeah.
And he's very impressed with the new CEO of the fraternity and the new direction. So this spring, a little bit of a foreshadow, this spring there's going to be quite a few events that are taking place now that we've broken out of this COVID world, and we're going to be putting a lot of events on throughout the country. I invite you, like Alan did, to go ahead, come to an event and be a part of it. Hear yourself from Troy's mouth about what we're up to and what's going on. So these are just some of the comments. I mean, there's so many more. You could see my phone lighting up, though. I don't know if you can see it from there. It's just...
Yeah, it's just all the notifications.
There's more. I mean, we're doing more than a gift a minute, and that's the rate we're
so
looking
incredible.
for here.
Yeah.
Thank you. 1909 is our goal, total donors. I'm sure at this point we've unlocked the matching challenge. I'm getting a head nod. Woo! We unlocked the matching
so exciting.
challenge.
Yeah.
Let's get to 1909.
Yeah.
I think there's other big celebration to be had once we get there. It's not about the size of the gift today.
Nope.
It's about brothers saying, yeah, Lambda Chi Alpha makes a difference.
Right.
I'm going to give back. And by the way, I'd like to see my chapter at the top.
Definitely.
On the leaderboard.
Yeah, and for those people who are on Instagram Live, if you go to lambdachi.org/livestream, you can jump on the YouTube live stream as well. Stay up to date with us, what's going on. We're jumping on and off. Once we end this segment, we're going to show the George Spazek tribute video.
Yes.
Because I think it's so important to recognize George in specific, because he was such an innovator in Lambda Chi's history. He really made some milestone changes in where we have come, and he has so many great quotes that I'll share later. But he made Lambda Chi what it is today, and now we're taking it forward to that next pedestal there.
Yeah, absolutely. And one other name that is an icon of our fraternity, and hit actually the kind of the memorial of his death was last week, is Dr. Ghali. And believe me, we've gotten plenty of gifts in memory of Doc.
We love Doc.
And I want to acknowledge that here on the live stream. We love Doc. If we've gotten to meet Doc, he transformed me as a man, probably Mike as well. Ooh, getting emotional on that one. But anyways, we want to acknowledge that many memorial gifts in honor of Doc as well.
That's great. That's
Doc
fantastic.
was actually, I was on the International Ritual team in General Assembly, and so Doc showed up and got to have a conversation with him, and he just knew how to talk to you. He knew how to hold a conversation and just immerse you into whatever the conversation was. It was just such a cool experience. His knowledge of ritual and how much he cared about it, and it was so interesting just to hear him talk. Like I could have sat there for hours, if not days, just listening to him.
Yep, he's an amazing man. His family is still connected.
Kira is fantastic.
Kira's wonderful son. That's Lambda Chi. I mean, just so many amazing. The impact that Doc has had on lives, as well as George, significant. And I'm excited that everybody on this live stream gets to see the video here of George. It's a moving tribute.
It really
get
is.
the Kleenex, folks. Get that close. But listen, we'll be back again. If you want to share more about the day, encourage others to give. lambdachifoundation.org/FDC.
Yep.
Let's see. I'm excited to publish this first leaderboard this afternoon on the East Coast.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody.
Yep.
Taylor, Mike, thanks so much.
Yep, we'll be back in about 15-20 minutes for our next guest. So
stay tuned.
Without further ado, here's the video.
Absolutely.
If I could personify Lambda Chi Alpha, I would say, thank you for the memories of these days together. For I am Lambda Chi Alpha here and now. I am wide and old and proud. And your dreams have been my dreams, and your life my life. For not long have you stayed in my care, but we will be linked together always. I will watch you closely, trudging along your campus pathways, through fall's brittle, placid leaves, through winter snows and north winds, through spring's inevitable morning sunlight. I've seen you here in expectation and anxiety and joy and tears. I've seen your heads nod and your eyes closed here in University Hall. And some days you were here and I was not. Some days I was here and you were not, leaving me to my work as you slept, bringing the brown taste of morning after a night of whatever. But still we were part of one another. And now we must say goodbye, our time together having been completed. But your spirit will remain in me and my spirit in you, like a father's remembrance of his children and their gratitude for his care. And so we close this seminar as it was opened with a prayer, and I call this Prayer for My Brothers. Give me, O Lord, brothers who will be strong enough to know when they are weak and brave enough to face themselves when they are afraid. Brothers who will be proud and unbending in honest defeat and humble and gentle in victory. Give me brothers whose wishes will not take the place of deeds. Brothers who will know thee, and that to know themselves is the foundation stone of knowledge. Lead them, I pray, not in the path of ease and comfort, but under the stress, spur of difficulties and challenge. Here let them learn to stand up in the storm. Here let them learn compassion for those who fail. Give me brothers whose hearts will be clear, whose goals will be high. Brothers who will master themselves before they seek to master others. Brothers who will reach into the future, yet never forget the past. Give them humility, so that they may always remember the simplicity of true greatness, the open mind of true strength. And let me, in my daily life, be such a brother as to deserve such brothers. May God be with you as you journey home. Our thoughts and prayers are with you for a safe return, now and always.
And we are back.
Woohoo! Got a little lunch in us, Mike.
A little lunch.
And we are ready to go for our next interview. But first of all, I'd just like to say thank you again to Dan for all of those great comments that he read before our break. And I will be posting that video on Facebook.
Yes.
So that everyone can see it. But it was just so exciting and so heartwarming to hear all of those great sentiments from all of these amazing donors.
Yeah, and what their tie back to Lambda Chi Alpha is, and all of the things that they are happy about.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're giving back to support this and make this available for current members and brothers to come in the future.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, our next guest, who should be on pretty much any minute now, is Oliver Smoot. Ollie. And if that name kind of sounds familiar, because when we were talking about who we were going to have on this live stream, I was like, I know that name.
Yeah.
And there's a fun story that we're going to get into with Ollie. But basically, he, in his undergrad days, as I think I remember the story, he was on a bridge, and a smoot is now a unit of measurement.
It is a unit of measure.
So that's kind of cool. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely get into that with him, and just, talk about his experience in Lambda Chi. But yeah, he should be joining any moment. But Mike, how do you think today is going so far?
I think today's going fantastic.
Yeah.
I think all of the support that we're seeing from our members is great.
Absolutely.
We're meeting and surpassing our goals already, which I think is great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you haven't donated, lambdachaifoundation.org/FDC, you can donate there. Lori, if you're watching, please make sure that you go ahead and donate. That is Lori Covert, my mother. So please, mother, make sure you donate. But yeah, I think things are going super well. We've talked to so many people about today and really what this mission is. This is not just us talking on a YouTube live stream for 12 hours.
Right. We're not just doing this for us.
No. We're doing this to promote a cause. Taylor and I both really care about Lambda Chi Alpha and what this mission is for and everything like that. So it's just super exciting to be able to sit here today and acknowledge our donors and talk to some great people and have some good conversation.
Right. And well, I want to give a very special shout out to you, Mike, for, setting this all up. And
it's been a labor of love.
It really has. It really has. And it's so funny because every time we come back, what you don't see is us sitting so incredibly still to make sure that we're not making any noise before it's ready to start talking.
Yeah, you should see me. I'm kind of running around, pressing buttons and knobs and everything else. So,
but yeah, so I would just like to say thank you to Mike for making this possible. Like we said before, this is the first time we're doing this.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a learning opportunity for us.
It is.
But I think it's a really cool way to kind of bring people together in real time, hear these stories like we've been talking about. And just really, celebrate this Founders Day.
Yeah, it's been a great day so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
I need some coffee.
Okay.
So, coffee's great.
Coffee is great. Coffee break.
Sorry.
No, I mean we got to keep caffeinated. We're gonna be doing this for
into the night.
Like Dan said, we've got other great guests. We've got Mark Bauer joining us later tonight.
Former Foundation CEO.
Yep. We've got Jeff is going to be here too.
Troy Medley,
our CEO. So again, just a bunch of great people coming on to talk about this. So Mike, if you could impart any wisdom.
Oh. I don't know about all that.
No, you're good at the wisdom part. If you could impart
that.
any wisdom on our viewers, on anyone listening to this, what would that be for, Founders Day or for Lambda Chi in general?
Oh, what I would say is Lambda Chi Alpha is not for your 4-year college membership. It is not for that. It's for life. It is a lifelong commitment. You took an oath to be a part of such a great organization, support your brothers whenever they need you, no matter what Zeta chapter you're from. We are a global Zeta. We are supporting our brothers across North America. As we read earlier, our leaderboards, Toronto, Epsilon, Epsilon, Zeta was in the lead.
Yes.
It's so exciting to see that. And
Yes.
it's so important that you keep Lambda Chi Alpha to the forefront of your mind.
Right.
Because you can make a difference in people's lives.
Mm-hmm.
By donating $1, by donating $10, whatever you can give really does impact what experience that a member has and what we can provide to our chapters. We are not a for-profit business, so it's not like we have cash flow just to give out. We need donations, and
yes.
and we need members to step up and really support us, and I think that is so important for us to really have men that have given in our lives, men, non-members, parents, to really support the mission that their members have gotten.
Yeah, and I think it's just a true, testament to what we're doing that we have so many donors who are not members.
Yeah.
So that's friends, that's family. It was so cool to see that Taylor Krivis's dad, one of our staff members, his dad donated, in honor of him, and I believe that he is an honorary initiate, is he not?
Yep, from Valparaiso University.
Yeah, so that's so cool that you're able to share that that experience with your friends and family, and it's a cause that everyone kind of believes in.
Yeah, and I mentioned this earlier on the live stream, that if I did not believe in what Lambda Chi was doing or the mission or where we're going, I wouldn't be here right now.
Right,
and,
exactly.
And so I think it's so important to understand that I may not see the difference that I make.
Yeah.
I may not see that in my lifetime. I may not see that in my time working at Lambda Chi Alpha, but I know that there is going to be a time where somebody is impacted by the things that I do and the dollars that I donate and the time that I give to this organization.
Absolutely. And I think that, Dan brought up a great point about, the Leadership Skills Certification Academy and Ideal Man, which are both programs that will be unveiled, in the new year. We're kind of giving sort of a sneak peek at High Alpha Summit, so that's going to be really exciting. But that wouldn't be possible without the contribution of our generous donors, alumni, friends, all of those. And that is one of those programs that is really going to make a difference in the lives of our men. And so I think that is just a true testament to, kind of what you were saying of, we might not see that on a day-to-day basis, but that's going to make a huge difference.
It's going to be, it really is. But we mentioned it, Foundation funds our educational programs. Quick little plug, High Alpha Summit, Neville Advisors College.
Yeah.
The first week in January.
It is.
7th through the 9th.
Yep. You got it.
So lcaconferences.org if you need to register.
Yep.
So that's for our advisors and high alphas.
Yep.
So make sure you get registered and get your spot, because it's going to be a cool time in Austin, Texas.
It really will be. And just super cool that we can all be together again.
Right.
So I think that's going to be fantastic to just have everyone in the same space again. So really fostering that collaboration and that learning time.
Yeah.
So
once again, thank you to all of our donors for supporting these programs. We could not do it without you.
Absolutely.
So.
Absolutely. Well, while we're waiting on Ollie, I think that now would be a great time to maybe, look at our brand anthem or one of our videos that, is really telling the story of us as Lambda Chi. What do you think, Mike?
You know what? I think that's a pretty good idea.
Perfect.
So without further ado, our brand anthem.
How do you build a better world? How do you encourage values and ethics and behaviors that make a meaningful difference? How do you inspire character and confidence, courage and collaboration? How do you create leaders who lead with heart and knowledge and innovation and empathy? How do you make others better because you were there, because you knew when to lift up and when to let go? Because you showed up when it was hard and stepped to the front when it was harder? How do you lead in a way that creates leaders? How do you make all this happen? You begin by building a better man. by constructing time-honored ideals in a way that makes sense in an ever-changing world, by incorporating the importance of tradition with the necessity of invention, by training and developing men to lead with honesty, honor, integrity, and a moral compass that always points to decency, by ingraining core values that are strong and solid and that don't just benefit the individual, but the community, by encouraging compassion, by giving substance to the word brotherhood, by reinforcing the fact that every man is a man, that inclusivity and diversity aren't just buzzwords, but words to thrive by stressing the fact that you are here to put all of your gifts to good use in ways that unite and advance and elevate the world and those in your life. We are Lambda Chi Alpha, and all of that is what ties us together. That's our connective tissue. That's the spine that makes us stand tall. We are here to amplify all that you are and all that you can be. We are here to build the best possible world by building the best possible you. We are here so that you can live your story in the most fulfilling way, and so that every page in your story is exciting and interesting, and precisely how you would want it written. We are Lambda Chi Alpha. We are a brotherhood. We are here for you now and there for you down the road. Creating bonds that last, values that endure, purpose and programs that embolden, all in the name of creating an experience that is not typical, men who are not typical, a spirit that is not typical, but which instead builds authentic, honest, generous men of character, prepared better than most to pave the way to a better world.
What a great video.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike. I think that just really does a great job of kind of telling our story and, you know, where we've come from to where we are today.
Right.
I love that video. I've seen it so many times.
I have too, yeah.
It just gets me every single time.
Awesome. So Ollie's here, so
perfect.
Go ahead and let him into the room today.
Amazing.
But yeah, I think it's super cool that we get to talk to him today. I'm excited to hear some stories.
Yes.
I love stories.
We do love stories here. So while we wait for him to pop up, I'm excited to hear this Smoot Bridge.
I know.
Story.
I want to hear. I need more info.
I know. It's kind of like he's kind of like an urban legend, you know, in the Lambda Chi world. So.
Yeah. Let's see here. We're getting him loaded up real quick.
Perfect. And there he is.
Well,
hey,
Ollie.
Sorry. I was apparently doing the wrong things.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
No.
We are glad that you are here now.
So welcome. So we were. Oh, yeah, no problem.
Here we go. A little more light in the front.
There we go. Got to stage it just right.
Oh yeah.
We get it.
Now.
There we go.
I do have a background.
Ooh,
Got to get the important things done, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm excited. Your background the other day when we talked was great, so I'm excited what you got.
Oh,
I love it.
Yeah, that is great.
So since you put that background up, I think
Yes.
we need to start with the measurement of a smoot.
Yes, and tell us that story.
Yeah, I am so excited to hear this from your mouth.
Well, it's pretty simple. Each week, all of the pledges were lined up at the foot of our U-shaped dining room table at Wednesday dinner. Mm-hmm. And we were quizzed about our scores on the last week's tests. And at the end of every one of these, we were given a task.
Yeah.
Usually it was something sensible like learning the names of the subway stops in Boston. Mm-hmm. In October, our pledge master, Tom O'Connor, said, I missed getting to class on time twice this week because we had to walk from Boston to Cambridge to get to MIT from our house, then on Beacon Street. And you went across the Harvard Bridge, which is approximately a half a mile long. And when you're in the middle, you really don't know how much longer it's going to take. So he says, go out and measure the bridge. And he looked at the 14 of us. And since I was the shortest and would cause the most work, I got selected to be the unit. So we went out on I guess the very next night on Thursday, about 10, I think. And we got some paint from the paint locker and some string and some chalk and set off. I think we didn't exactly know what we were going to do. But anyway, I laid down 10 times and they made a marker and put 10 smoots. And so that's what we did. We continued doing these things. Of course, I couldn't get up anymore after a while and they had to drag me. But so we did this all the way across the bridge and see, this is what one of them looks like today.
Got it.
So we made the next year's class do the same thing. And they made the next year's class do the same thing. And the people who are in aeronautical engineering know that this is a positive feedback loop. And so it still continues today. Even though the house has been closed now for 6 years, the alums in the Boston area still get together once a year and repaint the marks on the bridge.
That's really cool.
Marks are now on both sides of the bridge. And due to roller paint technology, they're much better than what we were able to do.
Right.
Sure. So, Ollie, what does that feel like for you that it's kind of like a tradition now,
right?
You know, for the chapter to have something named after you.
Well, my recollection when we graduated is that I was happy to be away from it. It was sort of embarrassing, you know. Think like a 21-year-old,
right?
You know, you want to get on with life, right? Do important things, be an adult. So I didn't really think about it. Maybe 5 years. And as I recall, Holiday Magazine, which probably doesn't exist anymore, did a long story on MIT, and they included a couple of paragraphs about this. Then fraternity brothers of mine have told me that all the way until the bridge was torn down and rebuilt in 87 and through 89, basically MIT thought this was a bad thing, but they finally came around and decided it was a good thing. And so now it's pretty much a positive part of what MIT calls the hacking tradition, which includes things like putting a police car on top of the Great Dome of MIT.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's really
so mostly they involve some sort of engineering or nerdish kind of behavior. And so this falls right into that, I think.
No, that's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
I think too I'm really interested too is really what is your I guess if you had to look at one top Lambda Chi memory, what would that be?
Absolutely.
A Lambda Chi memory.
Yeah.
Well, I guess this would be.
Yeah, this is definitely one for the books, right?
The other one, I don't think do brothers still pin their girlfriends?
We still, I know they do lavaliering. I think that's still a thing.
Right, exactly.
So when a brother got pinned, you got thrown into the Charles River.
Oh.
So first,
it seems a little cold.
Yeah, just a little.
Yeah, well, my recollection is it was in the winterish time.
Right.
We had moved to a new house by then. There was a pier there, a dock, and they took me out and threw me off the end. And what's memorable is that as you sank, you could feel the viscosity of the water, which really wasn't water. increasing around you, and it really made you want to swim to the top as fast as you could.
Oh my gosh.
And get out and get into a shower. It was the Charles today is swimmable. Then
okay.
Yeah, it wasn't ever as bad as I think the Cayuga in Ohio that caught fire one winter from the oil that was in it.
Oh my gosh. Right,
Yeah.
right. And so in your opinion, Ollie, why do you think that Lambda Chi Alpha is, an important organization to continue to this day, to continue producing members and all the values that we teach?
As an alum, unless you're directly involved, it's hard to keep up with what's happening, even if you read Cross and Crescent.
Yeah, absolutely.
What I've been impressed with, it seemed to me that for several decades, maybe 3 decades, things sort of puttered along the way Lambda Chi was when we were undergrads. So, there was the ritual and there was the eleemosynate, the charitable kind of activities. But basically, I seem to sense a change starting when the True Brother initiative occurred, which frankly never got traction at Lambda Zeta. I'm not quite sure what we call the current environment at Lambda Chi. Does it have a PR type name?
So we're working on a program that's rolling out in the fall.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, in the spring. Yeah,
Yes.
the first of the year.
Yeah.
It's called Ideal Man.
Right.
Is
Okay.
the initiative we're working on.
Yes.
Well, so the house got closed down by poor risk management practices. The alumni leadership, which some of them have been working as leaders for 20 years now, has put together a petition to Lambda Chi National and to MIT to be reinstated. And what I found impressive and heartening is they have embraced this ideal man approach, and they've used the documents in their petition, and they're going to when they recruit the core group, that's going to be part of the deal, right? And I think this will be a tremendous new start for Lambda Zeta.
Yeah, and I think too, you bring up a good point, is really talking about Lambda Chi Alpha and how we've innovated over the years.
Absolutely.
I know you've mentioned at your time you guys were pledges, and we've transitioned over to associate membership. So I think it's so cool to see the innovative qualities of Lambda Chi Alpha over the 112 years that we've existed,
And
where
how that's kind of shifted and changed, and
how it's really made Lambda Chi Alpha what we are today. And Ollie, we've talked to a few other guests today, and Dan Hartman's joined us. Some of the trends that we're hearing and seeing is that the lifelong friendships and people you meet along the way become like these key people in your life.
Right.
Do you have people like that in your life?
Well, I certainly have a core group of my pledge brothers, but I think, as you get to be my age, the decades sort of collapse, right? So maybe it was 20 years ago, a member of the class of 60 put together a list of all the brothers from 57 to 62, I think it is.
Sure.
And basically emailed out a Christmas greetings, as I recall.
Yeah.
Well, we don't use this all the time, but it has become a great way to keep up with this really large group of brothers. So it's more than your pledge class. And so, but it's not Facebook. I think we've tried Facebook. That was a total failure. Too many people our age don't want to have anything to do with Facebook.
Sure.
So this private email group is a way, to become more real, I think, again, in each other's eyes. Because you have to, you hear from somebody that you haven't heard from in decades and say, oh, yes, he lived in Fourth Front, and, we did this and that bit together. So it's been very useful.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's so cool that you found an avenue, that works for you, and what works for you might not work for another chapter. So, being able to connect in a way that you guys, want to is fantastic. So Ollie, I wanted to also ask, how would you say that your Lambda Chi experience and kind of what you've learned through this organization, how has that helped you throughout your life? Maybe that's professionally, maybe that's personally.
I think there were two things. I guess I would say that I'm an introvert, and so living together with usually around 44 other guys, working projects together. In 58 to 62, being on a team was, nobody did that.
Right.
I think in the dorms, nobody did homework together, whereas we had all of these things going on. And so there was a good deal of socialization that was tremendously beneficial for me.
Right.
Especially after I went to law school, and then I went to work as a computer programmer, something I'd never anticipated.
Sure.
And that was very rewarding, but I decided I better do something with my law degree. And so I went to a trade association. And I can tell you every day, the things that we did at Lambda Chi were useful in the trade association, because you're always trying to convince people to do something together.
Right.
And usually for very good reasons. So it was quite useful. The other aspect, to me, I would call it the ethical aspect.
Sure.
I was a Boy Scout, but I don't know that I ever internalized the Boy Scouts as much as what we got through the ritual. And so I think that was quite useful.
Definitely. No, I think that's cool. And you bring up a good point, too, because Lambda Chi Alpha also is a brotherhood, but it's also a small business. Like we're paying bills, we're collecting dues, we're funding programs and initiatives and philanthropic efforts.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think, and so the skills that you learn from being in this organization are so transferable, which I think is super important in the real world, if you want to call it that.
Yeah. we don't like that term so much because, everything's real, right? But like in the business world, absolutely. Like that's such a good point that you bring up, Mike and Ollie. So Ollie, if you had advice for brothers who, are maybe going through the experience today, or even looking to join the brotherhood, what would that be?
You should, if you're thinking about joining, I know it's difficult, but you should.
Yeah.
Instead of that great barbecue, maybe you ought to look at what today's web pages say about the chapter and what its principles are. I think we do need to live a principled life, and you can't insert yourself into a chapter house that doesn't embody principles that you esteem. And having visited other fraternities at other campuses, I can say, well, there's some of them I wouldn't really want to associate with, because they were just a different bunch of people. And so I think it's very important to know what you're getting yourself involved with.
Right. And I think that's a good lesson too. And I think I mentioned this earlier, is that when joining a fraternity, I don't ever think you have to join Lambda Chi Alpha, but join one that you feel comfortable with, that fits you. And I think the fraternal experience is really what makes your life and the people you're around. The organization definitely contributes to that, but I think being part of a fraternal organization in general is super important.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And so, Ollie, I would love to know, too, what is your hope for the future of Lambda Chi Alpha?
Well, I hope that this new initiative is truly successful and transformative.
Yeah.
I know that fraternal and sorority organizations communicate with one another, and I hope that Lambda Chi is going to be leading by example.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think so. From everything we've heard, just talking to our peer groups, everyone's super excited to see where this initiative goes, and I'm excited to really start rolling this out in the first of the year, because everyone's been putting so much work and effort into it, and I think this is such a beneficial program for our members, where I just think it's so important.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, Ollie, I would love to know, too, if you have any other, favorite stories, from your time in Lambda Chi, or maybe after that, you getting together with your brothers.
There's like too many.
Right. Well, that's not a bad thing, right?
Recency plays a big part. So you tend to overvalue recent things.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I guess the one that occurs to me is we made a big push for our 50th MIT reunion to get our class well represented, our pledge class. And we succeeded, and we got to talk to each other, most of whom had not been present, except maybe every decade or so.
Right.
And it was fascinating. It was reassuring. I think that the guys that you looked up to still seem to be people you'd want to look up to. And I really liked all of my pledge brothers. And so it was great to see them all again.
So what was it? Yeah, kind of talk to me a little bit more about what was it like actually seeing some of these people maybe for the first time and since you graduated, or the first time in a few decades. How did it feel just reconnecting with them?
Yeah, great question.
Well, I'm sure they think the same thing. Gee, he hasn't changed a bit. Which, does that mean that when we graduate at 21, we are totally fully formed and we never change after that? I don't think so, but I think a lot of aspects of our personalities are set by then.
Sure.
Yeah. Sure. One of the things I was telling Taylor earlier is that meeting up with some of my chapter brothers when I graduated, and seeing them now, it's like nothing's ever changed. We kind of pick up where we left off. It doesn't feel awkward or weird. It's like you just haven't. There's just a little break in between seeing each other, and you pick up the same conversations, and you revisit the same stories and talk about those moments that just, even the smallest moments where it could have been just having a conversation in the chapter room, until 3 a.m. in the morning or something like that.
Right.
It just really doesn't feel like anything really has changed.
Yeah, which is really cool, So Ollie, why do you think that it is important to give back, however you can,
whether that's time, talent, or treasure?
Right, exactly. Whichever it might be. Why do you think it's important to look to give back to Lambda Chi Alpha?
I'm not sure I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to talk about something that I have seen recurring.
Sure.
So we moved here to San Diego now 15 years ago. And when you move cross country, you have to look for ways to find friends.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I would say in Virginia, we weren't big club joiners, but we joined several clubs and met some wonderful people and became friends. But all clubs have to have some sort of governance. And basically, what I've noticed is the group of people that we met in 2007 through, say, 2009 are still the core of these clubs. And some of them are being asked to do things the third time around. And when we talk about this, it's because younger people don't seem to have this same ethos of joining and helping to lead volunteer groups.
Yeah.
Well, one group, I mean, they are quite desperate and are considering, shall we just give up? Because you can't keep asking the same people, especially as they move into their 80s, to keep running everything.
Right.
Sure.
And I got active in the Friends of our library here in San Diego. And, well, we've moved, so I'm now with another branch. This branch has a younger set of board members and volunteers than Rancho Bernardo did. Rancho Bernardo is having terrible time getting new volunteers. Now it's understandable, working in a library is a lot of people contact. So some people are very wary right now of doing anything with a lot of people.
Understandable. Yeah.
But that aside, there does seem to be this gap. I used to think, in our 20s and 30s, we were sort of building our career and getting married, and then you had children, and so that was all occupying your time until your 50s, and then you sort of had more discretionary time for hobbies or for these kinds of things. That doesn't seem to be happening, and I don't actually know how we can change that.
No, I think that's a really interesting point to bring up, because I think we're seeing that too at some of our chapters. We're looking for that engagement and that involvement of some of our alumni groups to just kind of start giving back and start participating. So I agree with you. I think the outreach needs to be there, and we need to start getting some of those groups to come back and really start putting in some life back into some of these organizations. I think is super important.
Right. Absolutely. That's a great point. And so as we kind of, wrap up this great conversation, Ollie, I would love to hear just maybe something that you want to leave with our listeners, with our viewers, just like your key takeaway, from this conversation.
You should always consider, I don't know how frequently, am I leading a life of integrity?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the list of principles are for you or me. We're probably a little different. Mm-hmm. But I think if you're not introspective, maybe say once a year, you can just sort of get into a pattern and, you go down the easy road. And I don't think that's the best way to look back on your life and say, oh, I did what I could to have integrity in the things I did. Whatever other successes or failures you have.
Right.
Because sometimes, life is going to hand us pickles.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I think this past year has shown us that.
Yeah.
Very much so.
It's handed us a jar of pickles.
Yes, at that point, I think it's a jar. Yeah, but that's such a good point, Ollie, of having that, self-reflection, and integrity is, that weaves into Lambda Chi's values.
Definitely.
So nicely. So, yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, no, I would have to say my takeaway would be engagement, involvement.
Yeah.
Whether you have 10 minutes or an hour or whatever it may be, definitely giving back to the organizations that you believe in and care about, I think are so important because they need the help.
Right.
Sometimes they don't know how to ask for it. Sometimes they haven't asked for it, but they definitely need the help. So if there's an organization that you are a part of or that you care about, definitely reach out and see what you can do to support them.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't take much. Just, that want and that interest in giving back, that's a great place to start.
Yeah, definitely. What about you, Taylor?
Yeah, I think that, talking to you, Ollie, it's so fascinating to me to see how Lambda Chi has changed through the years, and talking about, what what you experienced, and how we're kind of shifting that and looking forward to like Ideal Man, and those programs in the future. So I think that that's so exciting to see, you know, just the growth and the progress that this brotherhood continues to have.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So, well, thank you so much, Ollie, for being here today, for chatting with us. This has been a fantastic conversation, and we appreciate you giving us your time.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It was a total pleasure.
Yes.
Right.
And I hope the rest of the day goes great.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, we will talk to you soon, Ollie, and thank you again.
You're welcome.
See you, Ollie.
Bye. Where are we here? Okay.
That was awesome. I'm glad that we got to sit down and hear the story behind the smoot.
I know it's not what I expected.
No,
but,
me either.
But it still, I think, was a great story to hear. And again, just, you know, seeing how this brotherhood has changed, like I just mentioned, I think is really interesting.
Yeah, definitely. So we will be back shortly.
Yeah.
We are going to talk to one of our gift officers, Justin Reed.
Yes.
So probably right around 2:00.
Yeah.
We're going to give you a tour of the Office of Administration next.
Ooh.
So as you see, we're in the lovely Chop Talk studio. We will be showing you the rest of the office here just momentarily, and then we'll be joined by Justin Reed at 2:00.
Yes.
We will be talking to Troy about 3:00.
Yep, right around 3.
Yeah.
And get his take on the day and what Founders Day and the organization means to him, you know, now in his role as CEO. So yeah, stay tuned, and we will be back soon.
Thank you.
We believe in Lambda Chi Alpha
and its traditions, principles, and ideals.
The crescent is our symbol, pure, high, and ever-growing.
And the cross is our guide, denoting service, sacrifice, and even suffering and humiliation before the world.
Bravely endured, if need be, in following that ideal.
But we have faith in Lambda Chi Alpha
and passion for its welfare.
And we have hope for the future of Lambda Chi Alpha and strength to fight for its teachings.
We have pure hearts and we approach the ideal, perfect brotherly love.
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 And we are back.
Hi, hello again.
Hey, what's up? Hello.
So we are joined now by Justin Reed. And Justin has kind of been out kind of on the front lines today, making those calls, getting those donations. So Justin, I wanted you to tell us kind of what you've been doing today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been just talking to donors. We've got about 100 and I think 8 ambassadors right now.
That's awesome.
Volunteer fundraising for us. So it's been a lot of checking in with my my ambassadors. If you're listening right now and you've not heard from me, you can expect to.
Yes.
But ensuring that they're ready and prepared and have what they need to help us hit our ambitious goals for the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it seems like we're on track. We already unlocked that first big gift at what was it, 150,000, something like that.
That's right.
So which is super exciting that we do that. So Justin, for you, what does Giving Day, what does Founders Day mean to you? Well, like, why are you so pumped up and ambitious and to get these goals met?
So I was initiated, it's going to be 10 years ago, this upcoming March. Lambda Chi has changed my life. I'll never forget the man I was before I put those letters on my chest for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
But I can tell you, I became a completely different person in a good way. And I have an opportunity to raise money day in and day out to ensure the longevity of our organization and ensure that century of men after me get the opportunity to have their lives changed the same way that I did.
Right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so, with Founders Day and this Giving Day challenge, tell us, what the importance of that is for you.
Absolutely. This is just a day to celebrate Lambda Chi. It's an opportunity for me to give back and continue to give back to the organization.
Sure.
Monetarily. I don't know. I just love it. My Facebook feed today has been blown up with brothers reminiscing about their Lambda Chi experiences, talking about all the good that it's done for them.
Right.
I continue to say that my life would be a better place without social media, except for today.
Right. This is the one exception.
Today's been a lot of fun to see that and to see others celebrate it, to see others feel the same way that I do.
Yeah. Well, I think that's funny that you mentioned that because, as before we started talking just now, I was going through our Instagram feed and it's just blowing up, and it's really cool to see all of these chapters and these alumni and everyone kind of coming together with their stories and their sentiments. And I've been trying to share as many as I can on social. But yeah, I agree with you. I think it's just a chance to come together and relive some of those memories.
Definitely.
Well, and let me tell you, this year, shout out to our staff. 85% of our staff signed up to be an ambassador.
That's cool. Fantastic.
It's been fun to see these guys and gals raise gifts, to be excited about helping the foundation do their work. I don't know. This has been a lot of fun today to be in the office, to be a part of this energy. And actually, as we speak, we've got this goofy little game going on in the office, an in-office competition, and all the gifts raised by our staff members from 2 to 3 count as double points. So I'm sure they're out there kind of blitzing and making phone calls. And,
I know.
Raising
I received a message from my team captain that was in all caps that said gifts are doubled, so let's make it count. So yeah, it's fun to see how everyone's kind of getting involved with this too. It's definitely the most, I think, energetic Founders Day and Founders Day Challenge that I've seen since being on the team.
I would agree.
Yeah,
I've even ran a few myself.
I know.
I have to say, I think this is so cool the way it's been going, and just to hear all of these different stories and what Lambda Chi means for them, and even if your gift is $1, I don't care. Like, you're giving back to an organization that made a positive impact in your life, and I think that is what is like so important and so key to today, is just seeing how that's going, and it just makes me so happy.
Well, let me tell you, the foundation staff is what? 5 people.
Yeah.
We can't possibly hit these goals by ourselves, and
right.
the fact that we have 108 people signed up today to volunteer fundraise for us, it's ridiculous. And we just, quite frankly, we couldn't do it without our ambassadors out there on the front line with us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Just an update on mine. I've had 3 people donate as an ambassador,
Yay.
So just saying.
That's exciting. I mean, it's like we've been saying the entire day. Every little bit counts.
Yeah.
So that's fantastic.
I've been multitasking.
Exactly. You're doing it all.
I'm trying to.
Exactly.
So, Justin, share one of your favorite Lambda Chi memories with us.
Yes. This has been a good question of ours throughout the day, and we've loved what we've heard so far.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So my favorite memory, I think, is one that it's my initiation story.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I can get into it, but for those that are brothers out there listening, you know all about the lesson. I was a colony founder at Virginia Commonwealth. So the University of Richmond did our initiation.
Mm-hmm.
And so during my lesson, it was the U of R guys really conducting that. I think it made it that much more meaningful that, I don't know, it was kind of crazy having someone that I don't even know kind of put me through that.
Right.
Outside of that, though, my staff experiences, both as an ELC from 14 to 16, now on the foundation, I started in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
I've met people on staff that I'll talk for the rest of my life that'll stand up in my wedding with me.
Yeah.
Having an opportunity to work day in and day out to ensure the longevity of the organization.
Right.
To reconnect brothers to this experience and make them feel and just remember back what it was like to be a collegiate brother.
Mm-hmm.
To talk about their stories, it's so much fun. It's so rewarding.
Well, and I think that you do so well with that too. I remember at our old Office of Administration, my office was very close to Justin Reed's, and I would hear him all the time on the phone with potential donors,
Mm-hmm.
alumni, and you just have this way with your words and just this passion that is so important. And it really comes through, in these conversations, because I see that you care, and I know that you care. And I think that's reflected, in today, and in all of these brothers and friends and everyone who's giving to Lambda Chi today and supporting our mission.
Definitely. So if you had to give me a 5-second pitch on Lambda Chi Alpha and why I need to donate, what is that?
5 seconds. It's quicker than an elevator speech.
All right, 10 seconds then.
There we go.
I know Lambda Chi Alpha changes lives. I could go on and on about the men that have graduated and gone on to do phenomenal things for our country, for industry in general, that learned their values and their lessons
Mm-hmm.
from Lambda Chi. Our experience is timeless.
You said it so well, and even talking with Dick Richards earlier and becoming an astronaut and going into space, he said he learned the work ethic and people challenging him and the values all from Lambda Chi Alpha and the brothers that supported him along the way. And he didn't get selected as an astronaut the first time and did it again. He found that ambition to say, you know what, I'm going to try again and see what happens.
Right.
And then was selected, commanded 2 missions to space, which is freaking cool.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think you're 100% on that, where it really is timeless. And though you may not be in the chapter right now, you're still a member of Lambda Chi, and you have the ability to support what these guys are going through and what future Lambda Chis are going to go through.
Well, and that's absolutely right. And our ambitious strategic plan calls for 25% of our 220,000 alums to be engaged by 2028. That involvement is going to look very different 3, 4, 5 years from now than what it currently does. There's going to be so many ways for someone to get involved. Doesn't necessarily have to be money. Doesn't necessarily have to be time. Doesn't have to be time. It could be a mixture of all three. It could be one or the other. It's just really exciting, the things that we have going on.
Yeah, absolutely. So Justin, if you could tell us maybe what is the most important lesson that you think you've learned through your Lambda Chi experience?
Yeah, being accountable. I think everyone makes mistakes. I'm sometimes more prone to others than mistakes, but just being able to own it. Being able to say that I messed up. This is how I'm going to remedy it. Again, going back, it's that word. It's timeless.
Right.
No matter who you are, you're going to make a mistake, and if you're not able to hold yourself accountable, you're going to have a real hard time getting far in this world.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and just a quick random fact. I like facts. The Educational Foundation was established in 1946 through a bequest from John Mason's estate. And where we have come with that, we talked earlier about Warren Cole and how Lambda Chi Alpha, where we're at today, and the vision that he had for us, but also what Mason had for the foundation. He had this bequest, and it was a relatively decent size amount. It wasn't anything compared to what we've raised today already, but it was still a start.
Yeah.
And he had this vision to support the programming of this organization some way. And so he found it not only in his time, talent, but also treasure. And so we've taken that bequest and really have changed the way that we fundraise and what really we can contribute to our men. I think is just so cool to see. And I hope he's happy with what we're doing today because he has changed our organization so much. I hope that we can just follow in his footsteps and continue that innovation, that change that makes Lambda Chi Alpha so special.
Well, that's 100% right. He was the founder of our organization and the spiritual founder of the Educational Foundation.
Right.
Neither organization would get very far without the other. I bet he is smiling down on us. I bet he is proud.
I would say so.
Yeah.
So, Justin, what is your hope for the rest of this day, and kind of what does that look like for you?
Well, I think the easy answer is hitting our goals.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That $600,000 raised, that's still a little bit of a stretch. More so, though, that 1,909 donor goal.
Right.
No matter what you can give, big, small, whatever, just give a little. It's so meaningful to the things that we do. A gift of 1909, you wouldn't believe how far it goes towards furthering the mission of the Educational Foundation, the fraternity.
Right.
I would say also, we as an Educational Foundation have an opportunity after this day to really follow up and start building and developing relationships with guys that we just didn't know that were out there.
And may not have been involved with Lambda Chi Alpha since they graduated.
Absolutely.
I can tell you off the top of my head, I've seen $1,000 gifts come in today from guys who have never made a gift before.
That's incredible.
The fact that those guys were willing to make a gift like that, I think it's almost an open invitation for stewardship officers to make a phone call and then to meet these guys and learn these brothers' stories.
Oh, for sure.
And ensure that they understand the things that are going on and things that their gifts are going to go towards.
Yeah.
We're going to have an opportunity to get an impact report out and talk about the cool things that we're doing. Again, just something small, just engage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I love stories. I really do. I love hearing where people have come from, what things they've experienced in their life. I've heard some of my favorite all-time stories come from members of Lambda Chi Alpha and what their trials or tribulations or successes were from this organization. And it's you can't beat it. You really can't.
You can't. No. And I think that this day, I've said it before and I'll say it again, is just a true testament to that.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Well, I think that, Justin, if we don't have any more final takeaways, we won't keep you from your very important job today. So good luck with the rest of the day. We want to continue to encourage people to interact, to give however they can, if they're able, and just really enjoy the day.
Yeah, and we'll be back hopefully 15, 20 minutes or so. I want to try to pull Dan Hartman in.
Perfect.
So we can get an update on the day and how it's going, how close are we to our goals.
Yes.
Maybe read some more donor comments. I think
that was fantastic.
That was fun to hear what people had to say.
Right.
But I think that's kind of where we're at the moment.
Perfect.
Thanks, guys.
Well, thank you, Justin, and we will be back soon.
And we are back. Welcome, Brother Hartman. How is it going?
Wow. Everybody is exceeding our expectations. It's wonderful. Thank you so much for your gifts and your generosity. We've cleared last year's number as far as total dollars raised. The challenge certainly helped with that. We have cleared last year's total donor count and participation, which is wonderful. We're halfway to 1909.
That's fantastic.
We got to keep moving. A gift every hour, but we have just under 24 hours, and we couldn't be more excited to bring this thing home strong. I know you're going to get to hear from Troy. Mark Bauer's coming up, as well as
That's awesome.
Grand High Alpha Jeff Stearman, who's been very generous to the foundation over the years as well himself. So
a lot of great conversations that we're going to have moving forward. I know you want to give us an update on the Mason Circle.
Yes.
Do you quickly want to just explain for some of our viewers what the Mason Circle actually is?
Absolutely. So at the core of the foundation, we want to teach philanthropy and provide a culture of philanthropy. That starts when you're an undergraduate, as we've learned in our time. And so the Mason Circle is the opportunity. It's an exclusive giving society that you can join as an undergraduate.
Yeah.
With a gift of $19.09.
That's great.
That goes to the We Believe Fund, which is the greatest area of need for the fraternity. And we've had a lot of chapters coming on board. Very pleased with that and what they're doing. So I would like to share a little bit about those brothers who have jumped on in the Mason Circle. We will be sending special lapel pins that recognize them for the Mason Circle.
Very cool.
As well as some other, for 100% participation in the chapter, some special swag that we have going out the door.
That's awesome.
Before I do that, I had a couple chapter brothers, and they knew who they are. They put me to the test here on this live stream, and they called me out. They said, we're only going to give if you do this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah.
Little song and dance.
Well,
so
of course.
Here's a couple things I need to say. Ryan Bob is a better golfer than me. Patrick Jones, sorry we didn't send you your mask last year. I will send you double the mask with some extra swag, and we will personally hand sign those masks. That's a one-of-a-kind type of mask.
Yeah.
Lambda Chi Alpha mask for you. Andrew Cross is the man. And then all of my chapter brothers know we won't. Jeff Jackman actually won't get to this video until next year. Jeff, we love you. So that is those are the shout outs I needed to make.
Perfect.
Here's the update on Mason Circle before Troy gets here. In addition to Boston, Alpha Zeta leading the way, we have had Valparaiso University come in at 100% participation. Virginia Commonwealth University, VCU, has come in at 100% participation. Fantastic undergrads.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much. I'm also going to talk about Oklahoma City University, Vanderbilt, South Dakota. Recognize some brothers from those chapters. Bear with me. I'm going to read some names from the different Zetas. It's going to sound like the start of summer camp and the camp counselor calling your name on the bus. I apologize in advance for any names that are messed up here. Eric, Boston University. Thank you to our brothers there. Eric Chen, Teha Desai, Aiden Donovan, James Filatio, Gregory Gilman, James Green, Jaden Greenfield, Kevin Goy, Philip Hoon, Justin Kim, Jerry Liu, Matthew Manberg, Kellen Moore, Matthew Plastrick, Ariel Rashan, Slava Savarho, Krish Saparu, Ivan Sevilla, Eddie Song, Talbot Taylor, John Vipon, Hong Li Yi. From our Valparaiso University, Cameron Aftab, Jeremy Blumka, Cameron Bobos, Brian Backover, Nicholas Borshi, Colin Cherie, Jacob Diamond, Ryan, I'm not even going to pronounce your last name, Ryan D., Casey Hill, Stefano Zarnizus, Isaac Kendall, Isaac Limke, Christian Licia, Meshach Melton, Romerica Mitchell, Andrew Oliger, Garrett Scheiber, Philip Stutzman, Nathan Wessel. Thank you, brothers at Iota Sigma. VCU, Jalir Abraham, Solomon Blackman, Christopher Cagliano, Stephen Davis, Stephen Dolan, Andres Escamilla, James Featherstone, the fifth, I believe that says the fifth.
Perfect.
A lot of Featherstones.
Yeah.
Evan Felix, Simon Frederick, Jonathan Fung, Lucas Greaves, Tafton Groshell, Greg Hadley, Joshua Hernandez, Ryan Hill, Jonathan Jiang, Kunal Kagwala, Jason Labaski, Evan Manuel, Brian Marangini, Jacob Morgan, Michael Morrissey, Jerson Nolasco Preduncio. I'm probably kind of close on that one.
This is that Truman State education coming out.
The enunciation, right? We
You're doing
never
great,
did things
Dan.
You're doing
phonetically.
fantastic.
Yes,
I'm proud of you right now.
I will tell you, Christian Pakran, Joshua Rasher, Nishu S. Sorry, I'm not going to pronounce it, Nishu. George Talmula, Quentin Tedeschi, Vin Thai, Justin Un, Darren Whaley Jr., Tristan Wills, Ben Wojcicki. Thank you to our VCU brothers. A couple more shout outs, and then I'll turn it over to brother Troy Medley from our Oklahoma City chapter. Chase Rowland, High Alpha there, had the pleasure of meeting with Troy Medley here and the rest of the chapter. Thanks, Chase, for jumping in. Tyler Harrell, Ian McIntyre, and Adam Kerr. Keep it coming, brothers, from Theta Delta. Vanderbilt, Thomas Jerkak, Baharath, and I did not put your last name in here on purpose. Chapman Finn, Will Weaver, thank you, from Vanderbilt. And then South Dakota Alpha Gamma Zeta, Gear Tyler, Max Mickelson, Tate Gleason, Dollar Tyson. Thank you, brothers, for that. You can see Troy's here. I will yield the floor to him, and then when I come back, we'll have a leaderboard update.
Yeah,
which is
Fantastic.
exciting, and we're looking forward to the first leaderboard
and
update.
I think it's just good to also acknowledge like all of the people who gave to the Mason Circle. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
it's not about what
absolutely.
you're giving, but the fact that you're giving and really trying to make a philanthropist out of people, I think, is what is so important.
Right.
I think my mom's watching this live stream right now, so that's exciting. So give a shout out to
thank
Lori
you.
Covert.
Thank you, Lori Covert. Woohoo!
Hey, Lori.
But what we're going to do is we're going to have Troy replace Dan here.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
Dan, thank
And
you very much.
You may want to, Troy, sanitize these headphones. You see how much gel's in this hair, so you might want to clean these up before you put them on there. Do you have another set for
Yeah,
him?
he can use this set over
You're
here.
safe. See you later.
Awesome, Dan. Thank you so much
Thanks,
for the update.
Dan. We'll see you soon. All right.
Welcome, Brother Medley.
Brother
How's it
Medley,
going?
come on down.
You're up next. Use that microphone.
Isn't it great to be back?
I'm so glad he warned me.
Yeah, it's probably better not to use those headsets.
Yeah, just a little bit. But yeah, welcome to our Chop Talk podcast studio today.
Live stream
on Founders Day and Founders Day Challenge.
Yeah, for everyone who does not know, this is Troy Medley. He is Lambda Chi Alpha's CEO.
Yep.
He's been here for going on 2 years now. So thank you so much for your service. We've had nothing but great comments all day, and people have been looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Well, for the record, I still consider March 22nd Founders Day.
That was in his pedagogus. That's what he tells me.
And it's my birthday.
Yes, well, that
which
makes sense.
is a more important day at that point.
Right.
I used to tell people I was born to be a Lambda Chi.
I think you were. I think so. That's why
Yeah.
you're here today.
I remember opening up that ped going, oh my gosh, it's my birthday.
This was meant to be.
It was meant to be.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, speaking of which, I would love to, kick this off with you on why you did join Lambda Chi and why you continue to give your time to this organization.
Oh, that's a long story, but I guess to be succinct, it's the first place I ever felt like home. It's the first place I ever felt that I was truly valued, that I was cared about, that I had people who wanted the best for me and were willing to push, prod, and cajole me to becoming something better than I ever thought I could be. So it completely changed my life.
Mm-hmm.
I took it both literally and seriously.
Yes.
And as a result, I had a life that I never even thought was possible. So thank you, Lambda Chi, whether it be November 2nd or March 22nd.
Well, on March 22nd, we will also do a live stream for Troy.
There we go, just for you.
That'll be my half century. So
wow,
I probably won't be here. I'll be on a beach somewhere.
Which also pretty. We can live stream from the beach.
Yeah, do you want to take us with you? I think that's a no.
I'm going to go with that's a no as well.
Exactly.
But I think one of the things Troy just brought up, and Taylor, I mentioned this before, is just the common theme of what we're hearing.
Right.
About how Lambda Chi is life-altering and the experiences you have. It's not just the organization, it's the people, it's the programming, it's all of those things combined into one that makes this member experience so special,
right?
For everyone, whether you're a member or not. I think even people who are non-members who have been involved with Lambda Chi Alpha are touched by this organization in some way or another. We see gifts coming through from people who aren't members,
right.
And so I think that's just so special to see. I see some of my chapter brothers. Evan Sears is one of them who's donated, and it's just so cool. Jason LeGrand, Parker Butler, everyone is just really trying to support the mission of this organization, big or small. Like it's just everything counts.
Yeah, absolutely. So Troy, in your opinion, what would you say that Founders Day means to you?
Well, it amazes me that if you go back 100 years, well, 111 years, that there were men that were of the similar age to our members today who recognized a need that existed then for belonging, for brotherhood, for support, that exists today, has existed for our entire history, but just the foresight and the entrepreneurial spirit to say, we're going to try to create something to meet this need and to provide this level of support and infrastructure for men who need it. It blows me away when I look at the pictures of Jack Mason and just see how young he was.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And see Bruce McIntosh and just how young, because the pictures that I remember seeing when I in the PED, they were old.
Right, yeah. Exactly.
But not while they were building the foundation of Lambda Chi Alpha. They were young men.
Yeah.
Building something transformative, which I find very inspiring. Somebody who has been an entrepreneur, it's very hard to create something from nothing. So I celebrate that entrepreneurial spirit. I know that every single year, every High Zeta it's an entrepreneurial experiment. You're new entrepreneurs coming in and saying, how are we going to rebuild and reinvigorate Lambda Chi Alpha for another year? So we can take inspiration from the guys that came before us.
Yeah.
Now, as a history major, I always like founders, right?
Well, yeah, of course.
I like looking back to learn.
Yeah,
exactly.
Learn so much by looking back because they were in the same place our members are. The same exact place in life.
Right.
Well, and I think that something we were talking about with Ollie Smoot too is hearing his experience and comparing that to our brothers today and just how this brotherhood has changed over the years. But those same core values and those same testaments that is what started this organization are still true and still here, 111, 112 years later.
Yeah.
So that's pretty incredible.
Yeah. Ollie's pretty cool, isn't he?
Yeah.
It was interesting to hear some of his stories and kind of how Lambda Chi Alpha has changed over time too. I think was really cool to get his perspective on those things.
Absolutely.
Yes, I was at my gym last night, and I don't know how the fact that I work at Lambda Chi came up, and I heard somebody in the back go, "I'm a Lambda Chi."
Really?
Yeah. His name was Lloyd. We talked for like 45 minutes, and it's like we had been best friends forever. Because it was very common. We had a common experience, a common set of values, and it provided immediate connection.
Yeah.
So we've talked a little bit about the past and where we've come from and how things have changed over the last 111, 112 years. But Troy, give us an idea where we're at now. What's the outlook for the future of Lambda Chi Alpha?
Well, how much time do we have, Mike?
How much time do you want? We got.
We're all here. We're here.
We got
all
until
day.
5:00 till Mark Bauer's here, so you got 2 hours.
Well, we're trying to do nothing less than reinvent the concept of what a fraternity can be and should be, to provide a significant amount of immediate value for men when it comes to character development, when it comes to skill development, so that they're able to enter life after college significantly better prepared than they would have been without Lambda Chi, and better prepared than their peers.
Right.
And then creating an infrastructure for our alumni that allows them to create connection, to continue to learn about themselves, to continue to support each other and help each other throughout their lifetime, so that we can truly be recognized as the leader in developing men. Not necessarily men of a certain age, but men.
Right.
So we can create this beautiful, virtuous circle of having a much better experience for our alumni members, which then attracts incoming students who want that experience.
Right.
And therefore, we end up with men of elite character and potential in our chapters that then become those alumni. Who
Right.
give jobs and provide mentorship and different opportunities to our collegiate brothers. So that's what that's the engine, the human development engine we're working on creating.
Yeah, and we talk about this like global Zeta, and we use that terminology, but if you were to put that in different terms, it's a global social network is what Lambda Chi Alpha is. It is a network of individuals, whether that's through social relationships or career opportunities or anything in between. It really gives everyone that ability to start working with brothers from across the world. Now, as Dan mentioned earlier this morning, we have some people who are from New Zealand, a former board member actually, and so there's just people all across the world who are Lambda Chi's, and it's just so cool, like Troy said, to meet them. You just all of a sudden meet somebody out of the blue, and it feels like you can pick up a conversation like you've known them for your whole life, and it's just so special.
Right.
I now have a friend named Lloyd.
There you
Always
go.
wanted a friend named Lloyd.
And you got it now.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that we were talking about earlier with Dan was, Leadership Skills Certification Academy and Ideal Man. So, Troy, I would love to hear your take on that and why that is so important that these programs are coming to fruition and, going to be unveiled very soon.
Well, it's important because our members have asked for it.
Yeah.
And if you take a look at all of the data, they're in desperate need.
Right.
So, I know you've heard me say this a million times, but if you take a look at what Gallup came out and said 2 years ago, or it might have been 3 years ago now, 13% of hiring managers say college students are prepared for success in a career when they graduate. 13%.
Yeah.
So they're not getting the tools they need to be professionally successful. And then if you take a look at a lot of the research we've done on mental health with JED, through the University of Michigan and through Sparks Research in the last 2 years, our members are saying interpersonally they don't feel like they have the skills they need to create resilient lives.
Right.
And so when we take a look at those two kind of holes in the member experience, what else can we do but rush in and try to fill those holes with best-in-class programming?
Right.
Not only is it our duty, it's a huge opportunity for us to be able to differentiate against any other experience and to be the true co-curricular bridge that helps students take, hey, this is the theory I'm learning in school, and this is the hands-on I'm getting through my chapter experience. And, oh my gosh, I see how it all synthesizes and comes together. I can now recognize what I'm able to do to be successful.
Right.
And therefore, when I come out and I'm being interviewed, I'm head and shoulders above anybody else that my dream job is interviewing.
Yeah.
So that's the, and I'm watching that, you guys hear me talk about my daughter. I talk about my daughter too much. But she now has a very difficult job at the most prestigious hospital in the United States. There were 10 people selected. 2 of them were Greek, 2 out of the 10. My daughter was the vice president of her sorority during COVID. Her roommate was the head of standards for Panhellenic for all of the University of Alabama.
Those are tough jobs.
Tough jobs.
Really.
They think this job is pretty easy. The other 8, 2 of them have already quit, and everybody's talking about how hard it is.
Yeah.
But because they were purely academic, they didn't have to learn how to work with parents and administrators and peers and how to hold people accountable, and all the things that you learn in our fraternity experience. Well, we want to bring some overlaying concepts to that. So not only do our members get better at the practice of management and the practice of whatever specific discipline that they've been elected for, whether it be recruiting or philanthropy or risk management, but then they can actually understand the skills that they've developed.
Right.
So that when they're 24, 25, 26, and everybody else is like, wow, this is hard. They're like, no. I got the skills to do this.
Yeah.
I got this.
Yeah.
I've had experience with this.
I am used to meeting challenges head on and being successful. Yeah. And when I'm not successful, I know I can pick myself back up and be more successful the next time. So putting a process around that maturation process is what really the ideal man and leadership skills are designed to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So can you take us, for our viewers on YouTube and through Instagram Live too, can you take us a little bit more into what each program is going to equip our members to do?
Okay, well, if you think of ideal man, think about that as character.
Sure.
Who am I? Right? So we're going to have a lot of materials, whether it be personality assessments, skills assessments, values assessments, so that our members can truly understand who they are. I have a degree in education. I had to student teach at the end. Only then did I realize I did not want to teach.
It's fair.
I really wish that they would have had that stuff at the beginning.
At the beginning, yes. Right.
So I want our students to be able to figure out at the beginning, oh my gosh, this is who I really am.
Yeah.
And then we start out with kind of mission development. What's your mission? And it's okay if you don't know right away, because we're going to ask you that every single year. And who you say you are and who you want to be as a senior will probably be different than as a brand new associate member.
I know it was for me.
Yeah, but then you can go back and look at this transformation you've made, and you can kind of honor that journey that you've taken and recognize, okay, this is how much I've grown. And then we're going to just systematically increase the amount of interpersonal skill acquisition that's made available through our partnerships with JAD Foundation and One Love and Movember, so that our men are able to graduate as good active listeners, able to productively manage conflict, so that they recognize that they do have resilience and grit and skills that they may not see in themselves initially. Because what I have found, okay, and this is a gross generalization, but most of our members have what they're looking for. They just can't identify it.
Yeah. Sure.
And if we allow them to identify, oh my gosh, I really do have the ability to manage conflict because I've done it.
Yeah.
Then it gives them confidence the next time it's necessary. So when they're an executive committee or when they're an officer, it's not as hard because they realize, oh, I've got this.
Yep. Yeah, and I think kind of being able to manage stress, I think, is super important. And when you're running a small business, whether that's $500,000, $1 million budget, like there are stresses that come with that, and there always are going to be. It's making sure you pay bills on time, making sure you collect on time. All of those different things, I think, all roll together to start showing you really what is it like to manage people, manage a business, and be able to face those challenges head on and not be afraid. And I think that is like such an important personal skill to have.
Right.
Yeah, I can tell you my worst moment as TAW. So I got talked into, and I did get talked into it. We bought a $2,000 big screen TV. And this was in 1993.
That's a nice TV.
Yeah.
It was a monster. They probably weighed 500 pounds.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Okay, we never locked our fraternity house because a bunch of guys lived in it. Who's going to rob a fraternity house? Well, somebody robbed our fraternity house. I came downstairs and that TV we only had it a week.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
And we spent pretty much all of our discretionary capital on the...
Ouch.
And I had to get up in front of the whole chapter and tell them what happened, and everybody was upset with me. And I learned these are the same guys who wanted me to buy the TV.
Right, that are now upset.
But now they're upset that we bought the TV.
Right.
And it's no longer here.
It's gone.
What an amazing learning opportunity. At the time, it didn't feel like that.
Yeah.
But almost every time I've gone to a board meeting in my career, I just remember that moment. Okay, I've had to stand up in front of a group of guys and say, yeah, we spent all of our discretionary money on something stupid, and now we're going to pay for it.
Yeah.
Right.
So I can handle this board meeting.
So did you guys get another TV?
We got a really small one.
Okay.
I think we went from 70 inches to 24.
Yeah. Well, that happens.
Sometimes you gotta give and take a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. So, with all of these great initiatives that are coming out and programs that are so exciting, how do you think that we are working with the foundation to make these available to our members?
Well, the foundation has helped us. The leadership skills program, and then we're using the same writers from Kaplan to help us write The Ideal Man.
Right.
Our upfront cost on that's about $2 million.
Yeah.
And then since we're going to be paying for access to all of this content for our members, we'll be investing about $500,000 a year to make this content and the certifications that come with them available.
Right.
And that's made possible because of the donations to the Educational Foundation. We do not, and we will not, pass these costs on to our members.
Right.
These are designed to dramatically increase the value of membership. But to do that, we rely on our alumni to pay forward, back, however you want to phrase it.
Pay it forward for sure.
Right.
To take what they've been given and say, okay, I want to make this available for the next generation, and this is how I'm going to do that. I'm going to give them access to these tools so that they can be, and it's kind of selfish. I mean, I want really, really competent people to come and work at Lambda Chi Alpha, and I want really competent people to become air traffic controllers, and I want really competent people to become
astronauts,
bankers, and astronauts, and scientists. And the more we can invest in this generation, the better off my retirement's going to be.
And you just feel secure, like knowing that the pilot who's piloting your plane is a well-educated
knows what they're doing.
Well, I have 3 lovely daughters. I want them to marry really healthy, mentally, spiritually, emotionally healthy men. So, we as society have done a lot to make things harder for this generation, but we can do a little bit more to make things easier.
Definitely.
And this is an opportunity, and that's all done through the Educational Foundation.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And again, we want to thank our very generous donors, alumni who are, making this possible for Future Brothers.
Yeah, I don't know if Dan has already announced it.
Yeah.
But, we have met our $150,000 challenge number, which is really exciting.
That is fantastic.
And we're well on our way to 1,909 donors.
Woo!
We're about 1,000 away right now.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Yeah, absolutely. We
I've
still
watched
got
Rocky.
Still got a lot of time.
It all happens in the last 30 minutes.
It
Exactly.
does. And if for those on Instagram or watching the live stream, lambdachaifoundation.org/FDC. That's Founders Day Challenge, where you can get all your information about what's going on today.
Right.
You can also find a link to make sure you donate. So please, we're not asking the biggest or smallest gift that you can give on for yourself. That's what we're asking, just to pay it forward for these individuals who are going through Lambda Chi Alpha and for the future of Lambda Chi Alpha, really.
Truly. So, Troy, I would love to know also, what is your favorite Lambda Chi memory?
Ooh, good question.
Well, it wasn't having the TV store.
No, I can imagine that.
I would say that's probably in like the low 5.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you something that I found to be very rewarding.
Sure, that's great.
In a weird way.
Okay.
So, I didn't have any money growing up, so I had to work. I usually worked like right up till December 23rd.
Okay.
And then I'd go home for like a day and a half, and then I'd come back.
Yeah.
And there were about 10 of us in that same boat. And everybody left around, December 17th? And
Sure.
So this incredibly loud house and this incredibly loud college town got really, really quiet.
Right.
But this small group of about 10 or 12 of us got really, really close during that period of time because it was kind of lonely at Christmas. So we'd all go to the house at night after work, and we'd watch Christmas Vacation. We watched
I love
Christmas Vacation. I think we watched it every night.
Oh my gosh.
We'd watched other Christmas movies, but it was like this different group. It was a group of guys from different age ranges that never really would have hung out together, just because some of them were seniors, some of them were associates.
Sure.
But we kind of got thrown into being kind of Christmas refugees.
Yeah.
And it created a bond that it made us close throughout for the rest of our lives. So it's just kind of I've told people like, should I join a fraternity and why? you don't ever remember the parties.
Right.
You remember the things like December 23rd when you really wish you were home, but you got these 8-9 guys that are there with you, and you're watching the movies together, and you kind of feel like I have a family.
Yep.
When I'm not with my family. So that's probably my favorite memory.
It's the memories too, where, like I mentioned earlier, is being up till 2, 3 a.m. sometimes just talking to somebody and laughing and forgetting about everything else around you and just really being in the moment, I think is really what really makes Lambda Chi. I think everyone has a memory or multiple memories of one of those times where you just belly laughed for an hour and you don't really remember why you were laughing. You just know that you were.
And it was a good time.
It was a good time.
Well, arguing Royals, Cardinals baseball back in the day.
Oh, yes.
I mean, I don't think I've ever had more fun.
Go Cardinals.
85.
Russell Palmer gave a shout out. He's from Delta Eta Zeta, Western Ontario. He said great conversation so far. So Russell, thanks for the comment. Definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I go back to the Global Zeta comment though?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Do you mind if I get my soapbox out for a second?
Did I say something wrong?
No.
Okay, good. Then yes.
So
you
I
can.
know we're all so into our specific chapter, right? Beta Psi. We're missing an opportunity. We are a global society.
Yeah.
And I tell you this, I never thought my goal in life was to graduate, go to Kansas City, live there for the rest of my life. I moved.
You did. A little far away.
Far away. I mean, I moved to California. I moved to Portland. I've moved to Indianapolis. You are going to be a global citizen. So we have to figure out how to make it so that you feel as comfortable with brothers in your new place of residence as you did with the guys you went to school with, because we have this commonality. So figuring out how we can think of ourselves as this global brotherhood,
right?
And okay, I just moved into Southern California. Who is there? A Lambda Chi barber?
Yeah,
is there who owns a restaurant?
Yeah.
So our job is to help make those connections, but we as a brotherhood need to start thinking, if we can, about who we are as a global citizenry.
Yeah. Well, and I think that that's a great point. And one of my favorite memories that I was talking about earlier was my first experience at General Assembly in Jacksonville in 2018, and just seeing kind of the scope of Lambda Chi Alpha. You know, it's more than just one chapter, you know, one location, one university. It truly is global. And to see that at, you know, a General Assembly scale was just astounding for me. And that's something that will always stick with me. I do have a comment from the Instagram live feed.
What's Instagram?
Troy, remember, we'll get there. We'll get there. We have our lessons. Someone just asked if we could talk about our panels behind us and kind of the artwork.
Ooh, the progression of the coat of arms.
Yeah, I think that's cool for Founders Day. So I'm going to hop over to Instagram Live and kind of take the phone.
I will try my best to narrate.
All right, here we go.
All right, so we're navigating to the panels. So looking at the panels, if you look at the first panel there, that's what they call the gamma plate. It was designed by Warren Howard Cole and Lewis A. Webster. It was kind of the initial design, so you can see some elements that were brought over to the coat of arms that we know today. As you can see underneath, it says Lambda Chi Alpha. You can see the badges in there. It says Delta Phi, not Delta Pi. That was something that was changed by Jack Mason. You can see that the cross swords are still there, so those supporters. We still have a Bible on there as well, and you have the handshake there, representing fellowship, brotherhood, things like that. And so you can also see some fruit and things around the panel. These are all actually hand painted. So it's definitely really cool to if you ever have an opportunity to visit the Office of Administration, to see that the unique detail that goes into each one of these paintings, because they are all so intricate in design. But moving to the next one, that one was designed by Jack Mason in 1913. This one was actually registered with the Heraldry Society because it was...
What date in 1913? Would that be March 22nd?
We'll go with March 22nd for Troy. But you can see that there is just some slight differences from what we know today as our coat of arms. But this was really the main design of the coat of arms that we've really stuck with. At the bottom of the painting, you can see that the member badge is down there, the associate member pin. And so the one thing you're probably noticing is that the associate member pin looks a little different, as well as there's no lion rampant in the middle of the coat of arms there. That's because we didn't merge with Theta Kappa Nu until 1939. But if you move to that next panel there, that's 1925. That was when Theta Kappa Nu was founded. It was founded in Missouri, so woot woot to Missouri. But that was designed by Doc. He was called Doc Wilson, Doc Winslow, not Wilson. Doc Winslow. You can see there's a few elements that we brought over from our coat of arms. If you look at the top of the Theta Kappa Nu coat of arms, you'll see a red lion rampant holding a white rose. That was brought over to the middle of our coat of arms, which we call the inescutcheon. Excuse me, had to take a breath there. At the bottom of the coat of arms, you'll see where it says Weir Kiske Weir S. So we brought everything over except the S. So right there it says every man is a man. We just now know it as every man a man. So that was brought over. Around the panel, you'll see 4 letters, A, K, L, and M. Those are all the initials of the founders of Theta Kappa Nu. And then along the side, you'll see all of the different institutions that they were at. So that is that, and they have the white roses there as well, surrounding that one. And then we get to the final coat of arms, which, as I mentioned, 1939 was we merged with Theta Kappa Nu. We brought over those few elements of the coat of arms to the one that we know today. I will say that once we made that merger, the coat of arms was no longer legal in the Heraldry Society, so it's no longer registered, but that is kind of the evolution of the coat of arms. You'll see at the bottom of that last panel there is the associate member pin we know today that has the 4 equilateral triangles, as well as the Lambda Chi Alpha monogram in there as well. So I hope that was helpful to talk about the evolution of those panels.
Those heraldry guys are strict.
They are very strict. Heraldry laws are super, super strict. I've read a book about it. It's crazy where you can't have conflicting colors sometimes. Yeah, it's all about metals, and it's a whole thing.
And you read the whole book?
I did.
Right.
I did. I wanted to know more about our evolution of coat of arms because I think it was so cool. But yeah, seeing all of those, I believe, and someone's probably going to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe those were painted by Bruce McIntosh.
Mm.
And we have a photo in the Pedagogus somewhere of him sitting out in the backyard painting the coat of arms, and so.
Well, thank you for that, Mike. That was super informative, and
you just did that off the cuff. You've never done.
You really?
I have never done that before.
I applaud you. That was really cool. Yeah, and I think that was a great little lesson in history on Founders Day.
Yeah.
So thank you for doing that, and I hope our viewers enjoyed that. So, all right, back to you, Troy.
Back to you.
I would call it maybe Founders Day.
Maybe Founders Day.
Yeah, March 22nd. Remember Troy's birthday.
Right, yes.
So if you guys don't know, Troy's birthday is March 22nd.
It's like the one thing we're taking away from this.
That's my big takeaway.
No, it's just I was such a big deal when I was an
undergrad.
Thinking.
That's really cool. We have 2 Founders Days. We acknowledge that it's all up in the air of like when we were actually founded. Were we actually founded in 1909? I think so, but there's other evidence that may state it wasn't until 1912. So there's a whole thing there.
Right, exactly. So Troy, what are your hopes for Lambda Chi Alpha maybe in the next, 112 years we have?
And will you be CEO then?
Well, I can pretty much guarantee you that in 112 years, nobody will remember my name. So
I don't know. We'll have a picture up of you.
Yep, that's true.
Maybe a hologram.
Ooh, that'd be cool. A Troy hologram.
So this is an aside, but one of the most defining moments of my life was driving down the 405 in Southern California and seeing them take down the name Howard Hughes from Howard Hughes Parkway. Who, when Howard Hughes died, he was the richest man in the world. He had founded TWA Airlines, Hughes Tool. He had done all these things, and a generation later, it's just H Parkway.
Right.
So I remember thinking that was kind of morbid, but then it's also incredibly liberating because we're not nearly as important as we think we are.
Right. Oh, sure.
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
You can take some chances. You can try new things.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, nobody's gonna remember.
Yeah, that's a very fair statement. Very fair
They're
statement.
going to remember the work you've done.
Yes, exactly.
But not necessarily
you as an individual.
or how hard it was for you to get it accomplished.
Right.
And so, everybody's so afraid of making a mistake. Everybody's so afraid of, okay, well, what happens if I fail this time? Or,
Yeah.
Well, that's part of the process. And nobody's going to remember your failures.
Right.
So I remember that is one of the defining moments of my life.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
And my philosophy.
I like that.
So where do I want us to be? I want us to be a continuous engine in helping men become the best version of themselves. And if we can become the recognized, I think the intent of the Grand High Zeta and the intent of everybody that is donating to Educational Foundation is we become the expert in developing men.
Yeah.
And we become the best way for men of a common value set to say, okay, I'm gonna invest in myself into this. I'm gonna give everything I have into this, and I'm gonna get so much more out of it because of what the men that came before me provided.
Absolutely.
So that's what we're trying to do. We will make mistakes.
Yep.
We will fall. We're gonna try experiments that sounded great on paper and might not be
right.
But that's if innovation and entrepreneurial creativity and the ability to the willingness to throw deep is just ingrained in our culture, then we're going to end up so much more effective than if we just try to play it safe.
Absolutely.
And I think too is we have not just the duty but the obligation to be innovative. I think when we were founded on being innovative. We were founded on being change agents and really making an organization that didn't exist before, and we need to continue to make ourselves that premier organization. We need to develop men, make them premier philanthropists.
Yeah.
That's what we need to do. Is we need to teach everyone to give back and to help society as a whole, because society can't do it on its own. We need a collective social good to really make Lambda Chi Alpha the premier organization that we know that we are.
Well, I would agree, Mike.
You make a great point.
By the way, I know you guys have heard me say this, but you got to take the podcast on the road. You guys are so good at this.
We're trying
we'll be
to.
at
And
High
we're
Alpha
planning,
Summit.
and we're gonna do a live podcast from High Alpha Summit in January from Austin, which is super exciting.
Yeah.
Quick plug: if you haven't registered and you're a High Alpha or an advisor watching this or listening to this, please register.
LCAconferences.org.
That's it.
It's going to be so cool.
It's going to be so much fun.
And we were talking, it's going to be one of our first conferences in person since you've really been our CEO outside of the leadership seminars. But
right.
I got to go to the first High Alpha Summit, and then the COVID came
you're right.
right after.
Right.
You're right. You're
2020 January. Yeah.
So it's cool that we actually get to start coming back together again.
Yes.
As an organization. Virtual is fun, but it doesn't beat being in person.
Well, it's so different when you're in person and you can have those conversations.
Did you say virtual is fun?
It's okay. Makes my job interesting at least.
I think Troy wants to disagree with you.
I think so too.
Virtual is effective when you can't get together.
But true.
Brotherhood, being together is fun.
Yeah. Well, I see at the door of the studio that Dan is back.
He is back. He has jars in his hand.
He does have jars in his hand, so I'm going to invite him in. Thank you so much, Troy, for conversation and for chatting with us.
If you want to stay, I can pull up this other microphone and you and Dan can
sit on the couch together.
Yeah.
You want to do it?
Well, I need to do my American Express bill.
Okay.
Oh.
That's fair.
You should do that before Tony yells at you. Tony Robinson, our CFO.
Yeah.
I may be back though.
Oh, well,
Cool.
that's great. Yeah, we'll check in with you later then.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank
Troy.
you, everybody.
Thanks, Troy.
All right, Dan, you're up for the hot seat.
We're definitely doing a dunk tank.
We're doing a dunk tank.
All right.
Ooh.
200 gifts is the level we put it on the team.
So for those watching and listening, Dan will be in a dunk tank because we have had multiple gifts. And Dan, you'll have to tell us what the number was for you being in a dunk tank.
Yes. Well, just explain what the jars are first.
Okay,
yes,
so let's start here. It's jiving off the It's both. It's they really want Troy to do the dunk tank, and then I get thrown on as this kind of this extra guy here. But thank you, Troy.
Thanks, Troy. Appreciate it.
So here's what you got. You got 3 teams here at the Office of Administration, about a dozen on each team, and it's like a penny wars concept. So the green slip is good for your team. That means you, as a team member, you secured a gift. And you put it in this jar. Now, the red means another team secured a gift and put it against your total in your jar. So the Penny Wars, penny versus silver concept.
Right.
We're just doing with paper. So we got Team John here is looking a little thin. Come on. We're going to need Team John to step up. The one that is most full is Team Will.
Yeah, they're
and then
crushing it.
That's
Team
my
Logan's,
team. That's my team, by the way.
Team Logan's a little...
Okay, well, let's not brag.
Little thin here. So there are special competitions going on within the Office Administration, and the team that wins has some special incentive behind that. But as a whole, if the Office Administration does well, again, 200 total donors or more that they secure for Founders Day Challenge, Troy will do a dunk tank.
Okay.
Maybe we can live stream that, and
we'll
cut it.
We
we
definitely will.
The dunk tank piece.
Yeah, I just because you mentioned Team Will, since they're probably doing well, I want to thank Lori Covert, Evan Sears, Donald York, Parker Butler, and Jason LeGrand for contributing to our team effort.
More green.
So thank you all so much. I appreciate that.
And just so that they know it's not kind of stacked for one team or the other. The foundation team is actually not counting towards these. We're placed on teams, but we're not counting towards these. In fact,
you're more like a coach.
Yeah, and I think he'd be okay with me sharing this, but and I won't list a dollar amount, but there are challenges. Troy Medley as a challenge for one team, Dan Hardman a matching challenge for another team, and then Lynn Chipperfield has come through with a challenge on another team.
Right.
So all 3 teams are being challenged dollar for dollar to give up to a certain threshold.
Yeah.
And so I've seen some very generous contributions from Office Administration
That's great.
staff, and everybody in this room has given today. So thank you so much for that.
Absolutely.
I know Troy mentioned, the global Zetas, and I do love that. We are one global Zeta. You certainly see that when you do our work and you're out on the road. With alumni, donors, and friends. However, that doesn't mean we're still not going to have some chapters compete, because you still have a chapter experience. Maybe in the future we can make this regional, and you can compete maybe by state or region. We'll kind of entertain that opportunity.
That'd be interesting.
Down the road. But for this year, let's go by the rule book. And the rule book is chapters competing against each other. Well, I've got some leaderboard results here. This will go out in the 4 p.m. email in the new graphic. Again, we had to cut this off at some point because my phone keeps buzzing. We continue to get gifts. Again, if we get a gift every minute, we'll hit that 1909.
Which is fantastic. We're already halfway there.
So every minute, let's get there. We're halfway there. So we cut this off 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. At that point in time, your participation side, so number of donors, not shocking because of their leadership as a Mason Circle group, Boston University is out ahead with 54.
That's awesome.
Total donors. And that alumni group has been doing a bang-up job, great work, drumming up the support. Right behind them.
Hold on. Sorry. I hate to interrupt. There's some comments going on YouTube right now about getting me in the dunk tank, and people are saying they're going to make extra donations if I also go into the dunk tank.
Let's do it. Will you accept their offer?
I might.
A live stream?
One of them is my sister, so we'll see.
What's her name?
Carrie.
Carrie, we would love to accept your proposal.
Yeah. So
on behalf of Mike.
So we'll see. Sorry, interrupt. Back to you, Dan.
All right. Yeah, Mike's doing the dunk tank. Okay, so Boston University first on participation. In second, Auburn University, 42 donors.
That's awesome.
Fantastic. Brother Fred Cam on the Grand Isaiah doing great work there.
Yep.
Thank you, Brother Fred. Third place, Ferris State. I've been saying them a lot today. In fact, 35, that's low because I just was on my email and there's got to be another 10 in there from
That's
Ferris
awesome.
State Brothers. Steven, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so
let's
much,
keep it
Steven.
going. Hey, but I also want everybody to know who's really close. I mean, nipping at the heels here.
Yes.
VCU with their chapter doing a Mason Circle. Valparaiso's in it. App State, South Dakota, SEMO, yours truly.
Yep.
Culver
Hey.
Stockton back at it again this year, and they were there last year.
Right.
Drexel is doing amazing work, as is Eastern Illinois. Very close, folks, within 10 donors being in that top 3. And again, there's some real nice incentives for those chapters. The undergraduates, the top chapter will get a special retreat. It's worth being at the top.
Definitely.
We'll just say that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Looking at impact then. So I want to touch on total dollars given. And leading the way, we had a special challenge gift. So leading the way is Drury University in
Yeah.
Missouri, in Springfield, Missouri. They've raised over $100,000
Wow.
in impact, and we're so appreciative of that. After Drury is the University of South Dakota with $76,000.
Wow.
And following them, Stetson University's raised over $30,000.
That's fantastic.
From their alumni base. That's wonderful. Really in the mix. Auburn University, University of Washington, Wabash College again this year, very close. Culver Stockton, and in fact, I just saw a gift. Gift just came in from our Grand High Alpha, Jeff Stearman. Very generous gift. It's going to put them very close to that top 3 number. So keep going, Culver. Washington State University, Oklahoma State, Ferris State, and Eastern Michigan. All within striking distance
That's
on
awesome.
the top 3 spots on total impact.
Fantastic.
That is so cool. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Like, we're doing good. I just looked at the total, over $500,000 dollars raised so far, and we just keep chugging along. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to every donor who has contributed.
It's been so great.
Yeah, it's so cool to see this come through, and I'm so glad that I get to be here live broadcasting.
Yeah. It's been fun.
One thing I didn't mention. So again, 1909. That's our goal. Total donors. I know undergrads understand the impact of the programs that the foundation invests in. One thing I can't underscore enough, the Mason Circle is exclusive undergraduate giving society.
Mm-hmm.
And if chapters want to participate in that, they can simply just say, hey, we're in. Our whole chapter's in. We all want to be in 100%.
Yeah.
You can send an email to foundation@lambdachaifoundation.org. Again, that's foundation@lambdachaifoundation.org, and we will get you on the list. We'll read your name off here on the live stream.
Oh, yeah.
We'll thank you many, many times, but that will really help us move the needle.
Yes.
And we've already seen it. We've seen some leadership of other chapters that have joined the Mason Circle. And again, that's not to say we don't want our alumni and friends. We've had so many friends, parents of Lambda Chi's giving over the day. It's wonderful to see that. And again, everybody can continue to go to lambdachaifoundation.org/FDC for Founders Day Challenge. And you can make your gift through there, join the challenge. But just so appreciative of everything everybody's doing today. And
absolutely.
It's been such a fun day. This is fun in and of itself, right?
I have more to add to that, actually.
I mean, this stuff keeps coming in. We're going to have a lot of fun. I'm going to come back if I can, if you'll let me.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Right before Mark Bauer comes on, I want to read some more donor comments
Yes.
the way
I
I
would
did
love that.
before.
Yeah.
Keep those comments coming, please, in the comment section. We have a funny one that I'm going to read that came through, so you'll know it when we get there. And that'll be a great segue to Mark Bauer, who that'll be a pretty fun chat here for us
I
this
think
evening.
so as well.
So
yeah, he's a great character.
He is.
So yeah, that'll be a great conversation. Well, Dan, thank you so much for the updates. That's so great. We'll be posting this on social so everyone can see kind of the leaderboard stats. Email will be going out. So thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so what we're going to do next is we're going to do a foundation promo video.
Yep.
And then we'll be back at 4:30
Perfect.
with Dan Hartman again. to start reading some comments before Mark Bauer comes in at 5.
Yep.
Taylor and I are going to take a quick break. We need a biological break. Maybe grab some coffee.
Yep.
Because we have
Get geared up
quite a few hours ahead of us still. So,
we do.
So we'll be broadcasting. But I want to thank everyone from Instagram Live and who's watching the live stream, lambdakai.org/livestream.
Yes.
If you don't want to wait for us to show up on Instagram, you can definitely do that. But until then, thank you all so much.
Yep. And we'll be back soon.
We will.
See ya.
We believe in Lambda Chi Alpha.
If I could personify Lambda Chi Alpha, I would say, thank you for the memories of these days together. For I am Lambda Chi Alpha here and now. I am wide and bold and proud. And your dreams have been my dreams, and your life my life. For not long have you stayed in my care, but we will be linked together always.
I love Lambda Chi Alpha. My relationship with our fraternity is deeply personal because my chapter experience changed me permanently and for the better. The love, the support, and the self-belief I gained as an undergraduate member helped me build a life I didn't even dream was possible the day I walked on campus. Everything I have, everything I am, I owe to my brothers, who are the men that taught me how to live a good life.
What we have is special. Our traditions, our principles and ideals, they're noble, they're timeless. We have an opportunity to attract the next generation of members by building the brotherhood that they need and the brotherhood that they want. Always you have known that there is a purpose within you, a purpose essential to who you are. Give it to life again and again, for you'll never tire of seeing it shine.
Give them humility, so that they may always remember the simplicity of true greatness, the open mind of true strength. And let me, in my daily life, be such a brother as to deserve such brothers.
And we are back. Took a little biology break there. Got some coffee. Got some water to refresh a little bit.
Yep.
Welcome back, Dan and Taylor.
Yes, thank you.
Proud that this mug still exists. It's the 51st General Assembly, which was Orlando, Florida, July 20 to 23, 2006.
Okay.
That was yours truly's first General Assembly ever.
Wow.
Wow. That's a nice mug, too.
Mm-hmm.
I think my first one was 2012.
Which would have been
Biltmore.
Biltmore. I could close my eyes and guess.
Yep.
Biltmore.
Right.
There were a
Quite
couple of
bit.
years there.
Quite a bit at the Biltmore.
Yeah.
So you have some updates for us. We want to do some comments, maybe some recognition of some ambassadors potentially.
Yeah.
Things along those lines. So where do you want to start?
I mean, there's so many ambassadors that have been a part of this day. We couldn't have done this without our ambassadors. Just a thank you to them for all they're doing. They're listed on our site, lambdachaifoundation.org/FDC for Founders Day Challenge. You can see all the ambassadors there. I can't possibly go through all of them. I would just want to tell stories about them. And they've just been so generous with their time and helping everybody stay connected in our great brotherhood across the global zeta of Lambda Chi. So, but I've got this time a little bit less. I've only got 4 sheets now of comments that we can kind of chat through.
Okay.
Before Brother Bauer comes.
You said you had a funny comment, too, you wanted to share with us.
Yeah. Do you want to lead off with that one?
Oh, geez. I'd have to find it in here. So
Oh,
these are now in chapter order.
Okay.
So I'll read through them, and it'll be based on... I'll read the chapter first, and then we'll go from there. Let's see here. Hold on. Give me a second.
One Mississippi.
You know, Mike, Lori Covert, for my son Michael Covert and the wonderful organization he is a part of. Thank you, Lori.
Oh, thanks,
That's
Lori.
Thanks
so nice.
for tuning in, Lori. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Funny comment.
SEMO.
Okay.
Go figure.
Wow,
All
shocker.
right.
I'm going to say the name. Actually, it's a friend, so I don't know. Alexander Dunn.
Yeah, I know Alex Dunn.
Alex Dunn. He gave his money back. He says kickback money from beating Floyd Mayweather.
Oh, he's a big CrossFit guy.
So he beat up Floyd Mayweather and Lambda Chi Alpha benefits.
Yeah,
Wow.
I love it.
Keep it up, Alex.
I love it. I love it.
go.
Thanks, Alex. I appreciate
That's
that.
great.
All right. So that was the fun one, I thought.
Yeah.
I like that.
that's
I like that.
Yeah,
different
absolutely.
way.
Good. What else do we got, Dan?
Wow, let's start at the top.
All right.
We talked, and you're getting your check your inboxes. That email's coming out with the listing of top chapters. Again, it's not real time.
Nope.
This was stopped at 3:00. We had to count. We're going to have more count coming on later tonight, and we'll publish those as soon as we can get them out. You can also talk to a stewardship officer. We'll give you a real live number if you need that. But with Auburn University being up there towards the top, Walter Greer made a special gift in tribute to Brother Colonel Paul W. Banyan, and in memory of all those who were missing in action from Vietnam.
Awesome.
Wonderful, Walter. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Dennis LeBlanc from Boston University. We've
Another
heard
BU gift.
Alpha Zeta a couple times here today.
There you go.
Alumni brother says Lambda Chi Alpha changed my life and gives because of that. Art Vania, Brother Art out there in California.
Yeah, thank
Cal
you, Art.
Poly, brother, for all the fraternity does to help enhance the lives of young men. Art Vania gives. James Westfall, Cal State Fresno alumni brother. Good experience, good memories. And he gives in honor of James McCain. Iota Gamma 252.
Awesome.
Larry Young, Lawrence Young, Cal State Fresno gave. Thanks to Harry Lee.
Yeah, wonderful.
Harry, thanks.
Yeah, thanks
Yeah,
for the
that's
ambassador
fantastic.
work. We love that.
Yeah. Love to see it.
He's tearing it up out there in California, and I know he's listening live. And hello to Julie as well.
Awesome. Thank you, Julie.
Bruce Blackwell. So Bruce actually made a couple different gifts, and he had a couple different tributes. So let me get this in here. So Cal, Sacramento. People in my chapter were among the smartest people I've ever been around in my whole life.
Wow.
I could say the same about Truman State. So, and then he did a special gift in honor of Lenny Bendo and said, Lenny, you're a gift to the fraternity for a lifetime of caring.
Awesome.
So Bruce, thanks for the gift in honor of
and thanks for
Lenny.
giving multiple years. I see Bruce's name come across quite a bit. So Bruce,
all the
thank
time.
you so much.
Yeah,
that's great.
We've seen so many of our loyal donors giving back more generously this year, and it's wonderful. We've seen a lot of brand new donors,
which is great.
which is wonderful as well. And this is going to propel us into the future. Robert Howard, Cal State Sacramento, good friends, good times, great mentors, great network around the world. Programs meant to build better people and future leaders should always be encouraged and supported. Well, we appreciate your support, Brother Howard. Let's see here. Guy Williams at Clemson, thank you for the tenfold gift. We recognize that. And nice. Pete Collier, giving back for Founders Day Challenge from Culver Stockton College. We're going to start to see Culver Stockton come into the mix. I've been trading messages with our Grand High Alpha, and
we're going to have him on
they're moving,
later.
and he's coming, and you're going to see the bump here. Don't be surprised, everybody, with that upward trajectory. Alan Dorwind from Eastern Illinois. I've got a couple Easterns here, Eastern Illinois coming up. Outstanding program to build better men. And he's hopeful that Amazon will match. Well, we'll make sure that Amazon matches.
Yes. No, they have a great matching.
Gift,
they have a great gift matching
Alan.
program.
They do.
Yep.
And Alan's gift is in honor of John Goudreau. So thanks for that. Craig D. Simone from Eastern Illinois. Giving back to an institution that gave me so much.
Mm-hmm.
That's fantastic.
Michael Brow, EIU. To support,
they're really stepping it up.
Hey,
they are.
You're going to see some changes when we get the next report out.
You know what?
Changed that fast.
Exciting.
You know what this feels like? It feels like the presidential campaign when we're like talking about electoral votes.
Oh, I know.
That's exactly what this feels like.
That's exactly what's going on. To support the fraternity as well as support Brother John Schmidt, and his gift is in honor of John Schmidt.
John, thank you so much too. You are fantastic. We see John Schmidt's name, and I'm so glad that he's always rallying the troops, and I appreciate everyone from EIU.
So I hope John's watching, because where John's watching from is quite nice. He's watching from his place in Mexico.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So he is doing all this work from Mexico, so everybody should be very appreciative. He could be on a beach. He is.
Why are we not broadcasting from Mexico?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Mike. I was about to ask.
We need to set that up for next year.
Yeah.
John, we would like a remote broadcast next year.
from
Let's make it happen
if you're willing. So that'd be wonderful. John, we're gonna have a special gift coming in here as well from John.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Which I know will help bump EIU. So
awesome, fantastic.
Thank you, John.
That's great to hear.
Christopher Hill, Eastern Michigan University, says we're all good brothers. One of my favorite songs.
It's a great one.
At Truman State. So Mark LaRue from, here we go, Ferris State University. They're on the board again.
Ferris
That's
State
fantastic.
is up there.
And he gave in memory of Ted Pratt and Jim Gross.
Awesome.
So thank you for that wonderful gift in memory of Ted and Jim, Brother Mark. Mark Shapansky, Ferris State.
There they
Another
are.
one.
Tack that up on the board.
I know.
It says, because Lambda Chi Alpha has given me 1,000 times more.
Wow.
And he gives in honor of Bill Dahl.
Awesome.
That's great.
Which is wonderful. I kind of alluded to this. We got a couple more Ferris States coming up, by the way. So
that's awesome.
Stay tuned,
Yeah.
folks. I alluded to this one earlier. Brother Dave Saris, former staff brother. Some from the 90s maybe remember him as a consultant coming to their chapter. He says, every man a man. The fraternity helped me grow. A foundation to serve was established in an age when most guys are just trying to stay above water. It's a brotherhood for life. And he gives in memory of George Spazic.
Awesome.
And I know Dave had a very close relationship with George.
Yep.
We appreciate your gift,
thank you, Dave.
Nathan Hall, Ferris State collegiate brother.
Very good.
Joining the Mason Circle.
Very
This
good.
fraternity has done more for me than I could ever put a dollar amount on, and it keeps on giving. Well, thank you, Nathan. We're proud to have you in the brotherhood. Robert Popoff, Ferris State.
Wow.
It's not spelled like the vodka brand.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I know what you mean.
Pop off.
Yeah.
I said that, and I immediately thought of that. Truman background for you. We're all good brothers, and each one the other's friend. Soon we're going to have the song just sung
I had him
out
playing
in the
earlier.
comments.
I had him playing earlier.
So that it's subliminal messaging.
That's what it is.
Right.
That's what it is. So Bruce Blackwell, Florida State University. Hold on. No, we already did Bruce.
Yeah.
Sorry. Donald Williams, MIT. Says, thanks, Dad. Gives in honor of Mike Charette.
Awesome.
And he's a part of the LZ class of 79 and Associated Hangers Honors. Donna Wilkinson. So this is fantastic. This must be Tim's mom.
That's what I'm thinking.
Missouri State.
Yeah. Yep.
And Tim's on our staff,
Beta
Office
side.
Administration staff. Yeah. So short story there. Tim and I, we went to the same small little high school in St. Louis, Lutheran South.
Mm-hmm.
On the south side there in St. Louis. So it's really cool to have a young guy from your high school join the staff team.
Absolutely.
And Donna appreciates what Lambda Chi Alpha stands for and hopes that with her gift, the lives of young men may be positively impacted. That's wonderful.
That's
Thank
great.
you, Donna. Thank you, Donna. We love what Tim's doing for us here.
Absolutely.
Franklin Mann, Northwestern University. Northwestern, getting on the books.
Getting some representation.
That's right. Lambda Chi Alpha was an integral part of my education. Because of Lambda Chi, I developed leadership skills that helped me throughout my professional life, and I developed decades-long friendships. Well, that's wonderful. We're grateful for that, Franklin.
We'd love to see it.
Yep. Adam Kerr is one of the brothers I talked about, joined the Mason Circle, collegiate brother from Oklahoma City University. He, Chase, Trayton, they all have comments here. I'm going to read through them. Lambda Chi has given me a new sense of self and gave me a second chance. Chase Rowland, our high alpha there at OCU, who's joined the Mason Circle. Lambda Chi has provided me countless opportunities that simply would not have been afforded to me if I were not a member. I've connected with hundreds of alumni that are all part of the same bond. It's incredible to see the many years of brotherhood. And Trayton says, love the brotherhood.
Love it. I love it.
Simple and sweet.
We have some gifts from San Diego State University.
Awesome.
Hey.
Brothers Jim Carruthers, Michael Powell, Zeta Pi is back, they say.
Yep.
Fantastic.
That's great.
And I read Lori Coverts
Yep.
of SEMO. The one I did not read from SEMO would be Kyle Talkington.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah.
Does he like to talk? Or?
Maybe.
Okay. Good memories with my brothers is what Kyle says.
Kyle, thank you so much.
Brother Mike Saunders. Mike Saunders is a stable for us in Central Florida. Has been the advisor down there for years.
IRT coach for quite some years.
IRT coach on the Emblems and Rituals Committee.
Yep.
Celebrating 50 years of being part of this magnificent bond.
Congrats.
Thanks, Brother Saunders. It's very much appreciated. Ray Burrington, University of Connecticut. We're not even at University of Connecticut.
No.
Ray still gives.
That's awesome.
Ray's been involved on a lot of our donor town halls.
Yep.
We've seen Ray. It's wonderful. Gives in honor of Alan Nielsen, 68. Back then it was called a Pledge Brother. Also roommate, best man, just passed in July of 2021. So he gives this in Alan's memory. Thank you, Brother Ray.
Thank you, Ray.
Very much appreciated. This one puts a smile on my face. So we're alpha order, but we're university of.
Yes.
So that you're understanding why I'm at D now.
Okay.
Yeah. University of Dayton, Brother Phil Parker.
Yep. Awesome, Phil. Thank you so much.
Phil's done a ton. He's board of counselors.
Served on CEO search committee for Troy.
CEO search committee. He was just recently leading the nomination and nomination committee for the current Grand Isaiah. Lambda Chi Alpha gave me my family and all my future plans in life, and we certainly know that with your story, Phil. Thank you for giving. John Kay, University of Memphis alumni brother. This gift is in memory of my brother Pete, Pete J. K. Jr., Theta Zeta 362. So, John, thank you for that memory in your brother's name. Eric Hackinson, from University of New Hampshire, alumni brother, former staff. Bauer knows hack. This gift is for the Alpha Xi chapter, and thank you for Lambda Chi. So there we go.
Mark, you can join us on the couch if you'd like.
Yes.
Dan said he's going to stick in for a bit too for our conversation while we're just wrapping up some more comments that we have been getting in.
Yeah.
The world famous Mark Bauer.
I feel like I just came in to sit next to Johnny Carson.
Well, this is what happens when you retire.
Yeah.
He just came in, California cool, and doesn't have the bow tie on. It doesn't have to wear the bow tie. So you have to put those on when we.
We're gonna get you all set up here.
Mike's gonna get you set. I'm gonna keep going if that's okay, Mike. I'm gonna keep going. So many brothers giving here. Justin Graves, University of South Dakota. Being a member introduced me to lifelong friends and my wife. Same story here for me, Justin. Dan Roman, University of Wyoming. The great history and mission of Lambda Chi Alpha is why he gives. Timothy Doyle from Wabash College. It gives in honor of the faithfully departed. And Greg, I'm assuming Greg Castañas. Thank you, Brother Doyle. Greg Castañas has made his gift from Wabash College.
Awesome. Thank you, Brother Greg.
Also on the Granite Zeta. Give back to Lambda Chi because I believe that it helps make better men and men better. And the world needs more men like that.
I agree.
It almost sounded like a poem, Greg, and thank you.
Yeah, love that.
Donald Boakshan, Western Michigan University. This might be the first Western Michigan.
The first one
on
I
the
think
board here.
Yeah, I think the one we read. Yeah.
My Lambda Chi experience and the brothers and friends I met during my time at Western Michigan has meant a lot to me, and it seems like just yesterday we were all together. I hope several other young men can have the same experience and build lifelong friends. We've certainly heard that sentiment today. It's wonderful. Braden Sim on our team here.
Valparaiso University.
He is giving back because the fraternity has helped him make him into the person he is today. Braden, we love having you on staff. Thanks for all you do. Bailey Larson for all the great memories. Cameron Reinhart, Wilmington College.
Former Student Advisory Committee member.
Yep. Lambda Chi Alpha is more than a fraternity. It's a family. As a member, brothers have impacted my life in ways I cannot describe. I am beyond thankful for this organization, all that we stand for. And then look at this. Will got a gift. Will on our team.
Awesome.
From Nathan Johnson, Wilmington College.
That's fantastic.
Will said he would buy me pizza.
Oh, Will, it looks like you are buying pizza.
Thank you. You're buying pizza for Nathan Johnson, Will. So thank you for that. And then we have some friends of relatives. Mark can kind of read the page here. We have some Hartman friends.
Okay.
We have Sarah Hartman, Dan's favorite STL sister.
Okay, yeah.
And then Emery Hartman, which is a shout out from Dan's favorite niece in St. Louis, which would be my younger brother's first daughter.
St. Louis coming in strong.
That's right. So couple others on here. We have a friend from looks like Lycoming, Dan Miller, and we have another Daniel Miller that works here at Fox 59
He does.
Downtown. But to recognize the many contributions of Iota Beta chapter of Lambda Chi Alpha to student life at Lycoming College. Thank you, Dan, and all friends that are giving back. And then the last, Suzette Walden Cole.
Oh, Suze.
This is awesome. I know Chris Cole gave today as well. Her husband,
former
staffer. Mm-hmm. Suzette's done so much in the Greek movement, and she says it's because Lambda Chi Alpha gave us so much. I believe in the power of fraternity. Well done. And she sends lots of love to Jesse.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, we love Suze.
That's the donor comments.
That's the comments for now. We're gonna have more.
I do feel like it's the Jay Leno, just slide them over as you get done with them. Now we got Mark Bauer here, so I'm gonna get more comfortable.
Yeah, please do. Welcome, Mark.
Well, those Dan was reading some names there that were really familiar to me.
Mark, you know everybody.
Not a shock at all to hear that Mike Saunders has been in the fraternity for 50 years.
Right.
I always respect the guys that are older than me.
I hope he's watching this right now.
It's wonderful that all those guys are kicking in.
So Dan, you're tasked with giving us a quick introduction of who Mark Bauer is, since
Oh,
you
my.
were his replacement. So you get to give us that background.
Where do I even start, Mike? It's a tough one to do here. Big shoes to fill, certainly. You know, Mark, we're very fortunate. George Spazik hired Mark Bauer to join the staff back in, can we mention the date, Mark?
Might as well. It's all laid bare now.
Was it 69? Okay, 79. 1979. Such a critical time for fraternity. We were seeing such a bump. Mark joined the staff, traveled with a lot of, hopefully they're tuned in right now, a lot of fantastic Lambda Chis who've been very generous donors over the years. And through that experience, like myself, was introduced to the fact, hey, there's this organization called the Lambda Chi Alpha Educational Foundation. And by the way, you can work there.
Yeah.
And you can visit with alumni and friends and raise money, all to support the educational initiatives of the fraternity. And it's really Mark's leadership that has gotten us to where we are today. You know, we have over 13 million in assets. Not nearly enough. I want the listeners to know there's still more room to grow, because there's much more we can grant to the fraternity. But we wouldn't be there without Mark's leadership. He not only does he have the experience with higher ed when he wasn't at Lambda Chi Foundation, but he was at the foundation for, goodness, was it 20 years? 25, 30, 40?
You just keep going up.
20 years. We'll round
there
it.
we go.
We'll round it 20. But the key piece is that Lambda Chi has gone through two major campaigns that have really shaped the future direction of the organization and shaped us to where we are in the present, but in the future. And that was the Call to Lead campaign, highly successful, and the Future Leaders campaign. We engaged so many brothers and friends of Lambda Chi in that, and that's what we're really building off of today for the future. Mark is now enjoying his time in retirement, and with his very, very beautiful granddaughter. She must have got her looks from Beth. I'll go on the record saying that.
Well, she's 3 years old, so I learned how to deal with 3-year-olds from being around fraternity.
So good experience.
Right,
He's well prepared as a grandfather. And by the way, he spoils her and then hands her right back to his daughter.
But that's what grandparents are supposed to do, right?
Exactly.
You get all the benefits of having a child, but you don't have to take care of
and then you get
all the bad points.
to hand them back.
Except everybody ought to have seen me 2 or 3 weeks ago. My daughter got they were given a big backyard trampoline that has the screens on the side.
Oh, yeah.
And so my little 3-year-old is inside, and she calls me Papa. So Papa, come in and jump with me. So I start doing that, and good news is I did not hurt myself.
Well, yeah, that is good. Yes.
And I didn't land on her, so I didn't hurt her. But we had a grand time. You know, I showed her how you could put a ball in the middle, and if you jump next to it, the ball starts.
Oh,
so
that's
she
so
thought
fun.
it was a magic trick.
Oh, yeah.
And,
it's the best thing ever.
But yeah, that was a highlight, except the next day I had to wake up and get out of bed, and I was sore.
I was going to say, I can imagine.
I bet.
I didn't know I could be sore.
He just needs to train for trampoline jumping.
Right, exactly.
As
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
Grandfather. So,
yeah.
But that's we would not be where we are without Mark. I said this on an earlier piece of the live stream, and I'll repeat it for anybody that's just tuning in now. Of all the Lambda Chis that are living, this man knows the most.
I would agree.
Because of the amount of, just functionally, right?
Right.
Amount of time in his position, the amount of brothers he met over those years that have been donors, major donors, and friends of Lambda Chi, frankly. Interfraternal friends as well. He knows the most Lambda Chis. There's so many times when I'll go, oh, I know Mark probably knows this person. I've run across him. I'll call him, and he'll just go back there, recall it.
Yep.
let me know a couple things that I need to know, and then we go off. And frankly, some of the gifts that have come in that are larger gifts are a product of just having a 5-minute chat with him. And I always make sure I circle back and say, hey, credit to the knowledge that you continue to share. Mm-hmm. You know, it's institutional knowledge that is up there. So
I have a quick story about Mark and the knowledge that you're talking about. There's two things that Mark has taught me. I worked for Mark for a very brief time when I worked for the foundation, but there was two things. Number one is when you're giving a speech, always have a note card and have your points on there, which I know he has.
Look at that. Yeah. He's got it.
Always have a note card, number one. Number two is know at least one thing about every person in the room. And so we were at a board meeting, and we had guests there as well. And so Mark, and all his amazing knowledge, went around the room and talked about each person, gave maybe about a minute spiel, but talked about each individual person in that room. There was probably 45, 50 people in that room. And he said one thing about every single person in that room. And whether that's a cool thing or not, but he made everyone feel special.
And he still does it.
Yeah.
He can still do it.
Yeah.
Right.
And so it was the most fascinating thing to me, because I'm sitting there like, oh, what's he going to say about me? But he literally said something about every person in the room. And I thought that was so cool to see how much knowledge that Mark had about everybody.
Well, and the personal touch and the care too, goes a long way.
So, thank you. But of course, that sort of thing in Lambda Chi Alpha, to me, that all comes easy because, in fact, everybody in that room, the people I'm in the room with now, are all special. And so it's easy to remember special things about special people. And that's kind of the story of what the fraternity has become to me. Mm-hmm. You know, I was thinking about when I first got into the fraternity, I have to tell my Kevin Costner story.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
I love this.
So, I went to high school with a bunch of guys that joined another fraternity.
Yeah.
And I rightfully should have joined their fraternity. So at rush time, I went to that fraternity a lot. And the moment came when they had me go upstairs to meet with the rush chairman and one of the other brothers, and they said, they gave me a little bid card. And, they, at the time, I said, so what would I do as a pledge? And that's what they had was pledges.
Right.
They said, no big deal. For example, on a Saturday, all of you will come over to the house. You'll get here maybe at 6 a.m. We'll bring a big truck over. It'll be full of bricks. You'll take the bricks off the truck, stack them up, and when you're done with that, you'll stack them back into the truck.
What?
And I thought,
that doesn't sound great.
I'm not sure that's the way I want to spend a Saturday.
No.
So I said no to that offer to join that fraternity.
Yeah.
And the rush chairman that offered me membership in that fraternity was Kevin Costner.
Oh my gosh.
And because he went to Fullerton as I did. He's a couple years older than I am. And he's the smart one. I got the good looks.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Clearly. That's a good
Our
story.
viewers can see that.
That's a good story. I like that.
No, and in fairness to Costner, he was a good fraternity man.
Yeah.
He was fraternity. So I don't want to
Yeah.
let that go. But just in case these things get recorded, and the last thing I want to be is sued by Kevin.
That is quite the story.
That is cool, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
At any rate, he wasn't that good a softball player either.
But that's a different story.
That's another story.
Exactly.
He's going to have to join us on a podcast. We're going to have to talk this out.
Oh, exactly. But Mark, what would you say that Founders Day means to you?
Yeah, of course, for me, I actually go right at the oldest meaning of that. Mm-hmm. Really the founding of the fraternity. Right. I always think, to put things in perspective, it was interesting when I came in the fraternity in 1976, that really 10 years, 15 years before that, Lambda Chi Alpha was a small budding fraternity. Mm-hmm. By the time I came in, it was one of the big ones, but it was still one of the young ones. Mm-hmm. And so when I think of Founders Day, I think about literally the firsthand stories that I've had alumni share with me about Jack Mason, about Warren Cole, these guys that founded the whole thing. But I also think about Founders Day because when I ultimately joined Lambda Chi Alpha, I was a founding father of a colony.
Yeah.
And so, which another little story here. So Lambda Chi Alpha decides it's going to start a colony at Fullerton. Letters come out to all the freshmen and sophomores, I think, that had not joined a fraternity.
Yeah.
There was a little card, send this back if you're interested in a fraternity. So I thought, okay, I'll send it back. So I sent it back, and 3 weeks later I get a phone call. And the voice at the other end says, is there anybody at this number that is a student at Cal State Fullerton? I said, well, yeah, that's me. He said, okay. He said, just want you to know that we got 120 postcards back, and you were the only one that didn't put your name on the postcard. And so, and the reason was I kind of wanted to be anonymous because I was not all that sure about this fraternity.
Sure.
So, but to just go right in, I want to go right into my story. I pulled out my Lambda Chi Alpha ring, and I didn't pull it out because it's a great piece of jewelry. I pulled it out. We were talking earlier about these coats of arms behind us. So when I and my colony brothers started, we started because we didn't want to get hazed.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was almost universal,
right.
So we didn't want to get hazed. So the first serious thing I was introduced to in Lambda Chi Alpha was the associate member ceremony.
Yep.
So we got these 4 equilateral triangles up here, and I still remember what they stand for. This is like old school: fraternity, patriotism, learning, and morality.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, those are words that were created decades ago. So, particularly when I think about the morality thing, and I don't think it's that we've changed the definition of morality, because if you look at it as being a man of respect and treating others with dignity and what have you, I think that's what morality's been about, and I think that's what it is about today.
Yeah.
And you can go down a lot of roads with that, but it's there. But as I sit here today, I hope the guys that are in our chapters today are taking away the values and things of the fraternity. But my story is now just paved. I was going to say littered, but paved is probably a better word.
There we go.
With people and personalities. I mean, it's, the baseball player, Lou Gehrig, when he had Lou Gehrig's disease and he had his moment to speak, and he said he thought he was the luckiest man on earth, even though he knew that he had this horrible disease. Thank God I haven't had a horrible disease, but I feel like I have had a life and been blessed way beyond what my station ought to have been with the quality of people that I've known and met.
Oh, sure.
And, just phenomenal.
That's awesome.
Yeah. That's great.
Really cool. Well, and two, I just think you have such a cool experience and background to share. Your time in Lambda Chi, and we honored George Spazic earlier today. We played his tribute video, and you got to know some very prominent Lambda Chi members throughout your time here, working here, and you still come back. We have a joke around the office that every time food shows up, that Mark Bauer is probably going to show up at some point.
Yeah,
food's arriving shortly,
and we do have food tonight. So.
I have to come when the food comes to the Office of Administration, because we go out someplace, I get stuck with the
exactly.
Yes.
That's
see how that works.
Yeah,
Dennis sees to that. So
have we asked Dan what Founders Day means to him?
We have.
Okay.
We have. Would you like to quickly recap that for maybe our viewers who have just jumped on?
Yeah, Founders Day to me is about it's about a couple things. It's about Warren Cole's legacy.
Yep.
And Warren Cole realizing at Boston University that nothing here satisfies me for a fraternity.
Right.
And then I think about the many joined in the era of associate membership that selected Lambda Chi, like Mark, because there was no hazing. And that was very counter culture to all the other organizations that you could, fraternities that you could join.
Yep.
And that innovative, progressive spirit, that makes Lambda Chi Alpha special. I think the second part then to that is there's this deeper rooted spiritual aspect that Jack Mason created for us. Uniquely enough, and I repeat this a lot, but maybe our viewers haven't heard it and our younger brothers haven't heard it, but Jack Mason is the reason that this foundation exists.
Right.
He left his estate to benefit Lambda Chi Alpha fraternity. Not only did he write the ritual, but he was the seed fund to grow this foundation to what it is today.
Yeah.
So it's that as well. Founders Day's multiple things for me, but innovation, progress, that's what Lambda Chi is about. That's where we're headed.
Yeah.
And we're fortunate we have such great leaders continuing to stand on the shoulders of the giants that have come before.
Definitely.
As a term that I know G used to, George Spazik used to use a lot. And so
Do you want me to give his speech?
I was going to, I was just, so Mark, I wore this for Mark today because we toured the country when I was a youngster for the centennial year, 2009. And we handed out all these little plastic lapel pins, and you can kind of see it there on the screen, shiny.
Yeah.
But I mean, so many brothers got those. And if you got one of those, I hope you take a picture and put it on Facebook and so we can see you again. But it was just a really neat opportunity to be out there. And George Spazik spoke at probably a majority of the events. And so Mark and I got very used to knowing exactly where George was going to go with his stump speech.
Yeah.
Yep.
So back in George's day, you called the pot was something you cooked with.
There's others.
There's others we won't repeat, but yeah.
That's right.
So Eric Berger said, Mark Bauer looking good.
That's good.
There
I'm
we
sure
go.
Eric Berger's continuing to look like the fine gentleman he is.
And his chapter's leading, so
Hey, there you go.
we're leading out there.
Yeah.
So,
well, I wanted to ask you, Mark, too, something that we've been talking about throughout this day is, what would be your favorite Lambda Chi memory?
Ooh, that's a good question.
It's, here, go ahead. And in parentheses, it needs to say that I can share.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
So, because some have to be set aside.
Right.
I have long ago memories. I have recent memories. So one of them that I was thinking about is in 1978 at the General Assembly. That was my first General Assembly I ever went to.
Okay.
The man that won the Order of Interfraternity Service Award was the executive director of Sigma Alpha Mu fraternity. Okay. And so here I was, a kid in Lambda Chi Alpha, and we all thought that the fraternity was a pretty cool thing. And this man from another fraternity stands up in front of us, and he tells us that we are members of the greatest fraternity on the face of the earth.
Wow.
And he told us why Lambda Chi Alpha was so great and why we should be happy to be in Lambda Chi Alpha. And I thought, that's just amazing.
Yeah.
That this man was from another fraternity. So then my other memory from that 1978 General Assembly, Ernst Fisher was one of our early members. And that was his last General Assembly. And he was in his 90s. He was elderly, thin man, small, relatively frail at that point. And Frank Mays, that had been the director of chapter services at the time, came to me and said, Mark, would you and one of the other Fullerton brothers escort Fish over to the other room after the luncheon today? And I said, sure, be honored. So I went up and introduced myself to Fish, and I said, after lunch is over, I'll come back and we'll take you. And he said, great. And So lunch ended. I walked up to him, tapped him on the shoulder, and he gets up and bolts out of the room.
Oh.
And I mean, this is in a banquet room. There's chairs all over the place.
Yeah, he's
There's
just
people
gone.
standing,
Right.
walking. And I'm thinking, one of the great men in the history of the fraternity is going to fall,
Oh,
hurt himself,
no.
and die under my watch.
On your watch.
Well, once we got out of that ballroom, I learned why he was in such a hurry to get out of the ballroom. And that was, he was in his mid-90s. He had to go to the bathroom. So that was my memory of Fish, because after the next scene was him standing in front of the General Assembly saying he wanted to say goodbye to all the brothers because this would be his last General Assembly.
Yeah.
He wasn't ill.
He just...
But that's what he said.
Yeah.
And I don't know, 6 months later, he died.
Wow.
And it's just one of those...
He just knew.
Moments. One of those Lambda Chi Alpha moments.
That's a cool moment.
Yeah.
Because we talk about him a lot in our history and the Crossing Crescent and just a lot of different things. And I don't think people understand, like, these guys weren't long ago, like, part of this organization still, as far as being alive and active. And, and
this
things
wasn't
along
like
those lines.
years and years and years ago. It was pretty recent. And I think that's, that's kind of funny that, he bolted because he had to use the bathroom. And that just kind of, I don't know, humanizes these founders and these men of Lambda Chi Alpha. So
Definitely.
That's a great story.
Yeah. So talk to me a little bit more about what kind of advice can you give to donors right now? Being a former fundraiser, what can we tell them about this day? Is it about giving? Is it about the dollar? What is it?
So when the real secret to Lambda Chi Alpha all along, and I think it might just be in the future, is Dan talked about us being progressive, leading edge, not being afraid to do new things. But at the end of the day, whatever is in our DNA that has really allowed us to be masters of our fate is a forward vision of what is today and tomorrow the most relevant. That's our key word, the most relevant things the fraternity can be. Not to me, not to any past generation, but to today's generation and tomorrow's. And so here we sit on Founders Day. Here we sit on a day of giving. What are we giving for? Well, we're it's just fine if what you're giving for is the history and the memories.
Sure.
Awesome. That's a great reason to support the organization, because we've got 8,000 guys running around out there right now that are making their own memories. So
yes,
great. If you're a current guy, if you're an alum, a recent graduate, so that you're still really in the heat of battle with the fraternity and you want to support whatever's going on today in your mind, great reason to give. But Lambda Chi Alpha today, Dan talks about George Spasic, but really we followed George with Tom Helmbach. We followed Tom Helmbach with Bill Farkas. We've always, and these guys, we don't have enough time today, but I could tell you why they were all the best man to be that CEO at the time.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Were they perfect men? Absolutely not. But that's one of the secrets today. And I'm not here to be Troy Medley's agent. But,
we can work that out though, Mark.
Yeah, we could.
In Troy and in you, Dan, and in many others, and in some of the leadership that we have in the Grand High Zeta.
Yep.
Jeff Stearman is our Grand High Alpha. Everybody is looking at the next generation. I think a lot of people are familiar with the old story about hockey player Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah.
So what, Mr. Gretzky, what makes you so great? How do you always seem to be in the right place to get the puck to score the goal? And he said, well, I'm never looking to be where the puck is. I always want to be where it's going to be.
Yeah. Yes.
Or something like that. And that is exactly the story of Lambda Chi Alpha. And today we're doing that based on data and information about 18-year-olds, or more importantly, maybe 15 or 13-year-olds.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, just before I came here in the room, I mean, Troy told me that the fact is in Lambda Chi Alpha today, 30% of our guys coming into Lambda Chi Alpha are coming from a family without a father.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right. So in my day, the saying was the fraternity was an extension of the family. You know, I grew up in Leave It to Beaver times, and every family was perfect sort of thing.
Right.
Today, that's not the case. So Lambda Chi Alpha today is very, very much an introduction to the family. It's an introduction to a place where you can not just bond with brothers, but you can do that in a safe a space as can be created. And want to trust, hopefully, where you can be yourself, where you can fail, you can fall down, you can get up.
Yeah.
You have others hopefully standing behind you, so you don't run all the way off the cliff. And, the world is making Lambda Chi Alpha more important, not less important.
Yeah.
So that's a long story about giving today, but everybody has their own reasons. It's all good.
Yeah.
Right.
And everybody needs to just pitch in.
Yes.
You know,
exactly.
The generation of brothers that we have largely lost now, the so-called greatest generation, was a generation of men who gave because they should.
Yep.
They gave out of duty, out of loyalty, and that generation has passed. There's different reasons why my generation gives, Dan, why your generation, and the guys coming up today. But the fact is, in our world today is defined by a multitude of choices, options. Well, there's a multitude of reasons to support Lambda Chi Alpha.
Absolutely.
And pick yours. You know, pick it.
Yeah.
We need men jumping in and supporting this thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
So one of the common themes that we've been hearing today from everyone we've spoken with is Lambda Chi Alpha provided that support system for you.
Right.
So talk to me a little bit more about, are you still keeping in contact with some of the people you were in the chapter with? What does that look like for you?
Live right now?
Oh, I've got some watching, and they're probably laughing at me right now. You know, it's really funny when I send a text to a guy and say I'm going to be on at 5 o'clock, and he said, "Oh, well, I'll definitely tune in to see what wisdom you have."
That's great.
You know, what are friends
Brotherly
for?
love.
Right.
Yes.
You know, yesterday I had a Zoom call with a guy that I go way back with, Mark Hewlett, that was on the student advisory committee.
Yeah.
I met him when he was an undergraduate at Richmond Foundation Board.
Is he still overseas?
He's in Portugal.
Portugal.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I thought
That's
so.
right. And so
Very cool.
I had my conversation with him, and of course it was awesome. Mark's one of the great thinkers that I've been able to ever know, and just a great friend.
Yeah.
You know, I've always loved brothers that are willing to be fooled for the betterment of Lambda Chi Alpha. And so I got Mark to come to a General Assembly. Just come. You haven't been to a General Assembly.
You'll have a great
you to
time.
people. And so in the back pocket was, we're going to have a couple of unfilled openings on the foundation.
There you go.
Mark, why don't you attend the foundation board dinner we have? And like a sucker, he says yes. And by the end of that General Assembly, he was on the board. And, you know, all for the betterment of the fraternity. So I kept in touch with him. I mean, I don't even know how to tell you. Again, it's kind of a part of the whole blessing to me. So I've got my guys that I was in school with. I can't tell you who's my best friend among them because I have more than one.
Yeah.
I was a high pie for a while. So I've got a bunch of guys from the late 80s, 1980s, when I was high pie. They don't necessarily consider me to be their friend because I'm kind of the old guy, you know. But they do know I've got enough stories on them that I could pretty much wipe out their businesses and careers.
Oh, no.
So they have to be nice.
Right.
It's a healthy balance.
Yeah, they have to do that. And you know, at that point, I'm already up to, I'd have to say, dozens. And then, of course, I had my own staff experience working on the staff as a traveler, at that time it was a chapter consultant, and those were experiences where I met people, at least those that I still have contact with, for the first time, and some of those got re-engineered over time, and some come back. So I had that, and then, you know, the men that have been on the foundation board when I worked for the fraternity, I understand that a lot of them see that I was the paid staff person, kind of running things, and I am so pleased that they were also generous with their money and their time, but an incredible number of them are still men that I call friend now, and I'm not so sure they all understand that. I think when I email them or text them to check in, I think they're afraid that I'm Dan Hartman's agent and I'm going to be asking them for money.
We can work on that too.
Yeah.
You got a lot of assignments out of this, Dan.
So I can't begin to evaluate who's the best and where's the beginning. You know, I've got a guy out in Connecticut right now. He's had cancer for years. Only by the grace of God does he seem to live on.
Yeah.
He's a guy I met when he was an undergraduate at his chapter.
Wow.
And has done fabulous things for the fraternity. And so, you know, that's another one that I just think of.
That's really cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. So, Mark, what is your hope for the future of Lambda Chi Alpha? Big question time.
That's the big question.
I know.
Yeah.
Wait. Brothers, not the brothers. She asked the big deep question.
See, that's why they keep me around.
Yeah, that's why she's here. She's the media person.
Yeah, exactly.
So I have always admittedly been one with a philosophy of more, bigger, better. More, bigger, better. So that's my hope for Lambda Chi Alpha, that we have attract more men, that we have more chapters.
Yeah.
Or if chapters are defined differently in the future and we have fewer number, I think in terms that if we have 200 chapters with 100 men, that's a good start.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
And if we ever get to the point where if we have 50 chapters, then it's okay if they all have 500 men.
Yeah.
And how we define that is left for future generations to decide. But the other thing is, and it almost comes back to this, you know, fraternity patriotism, learning, and morality. Well, how do we have a bunch of men that are passionate about doing things for other people and serving other people? How do we have those same men be scholars? How do we have those same men have this mutual respect for all sorts of people, everybody? How do we do that? Because that's something that we haven't perfected and frankly will not perfect. Because, you know, that's the other little secret with the fraternity. It's part of our ritual, it's part of our teachings, but we don't look at it this way, and that is that we're trying every day to be a perfect brotherhood.
Yeah.
The problem is we're made up of imperfect brothers.
Yes.
And that's one of the, you could just take that one to the bank, because that's how we ought to all interact, knowing that we're all striving for that perfection, but none of us are going to get there.
Yep.
And so how do we bind together to do the most, to be the most biggest and best?
Yeah. And I think that's why our crescent's ever growing, right? We're always looking and trying to reach that unattainable goal, and we're always striving and growing to get there, but we are imperfect, and we are going to make mistakes along the way, and we may trip up and things along those lines, but we're striving for the best, and I think that's all we can ask for.
Absolutely.
So now, I've got guys that tuned in, and they thought they were only going to have to tolerate me for 5 or 10 minutes.
Oh, this is great. Let's keep going.
And they're thinking, this is punishment that I'm having to listen to Mark for so long.
I'm going to I'll tell a quick story just to kind of keep them online.
Oh, I like
it.
Yes.
But it's important, it's a story with Mark here, and maybe you could share a little bit more about the brother who we honored, but in the fraternity, we have the core values, and they stem from the ritual, and honor, respect are part of that. And so I had the privilege of traveling with Mark to a number of places. Usually our days were very full, but it was my first time going to Washington, D.C., and we had a little opening in the afternoon. And Mark says, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I go, "Well, I got this opening before we're seeing some other donors." And he says, put some shoes on.
Okay.
Some tennis shoes on. We're going to be walking a little bit. Well, that was the first time I ever went to Arlington.
Oh, that's cool.
And not only did we go to Arlington, we went to Russ Doherty's grave, a decorated Lambda Chi, fought in World War II, I believe.
He was one of the early members of the United States Air Force.
Wow. Okay.
And I learned a lot about what it meant to have honor, respect for the brothers that have served our country. And Mark then would shared the story with me about Russ and how he got to know him, and how Russ was maybe one of the more influential Lambda Chi's that you got to know because of his work in the LA area, because regional alumni associations were bigger back then. Just a great lesson, brothers are doing this. So Mark's been a mentor to me, whether we've called it that formally or not. And it's a lesson to our younger brothers on the call that there's brothers out there that want to help them, that want to, and the values of the fraternity will always remain constant in that. And that's what our donors want to see going forward, is that what comes from, this day, from future days, it's that the values remain at the center of everything in the relationships.
One of the alumni that I met once upon a time was Senator Wendell Ford. He was a senator from Kentucky. And I think if you check, at that time, he had been the chair of 3 different presidential inaugural committees.
That's cool.
I'm not sure anybody's done that, because by the way, he chaired inaugurations for Republican and Democrat presidents.
That's pretty impressive.
So he was a high-ranking member of the Senate, and I go into his office, and they set me in a little room waiting to meet with him. And in he walks with an assistant, kind of chief of staff. And here's one of the highest-ranking men in the United States of America, and I'm little old me at that point. And he looks at me and says, "So what have you come to talk about?" I think he thought I was going to lobby him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I said, "Well, I'm with Lambda Chi Alpha, and I just wanted to talk with you about the fraternity."
Right.
And he said, "You just want to talk about the fraternity?" And I thought, "Oh, did I say something wrong?" And he looked at the woman that come in with him and said, "Okay, you can go now." And so off she goes, and here I sit with Senator Ford, and he tells me stories about when he was in the chapter, and meeting other Lambda Chi's and his travels.
That was probably the best part of his day.
And it was, and unfortunately, I never had a chance to meet him again.
Oh, sure.
I can't even tell you why that was, but it was just one of those amazing
That's really cool.
Stories. Probably, I'm not sure you could duplicate that today because that was in early 1990s. So a lot has changed in Washington. And
Sure.
Unfortunately, with politics and things, but
that's really cool, though.
Yeah.
And like you said, it probably was like
the highlight of his day. Yeah, exactly. That he got
he was, and he moved forward on his
Yeah, he was excited about it.
And this is an important point that I got to make because you've been really kind to me. He was not excited to talk to Mark Bauer. and I don't say that to belittle myself. He was excited to talk fraternity.
Yeah. Right.
And I was a representative of his international fraternity, his international brotherhood that is now blown out worldwide.
Yep.
Eventually, we need to have alumni events in places all around the world.
Invite the two of us, and we'll take the podcast on the road.
Well, before you walked in here, and I know you got the chance to visit with our staff, we just explained that John Schmidt is doing all of his ambassador work from his place in Mexico.
Yes,
where we're talking about a remote broadcast,
remote broadcast
from next year.
Exactly. So we have
you
all
can
of these
come
fun
next
plans.
year to Mexico.
Yeah, Taylor and I will only do this from the beach.
Yes,
we haven't gotten confirmation from John that we can do that, but
right.
We're hoping.
At least you can find us a beach spot. That'll be
yeah. There you go.
I'll bring a generator and a laptop. That's all we need.
Perfect.
It looks like great. You're checking your note card for final points you want to make here.
I just have to end where I've kind of emphasized. And for anybody that's out there, I communicated with a couple guys today that had been givers to the fraternity and had stopped. And trying to encourage them to throw in, and I hope they have, or they will. Because there's a delicate balance of people thinking, well, I'm not connected anymore. I'm not involved. I'm not advising. I'm not on any board. I don't know anybody that works at that place.
Sure.
And the balance is, though, none of that matters. What matters are the students that are out there in the chapters today.
Right.
And that progressive thing, nobody has to back down on this. Lambda Chi Alpha has always had this enormous appetite. And it's an appetite to be that bigger, better, stronger fraternity.
Yeah.
And in 2021, that takes money. I mean, we're working now with some big things, and fortunately, we bring value to other partners that we're starting to work with. So it's not necessarily a money exchange, but we have a lot of a need to put a lot in place, and so that's what we're working toward today.
Absolutely, that's great. So I think in closing, maybe what are our biggest takeaways from this conversation?
I think Mark just gave us his.
Yeah. So Mark, that was great, and we'll count that as your biggest takeaway. Dan, how about you?
I mean, just getting to sit here with Mark and talk stories. It's it's fun. It's there's so many memories there. And that's what, Lambda Chi fills our bucket on, right? I think everybody that's watching and listening, I hope you were able to kind of glimpse into things and think about the memories. Because I went down memory lane as Mark was talking.
Yeah.
And while I listened to what you were saying, I promise I did, I think the memories were, as George would say, flooding back. They were like a dream right before my eyes. But I encourage the brothers and friends on this that are watching to think about those memories. We just walked through some. I talked about, what it means to give back and generosity, but I encourage them to just explore their memories of Lambda Chi. I enjoyed that right now.
One of the people he had on early this morning was Dick Richards,
the
astronaut. And he came and spoke at 1993 leadership seminar, or 91. And it was at Bowling Green. And it was one of the most electric moments out of any assembly or leadership seminar I was at. He stood up and gave a speech. This was a man that had been in space and back already at that point. And so what was that? That was 38 years ago, 40 years ago. What he said here hasn't exactly come to pass yet, but we're still moving there. And he looked out at the 18, 19, 20-year-old crowd of brothers, and he said, and he knew what he was doing. He said, in about 20 years, we have a shot at putting the first man on Mars.
Yeah.
And I'm not running that program, but those are men that are going to probably be 40 years old. And you could see the guys in the crowd realizing, I'm 20 now, 20.
Doing the math.
They kind of thought, wow. It was an electric moment because he hit the guys right between the eyes, making the larger point that even if you're not the first guy to walk on Mars, you, in the next 20 years, 40 years, you could change the world.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I
That's
love
so
that.
cool.
I love that.
Yeah.
Mike, how about you?
Oh, there was a lot.
Yes.
There was a
Were
lot
you
of,
paying attention?
I was. There's a lot of takeaways. I love what you had to say, Mark, about us with the appetite and how Lambda Chi is always striving to take that next big bite. And I think that's what we're trying to do. I think that our founders would be very disappointed if we didn't try. We're going to stumble. We're going to make mistakes, and we're going to learn from them moving forward. But I think that if we don't try, we're not doing our due diligence as brothers and members and team members of Lambda Chi Alpha. We just aren't. So that is what we need to do. To be successful, we need to take that step forward, and we need to challenge the status quo and become the organization that we want it to be.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Taylor?
I just think that, hearing all these stories throughout the day, this is a connection that spans years. It spans, all different people from all different backgrounds, and just really unites everyone in this organization. That's pretty cool. Your stories, Mark, have really proven that. And that we're still, talking about these stories, and they're still so vivid to this day, I think really speaks to how strong this connection is.
Definitely. No, I think that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know how many brothers I've said this to. If anybody today is thinking that fraternities or Lambda Chi Alpha are in any way in a death rattle, that we're going to spiral down, that we don't belong here, that the world doesn't want us, that it's not a world for fraternities. Lambda Chi Alpha has survived 2 world wars, multiple other military conflagrations, the depths of economic depression, much worse than we ever have today.
Sure.
All of these other incredible illnesses and diseases that we've had, forget about the last 2 years. And if we've survived all that, what makes today a point in time that is going to challenge the existence of the fraternity?
Right.
Because we will adapt because of the 18, 19, 20-year-old guys we have in our chapter.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, if you had to adapt based on me, I'm the dinosaur, and we're going to go extinct. But
we did used to have a running joke that Mark knew Cole and Mason. That's how old he was. So
oh, man.
You knew that, I think, when you were
I
was younger on
staff. In one of our fundraising campaigns, Lynn Chipperfield from Drury was the chairman of the campaign, and he and I were in Dallas, and we were going to go see Richard Rubottom.
Oh, yeah.
And Dick, again, was a man in his 90s, was one of the very first traveling secretaries of the fraternity back 100 years ago, literally. And so we sat there with Dick, and Lynn was amazed to be meeting Dick. I had already known Dick, so I was kind of more used to that. And so Lynn said, Mr. Rubottom, he said, I've been looking forward to meeting you since the day I got my initiation certificate, because when I was initiated, you were the Grand High Gamma, and your signature name is still on the wall in my office because that's where my certificate is.
Yeah.
And Rubottom looked at him and said, my name's on your certificate. He says, there was a name on my certificate too. I think his name was Mason.
Oh, wow.
And Chipperfield just,
I lost it, I'm sure.
Rubottom had played the trump card on
that
one.
Yeah, I'd be like, well, I'm going to one-up you on that.
That's pretty good. I like that.
Great story. But that's what Founders Day is about.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm thanks for letting me be part of this.
This is fun.
This is my moment of fame. The comet's downhill now.
Oh no,
for me. So
this was it.
No, this was a very good conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to thank you so much. For everyone who's watching currently, it is about 5:42 Eastern time. We'll probably be back about 6:45, 6:50.
Yep.
Dan will give us another update. I know we've already crossed 1,000 donors.
Woo!
Which is
That's
fantastic.
right.
So we're well on the way.
Let's get 1909. One donor for every minute.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we need more people to donate. Get your chapters to donate.
Yeah.
But besides that, we will be back around 6:50 Eastern time.
Yep.
We need to take a biological break, maybe get some dinner in us, and we'll be back. So thank you all for listening. Mark, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so
Dan,
much.
once again, thank you.
Yep.
It was great.
Fantastic. Thanks, Mike.
How do you build a better world? How do you encourage values and ethics and behaviors that make a meaningful difference? How do you inspire character and confidence, courage and collaboration? How do you create leaders who lead with heart and knowledge and innovation and empathy? How do you make others better because you were there? Because you knew when to lift up and when to let go? Because you showed up when it was hard and stepped to the front when it was harder? How do you lead in a way that creates leaders? How do you make all this happen? You begin by building a better man. By constructing time-honored ideals in a way that makes sense in an ever-changing world. By incorporating the importance of tradition with the necessity of invention. By training and developing men to lead with honesty, honor, integrity, and a moral compass that always points to decency. By ingraining core values that are strong and solid and that don't just benefit the individual, but the community. By encouraging compassion. By giving substance to the word brotherhood. By reinforcing the fact that every man is a man, that inclusivity and diversity aren't just buzzwords, but words to thrive by. By stressing the fact that you are here to put all of your gifts to good use in ways that unite and advance and elevate the world and those in your life. We are Lambda Chi Alpha, and all of that is what ties us together. That's our connective tissue. That's the spine that makes us stand tall. We are here to amplify all that you are and all that you can be. We are here to build the best possible world by building the best possible you. We are here so that you can live your story in the most fulfilling way, and so that every page in your story is exciting and interesting, and precisely how you would want it written. We are Lambda Chi Alpha. We are a brotherhood. We are here for you now and there for you down the road. Creating bonds that last, values that endure, purpose and programs that embolden, all in the name of creating an experience that is not typical. Men who are not typical. A spirit that is not typical, but which instead builds authentic, honest, generous men of character, prepared better than most to pave the way to a better world.
And we are back.
Hello.
How's it going?
It is going well.
Yeah, it is about almost 7 o'clock Eastern time right now. We're going to be joined shortly by our Grand High Alpha, Jeff Stearman, which is super exciting.
It is.
But before then, Taylor, what are your thoughts on the day? How's everything been going?
I think incredibly well. This is probably the most successful Founders Day Giving Day challenge that we've ever had.
I agree.
Our foundation folks have just been working, tirelessly and so hard throughout this day and leading up to this day to get us where we are. And we've surpassed 1,000 donors, which is awesome.
Fantastic. Still on our way to 1909 as far as donors are concerned.
Absolutely.
Our $600,000 donation goal. Looks like Brother Grand High Alpha is joining in now.
Great.
But yeah, so we are well on the way to achieving our goal. Just a reminder to everybody that we will be going for 1,909 minutes. So this will go through about noon tomorrow. So keep up the good work, everyone in the sharing and posting.
Absolutely.
But besides that, let's welcome our brother Grand High Alpha, Jeff Stearman. Welcome.
Hi, Jeff. How are you?
I think you're muted, Jeff.
Technology is a wonderful thing when you know how to use it. Good evening. Hello, brothers.
Welcome. How's it going?
How's everyone today?
We're doing fantastic. We were just talking about our thoughts for the day and how successful everything has been. So I think it's great that we get to close this day with a check-in with our Grand Chi Alpha. So we're excited to talk to you, Jeff.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thanks for having me. And first of all, thanks to the 1,200 plus donors that we've had participate in Founders Day. And I just hope it's been a great day for everybody. It's been a heck of a lot of fun for me, for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, we've had some great interviews. We've talked to a lot of amazing people. We just wrapped up recently with Mark Bauer.
Yep.
So he was on there with us and shared some fun stories about his time with working for Lambda Chi and as a member of Lambda Chi in general. So that was good. But we really want to jump in and talk with you today.
Yeah.
Really talking about your favorite memories of Lambda Chi Alpha. What are some of the experiences that you had that stand out and are meaningful? So, Taylor, where should we begin?
Yeah, I think that the first question, Jeff, that we really want to know from you is, what would you say is your most meaningful memory as an undergraduate brother?
Well, Taylor, first of all, I have to say I love the shirt.
Oh, yeah.
The chop shirt's working fantastic. And thanks for your hard work today, and Mike, yours as well. Gosh, there's so many memories about Lambda Chi Alpha as a collegiate brother, and that was a long time ago. And as you might imagine, we're alumni brothers for a lot longer than we're collegiate brothers. But probably my top memory would have to be that, my dad, who's 94 years old, dad is also a Lambda Chi. Dad is Kappa Mu 296. I'm Kappa Mu 852. And so having my father at my initiation probably had to have been one of the most tremendous, highlights. And of course, then wearing his badge as a collegiate, brother was certainly, an honor in that regard. And here I was being raised with all of Lambda Chi Alpha's values, and I didn't realize at the time until I went to college. But then the other favorite memories would just be just living. When do you ever have another opportunity in your life to live with your best friends?
Right.
Just the spontaneity, being with your best friends, of supporting each other and encouraging each other, razzing each other, and as I've gotten older, and you start to lose those friends. I've had 3 of my chapter brothers die this past year, and it just makes those memories even more valuable and more meaningful, and it makes me even more thankful for the times that I have to spend. But my chapter brothers are my favorite fishing buddies and my best friends, and and we have non-aggression pacts, so we don't. What happens on the trout stream stays on the trout stream. But those are just a handful of my favorite memories, and they're probably not unlike all of our other collegiate brother and alumni brother memories as well.
Well, I think it's really cool too, is you get to share that experience that you were talking about with your father. It definitely, I think that's such a unique bond that you can have with somebody. Not only do they help birth you, but you get to share this brotherhood bond and get to share the same initiation ritual, which I think is such a cool experience. So that's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And Jeff, how would you say that Lambda Chi Alpha has positively impacted your life? Maybe that's personally, maybe that's professionally,
or both.
Yeah, exactly.
Great question. I would have to first, I think, acknowledge that each of us, especially when we're college students, but even through the course of our life, I believe there's often other people recognize gifts and opportunities and strengths that we have before we recognize them. And likewise, they recognize our weaknesses, our growing edges, there as well. So I've got to believe that, for my chapter brothers that extended an invitation for me to join Lambda Chi Alpha. They clearly saw something in myself that maybe I didn't see in myself. And at the end of my freshman year, for a whole lot of reasons and circumstances. My chapter brothers elected me to be treasurer, high taw. So being an 18-year-old freshman and elected high taw, clearly my brother saw something in me in that regard. But I've got to say that affirmation, the support, the challenges, little things, your chapter brother showing up to your sporting events. I was a tennis player in college, so having my fraternity brothers show up at my matches. I ran for Student Government Association president. Having my fraternity brothers get out the vote, and help me win that election. That wouldn't have happened without them. So I think you begin to realize is that there's a lot of things that happen through a group as opposed to individual effort, and learning to work as a team, and learning to support and challenge each other. So I would say that my life would be vastly different if I wasn't a Lambda Chi and didn't have the experiences that I had. I would go one step further, though. My life as an alumni brother has been every bit as rich as my life as a collegiate brother. And for our brothers that are watching and are on the dialing and encouraging brothers to support Founders Day Challenge, a lot of them are alumni brothers, and they understand that too. It's the friendships and relationships that I developed by advising chapters, the friendships and relationships I developed through the Educational Foundation Board and on the Grand High Zeta, and working with the Office of Administration, having the opportunity, Mike and Taylor, to work with each of you. There's lots of richness that occurs by being involved in Lambda Chi Alpha, and my life would be vastly a lot more dim without the brightness that Lambda Chi Alpha puts in puts into my life. It's an honor to serve this great organization and our brotherhood.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
no, and want to say thank you for your service, but you touched on something I want to ask about. Is you said you were elected as high taw in the chapter, and so me knowing your background in finance, do you think that your experiences in Lambda Chi Alpha, being a high taw, helped play into you going into the finance realm in your career after college?
That's a good question.
I think I think absolutely it did, but I think probably what the role, and this isn't to discourage anybody from being high taw. I encourage all of our collegiate brothers, if you have an interest there, to do it. But I really believe that it really taught me the importance of having difficult conversations. Mm-hmm. And learning, how do you disagree without being disagreeable? Mm-hmm. How do you keep focused on the facts? It's not fun to have to call a brother before executive committee and ask him why he hasn't paid his bill. Right. But yet you have to have those conversations. So I think where I would say that it may not have influenced my career specifically, because I was already working at a bank part-time, at that point. It definitely, I think, influenced my ability to have those conversations in all organizations, and just being very, very factual, but also being very compassionate, and moving ahead. So no, I would say that absolutely my life would be vastly different if I wasn't a high taw.
That's awesome.
Well, and I think that kind of plays into, what we've been talking about through today, of all of these great programs that we're rolling out as Lambda Chi. So with, Jeff, Ideal Man and Leadership Skills Certification Academy, that kind of feeds into the idea that our men are having these opportunities to get that real world experience, and be set up for success. So Jeff, I would love to hear, you kind of talked about this in your State of the Fraternity address, but kind of where we're headed as a fraternity as you see it.
I think, well, thank you for the question. And I think we just have to recognize is that as the world gets smaller in terms of technology, my gosh, you would have thought that just in the last 2 years, the amount of commerce and relationships that can be conducted, on a Zoom call, for example.
Right.
But that also presents certain challenges from a sense of belonging. We're also pack animals. People, we're meant to be with friends. We're meant to be with family. We're meant to be actively involved and things. And I think we need to recognize is that while we have some very gifted and talented men who are seeking higher education and seeking a career and going to college to obtain that career and those credentials. They're also seeking a need for a network and a sense of belonging. It's no mystery or surprise that we are also dealing at this time one of the greatest men's mental health epidemics, in the time. And so there's all kinds of things that we can do to pour into the development of individuals, and I think how I view it for the future of Lambda Chi Alpha is the bottom line is we need more men and more communities and more organizations that share and live our values. And what a tremendous opportunity do we have to provide opportunities for that to occur. And not that we're trying to cookie cut or individuals, we're all individuals, and we have a different view of the world. We have different gifts and graces. We have different aspirations, but we share values, and we can pour into each other and just help each of us become the best possible versions of ourselves, and help us encourage each other on the paths that we've chosen for our life. For example, and it's little ways. It's little ways of just not only just speaking words of encouragement, but it's also ways of helping make introductions to brothers, collegiate and alumni, into businesses or into educations or into graduate schools or into just friends or hobbies or what have you. And how do we help each other open doors and encourage each other? But I think it's also, I think an opportunity is really just to be really thankful on a day like Founders Day. Mm-hmm. I think of people like my High Pi, Bill Drews, or I think about Glenn Miller, who hired me at the bank, or Joe Charles, who appropriately nudged me, or Don Ganuzzi, who are all kinds of men who poured into me and really kind of encouraged me. So where I think the future of Lambda Chi is how do we actively engage our alumni brothers so that we can continue to pour into ever increasing numbers of collegiate brothers so they can fulfill their life journey and their life definitions of success. But it's just the journey continues, and it's and that's really what the view is. Or we're ever growing, and we're ever sacrificial, and it's not without labor. And we have to recognize that every individual is a distinct person, and we honor that, and that's the best thing about Lambda Chi Alpha.
Definitely, no.
Yeah, that's
totally
a fantastic
agree with
answer.
That. One of the things that we've been asking today to our guest, and we've really gotten some different answers.
Right.
Is really what does Founders Day mean to you? We've had people talk about the day itself and giving back. We've had people go as far back as the founding of the organization itself. So, so what does Founders Day really mean to you?
Yeah, well, I believe that at the risk of sounding controversial, yes, it's definitely a historical perspective of our founders, but it's also the aspect that every one of our chapters has a founder. Mm-hmm. But more importantly, each of us is a founder. Each of us has impacted our chapter or our community or the brotherhood in some way. And I think it's beholden upon each of us is we have a choice to make. Are we going to leave Lambda Chi Alpha better because of our involvement, or are we going to leave Lambda Chi Alpha the same because of our involvement, or are we going to leave Lambda Chi Alpha worse because of our involvement? I believe at Founders Day gives us the opportunity to recognize that each of us has the opportunity to leave Lambda Chi Alpha better than we found it.
Sure.
And in doing so, it makes each of us a founder.
That's a really cool perspective. I like that.
Yeah, we haven't had that today.
No, I'm glad I asked.
Right, exactly. Well, and that's such a good point too, because we've been talking today about that support system and giving back however you can for your brothers, for these people who support you, and whatever that looks like to you. You are kind of leaving your legacy, leaving your mark on the organization.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. That's a cool way to think about it.
I like that. And two is you're right. Yeah, everyone is their own founder.
Right.
In leaving a legacy behind, you are the founder of your own legacy. And I think that is such an important thing to understand, is that you don't have to be an officer, or you don't have to serve in this grandiose type of way, but if you work hard and to leave a legacy, that is the impact you give to Lambda Chi, I think is so important. So yeah, thank you, Jeff, for that. That's fantastic.
Well, the only thing I would add is that I think it's important that it's never about the founder.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's not about us. It's not about me. It's not not about you. It's about those we serve, and it's about the global Zeta.
Yeah.
And we each play an important part in that. And sometimes it's the quiet, behind the scenes encouragement that we put around somebody's shoulder and help them or encourage them or nudge them that has the biggest impact. So I would say some of our most important founders at Lambda Chi Alpha, we may not even know their names, or their names. We know who they are as the impact on us, but they're probably not names that are echoed in the halls of Lambda Chi Alpha.
It is. It really is. So, Jeff, as Grand Chi Alpha, as the current Grand Chi Alpha, what would you say you're most proud of in your term?
Well, there's a lot to do still. So 9 months, then in our next General Assembly, we'll select our next Grand Chi Alpha.
Right.
But it's just been a tremendous honor just to meet so many chapters and meet so many brothers and just work with some outstanding individuals and listening to everyone's story. And I just am very, very just proud of the work that the Office of Administration has been able to perform during some very, very challenging times during a global pandemic. Yet we are found a way creatively to serve more men. And during that time, we've found a way to launch new and innovative programming, and we found a way to focus on men's mental health and healthy relationships and other very, very viable and valuable philanthropic services and partnerships. So it's just been just a joy and an honor to serve in this capacity. But the credit doesn't go to me. The credit goes to each of our brothers who are just doing a great job in living our values.
Yeah.
And we're just trying to anticipate the needs of the next generation and make sure that the programs and services and the brotherhood and the belonging that they need are there when they come to campus and are invited into the membership of our brotherhood.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. So I guess too, Jeff, give us kind of some memory. What is maybe one of your favorite memories of Lambda Chi Alpha, whether undergraduate or in your time as an alumnus? What is something that just stands out to you as a keystone moment that really would wrap up your Lambda Chi Alpha experience, if that makes sense?
Oh, there's so many. A keystone moment of Lambda Chi. I would have to say 606 North 7th Street. It would have to be living in an old chapter house that in a time of technology, when the only technology we really had was a payphone, hanging on the wall. And I would have to say that in those days, I was amazed at how accurate the grapevine was. We didn't have we didn't have chat, and we didn't have text, and we didn't have Facebook, and we didn't have Instagram and Snapchat and all those things. And I probably, and I can't go into any details without incriminating some very good friends, but I was always amazed that something could happen on campus. And by the time I would walk back to the house in time for lunch, the news was already there. And although the information wasn't 100% accurate, it had been embellished a little bit. It certainly was 85% there.
Right.
And so I think just that that esprit de corps and just the bonds of brotherhood and the healthy bantering, that goes on, and that was probably the most telling point. But then but as Grand High Alpha, probably the greatest joy I have, and there's so many to speak of, but I really enjoy having. I was just at Union University the evening before last. And I was able to attend their chapter meeting, and when we had a mini Zeta Alpha Chi session, afterwards, I probably the highlight as an alumni advisor is just having Zeta Alpha Chi sessions with our members when we do deep dives about our ritual and our teachings and our values and how they really apply to life and how they really apply to living. And there's always something new to be learned and a different perspective to be gained. And so I would say so is the camaraderie and then our deep meanings of our ritual are probably the two highlights that come to mind.
Yeah.
So the camaraderie is the common theme, I think, of today.
I think it is.
Talking with Dick Richards, talking with Ali Smoot, Mark Bauer, Dan Hartman, you
Troy.
as well, Troy. It's just everyone has that common theme of the Lambda Chi experience is really it comes together. The glue is that camaraderie, right? All of these things happen, and all of you get to go through the ritual and you hold offices and philanthropic events and all of that. But I think the glue that binds Lambda Chi together is that camaraderie, and that's what I think we're seeing today. And so I think that kind of goes into one of my last questions, is really talking about what does Giving Day mean to you and giving back to the organization, whether that's time, talent, and treasure. What does that really mean from your perspective?
Well, I think, and Taylor, it kind of goes back to your question about the State of Fraternity address. And it really is the point that, we're brothers first. Mm-hmm. Above all else, we're brothers first. And what Founders Day Challenge is, and whether you're a volunteer at a chapter, whether you're helping our brothers get solid internships or careers, whether you are a donor, all the above, whether you're a faculty member that's advising one of our chapters, whether you're a parent who's advising one of our chapters, whatever role that someone's involved in, we just have to remember that we're brothers first. Mm-hmm. And so every one of our brothers has a different need and a different opportunity. And so I think what a day like today is a reminder that no matter where you are in life, you can make a difference, in the life of Lambda Chi Alpha. And just as others have poured into you, you have an opportunity to pour into others. Mm-hmm. And that's what brothers do. We're brothers first, and brothers help each other. So that's how that's what today means to me.
Awesome. No, I love that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess my last question before we bring Dan back in for a final update today, would be, Jeff, I think you were starting to go there in that last answer, but if you could just leave our viewers, brothers, friends and family with just one thought, one takeaway, what would that be?
I would just have to say, the one takeaway is our creed.
Mm-hmm.
And as I would just encourage all of our brothers, is to recite the creed, privately to ourselves today at some point, and do it slowly. Think about the words, because it's all there. You look at our coat of arms and you read our creed. Everything we stand for is there. And so what I think we'll find is that we all have a different way of responding to that.
Mm-hmm.
There's an opportunity for us to grow from, but I also think equally there's an opportunity for us to be candid. Is that as a brother first, we have needs as well, right? And Founders Day isn't just about giving to others; it's also recognizing that we need to belong as well, and so we need to, just as we're pouring into others, we need to allow others to pour into us. And sometimes the hardest thing about being a brother is really accepting the help, or accepting the encouragement, or accepting the advice, or even listening to the advice, that we all need. So it's definitely a give and take. It's a journey of a lifetime. And so the one takeaway is one of thank you. Thank you for living our oaths, the oaths that you took. Thank you for being a brother. And thanks to everyone that worked so hard to make Founders Day such a tremendous success. And the day's not done, so still continue to encourage your brothers. If you know some brothers haven't participated yet, and they're capable of, or they've indicated an interest to you that they wanted to participate, and maybe they've forgotten, give them a little friendly reminder nudge, and help us get over our finish line. That would be really great. But Taylor and Mike, I can't thank you enough for visiting with me today and having me on your program. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Jeff, thank you so much.
Yes,
it's
thank
been
you,
such
Jeff.
a privilege talking to you today, and
All right.
I appreciate all your work. So thank you.
Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thanks.
Good night, brothers.
Good night.
All right. So we're going to bring in Dan for a final time tonight to give us a final update. So we want to thank Brother Jeff Stearman again for his time tonight, and just for those great words and great conversation we had with him. I think that, he hit it right on the head, that it's, we're brothers first, and this day is about camaraderie, and really just being there for each other, So great conversation with him.
Really good.
Yeah. So Dan, welcome back.
Welcome back.
You're in the hot seat again.
I'm back.
Yep.
Am I sleeping on this later?
Yes.
You might.
You have to be here until we're done.
Been here a lot, and it just a thank you to Brother Jeff Stearman, Grand High Alpha, 25th Grand High Alpha, has been such a supporter of the foundation. I mean, really came to the foundation as a board member.
Yeah.
When he was serving as CEO of Edward Jones Trust Company in St. Louis, Missouri, and has just been an amazing advocate. Gave very generously last year, previous giving days, has given again this year. No wonder Culver Stockton's going to be on this list here, vying for these top positions.
Very exciting.
But also last year, because Culver, ranks so highly,
right,
set the bar higher. And so we were asked to kind of jump over that bar a lot higher, and it looks like the brothers and alumni and friends are coming through for that. So
yeah, it's fantastic.
I can give the updates.
Yeah, let's
jump into it.
Just want to say a couple thank yous and shout outs to some Mason Circle brothers who've joined since the last time we talked. Axel Seitz and Dawson Forner. And I'll give you a guess at what chapter that I keep saying over and over again.
Is it Ferris State?
Ferris State.
Again.
Just coming through.
Wow.
Nice.
Congrats. That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's
so
great.
it's no wonder that they are on the
top participant roles.
Cool. Great.
And this is very, very close, right? So we mentioned Boston University.
Yep.
All of the brothers of the chapter joined the Mason Circle, so they got to count in the donor count. They've had a ton of alumni
Great.
coming in, making gifts. They're at 61. We are very, very close for spots 2 to like 10. You got Auburn University, University of South Dakota, Ferris State, Eastern Illinois, Virginia Commonwealth, SEMO.
Shout out to
Culver,
SEMO.
Culver Stockton, App State, Valpo, all within a dozen of
Oh,
each
wow.
other. And the reason I say that, and I'm not listening to the numbers,
Yeah.
is because it keeps changing.
Right.
I was looking at my email right before I came on. As Jeff's talking, I'm like, well, there's another Culver guy, so I can't really say the Culver number.
Right.
And then, but there's 2 more Ferris States
Yeah.
and like 10 Eastern Illinois, it felt like.
Wow.
So this thing is going to continue to be dynamic over the evening into tomorrow. And again, we go all the way through midday tomorrow.
Yes.
1909. That's the big number we're looking at now. 1909 in donors.
Yep.
Would be unbelievable. Shatter the record big time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it would be a donor for every minute of the 1909 founding
Right.
year. And then every minute that we're running this.
So can you tell us how many donors we are at currently?
Last check, we were approaching 1,200.
Awesome.
And we are approaching 1,200.
We are
Yeah.
very, very close. That
That's
would
great.
put us 7. If my math skills are right at this hour, 700 away, which would be fantastic.
Yeah.
When we look at impact, again, I talked about it last year. Culver Stockton, Wabash kind of going head to head. Iowa jumped in there. They really set the bar high on total impact last year, around the $35,000 mark.
Yep.
It has really gone up this year.
Yeah.
Wow.
Drury's at the top at 100,000. Doesn't mean they can't be caught. South Dakota's in there, 73,000. Stetson. So this third place slot is really close. You got Stetson at 30, Eastern basically 30, Auburn University 25, Culver Stockton 23.5, University of Washington, Wabash. I mean, this is close.
Yeah.
That last spot is it's going to tighten up, I think, as we get to tomorrow.
Yeah.
And through the final day. So
That's fantastic.
That's cool.
This is fun. This is what
Yeah.
makes it fun. And
Yeah.
a friendly competition.
It
and
is.
we're all brothers first.
Right.
As Brother Stearman says.
Exactly.
But yeah, of course everybody wants to.
You want to win.
We want to win.
Right.
I
We
definitely
want to
wanna
win. You know, I'm a little disappointed the Truman State chapter is not showing up as good as SEMO has.
Uh-huh.
So, not throwing anybody under the bus if they're watching, but hey,
There's
let's
still
go.
time.
There's still time.
There's still
Exactly.
time, and I'm still matching your gifts,
Right.
so keep them coming, boys.
That's awesome.
Perfect.
Yeah, and just a reminder, everyone, lambdakaifoundation.org/FDC. That stands for Founders Day Challenge. This whole competition is running for 1,909 minutes. So we'll be going through at least noon tomorrow, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
I guess I haven't really cleared this with the powers that be. Can we bring this back? Can we come back live and do something just to share some updates
Yeah,
and have some fun with it?
I think we can make it happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll
All right.
we'll put the request in.
Put that request. Where do I have to go to put that? Yeah.
No, we can make that happen tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah. This has been so much fun today. Kind of giving updates and talking to all of our wonderful guests. So, thank you, Dan, for making this day so fun for all of us. And really, congratulations to you and your team on doing the hard work.
Yeah.
We're just sitting pretty behind a microphone.
Right. And also, thank you to all the ambassadors out there,
Yes.
too.
Oh, goodness.
This
yeah.
day would not be possible without them.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We learned in the first few, because this is my third that I've been around for, we learned in the first few evolutions of this, like, okay, the ambassadors are going to make the day. And I couldn't be more proud of the work that they've done, the amount of messages that have gone out. And also you look at the staff, the office staff. I mean, we talk about building this culture of philanthropy, and our friends, our brothers and our sisters out here in this office are making that happen.
Right.
And they're practicing it. And it's really fun. Certainly the penny wars concept has been a fun deal. And there's still more time. I mean, that's
right.
That's the best part. It's like we're going to bed and then we wake up. It's like Christmas morning again, you know? So let's go. Let's keep it moving.
Yeah.
And just so thankful for everybody's support here. Taylor and Mike, this has been fun. I'm glad we kind of get to reveal you on the video here,
Yeah.
which is special.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe we'll do this more often. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, we'll see about that.
What if
But-
there's a remote location in Mexico?
Well, definitely.
There'll
Sign
definitely
me
be
up.
video
Be in that?
for sure.
Okay.
We'll just have to
Sign me
watch
up.
out so we don't get attacked by like seagulls or something.
Yeah, probably. But well, yeah, this has been great. So Dan, thank you again so much for everything today, and thank you to our guests. Thank you to our generous donors, alumni, ambassadors,
Undergraduates joining the Mason Circle.
undergraduates. Yeah, everyone, all people who have made this effort just so successful.
Yeah. And don't forget, if you're a chapter, you can email foundation@lambdachaifoundation.org and say that your chapter wants to participate in this Mason Circle, and we will add you guys into the count and get your chapter up on the leaderboard. So that's
Absolutely.
foundation@lambdachaifoundation.org.
Yeah. So,
Thanks, man.
yeah, like we said, we will be live again tomorrow.
We will be.
Doing some check-ins and having a final recap.
Yep.
In the afternoon, to kind of see where we are.
That's right.
Yeah.
Excited to announce some winners.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Dan, congratulations on how everything's been going. This is my 6th Founders Day, I think, challenge, something like that.
It's been a lot, so it
Yeah.
blurs.
Yeah, so but this has been one of the more fun ones I've been a part
For
of,
sure.
and just to see all the work that goes on behind the scenes, I compare it to like a duck on a lake, right? Like you just see this graceful duck going across, but you don't see all the paddling and everything that's going
Right.
underneath, and
Yeah.
there's so much work that you and your team has put into it. So I want to commend you and your team for everything so far.
Absolutely.
That doesn't mean that we're done with this competition.
No.
I wanna
Not
make
not
that
even
clear.
close.
Well, and keep sharing the stories. I mean, I
Yeah.
get to go onto Facebook and kind of look at this, from the 30,000 foot view. I'm seeing so many brothers, putting out old pictures,
Oh, yeah.
tagging brothers. I mean, I was like, oh yeah, that was the 90s,
Yeah.
and you see this stuff, and it's just so fun. And I hope that everybody that's involved across the board is feeling the energy and the celebration and the fun.
Right.
That this day is really about. Let's give to the next generation, but let's have fun.
Yeah.
Reconnecting.
Yes.
I hope that what results out of this are brothers that reconnect, especially at this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With kind of post COVID, and let's all get back together as a brotherhood if we haven't reconnected in a while.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so what I want to do is wrap the day with the brand anthem video.
Yes.
We started that with this segment, but I want to wrap up with that. But
For sure.
Any final notes from anyone?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think that's our closing mark for
So
today.
on behalf of myself, Taylor, Dan, and everyone else here at the Office of Administration, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
How do you build a better world? How do you encourage values and ethics and behaviors that make a meaningful difference? How do you inspire character and confidence, courage and collaboration? How do you create leaders who lead with heart and knowledge and innovation and empathy? How do you make others better because you were there, because you knew when to lift up and when to let go? Because you showed up when it was hard and stepped to the front when it was harder? How do you lead in a way that creates leaders? How do you make all this happen? You begin by building a better man. By constructing time-honored ideals in a way that makes sense in an ever-changing world. By incorporating the importance of tradition with the necessity of invention. By training and developing men to lead with honesty, honor, integrity, and a moral compass that always points to decency. By ingraining core values that are strong and solid, and that don't just benefit the individual, but the community. By encouraging compassion. By giving substance to the word brotherhood. By reinforcing the fact that every man is a man, that inclusivity and diversity aren't just buzzwords, but words to thrive by. By stressing the fact that you are here to put all of your gifts to good use in ways that unite and advance and elevate the world and those in your life. We are Lambda Chi Alpha, and all of that is what ties us together. That's our connective tissue. That's the spine that makes us stand tall. We are here to amplify all that you are and all that you can be. We are here to build the best possible world by building the best possible you. We are here so that you can live your story in the most fulfilling way, and so that every page in your story is exciting and interesting, and precisely how you would want it written. We are Lambda Chi Alpha. We are a brotherhood. We are here for you now and there for you down the road. Creating bonds that last, values that endure, purpose and programs that embolden, all in the name of creating an experience that is not typical, men who are not typical, a spirit that is not typical, but which instead builds authentic, honest, generous men of character, prepared better than most to pave the way to a better world.